well. I looked at 096.
Oh, me too. Oh my god!
Wait. Can we leave faster? Hey, please leave faster.
Go away. Hey.
Well.
No. Howdy. You're a shit shot. Holy.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing much.
Hey, what another day
Goodbye.
in the neighborhood.
Botrix has correctly joined the channel.
Certainly not where I wanted my horse to be.
Bye.
Oh man.
See ya. Bye. It's dog. Dog and doctor. Yo! No, don't open it! Dog's in there! He locked dog, he got himself... Dog pounced in there! Oh lord. Well, I'm either dead or I'm not. I have no idea. Not dead? Oh, we got him!
What are you doing?
We really gonna do this?
You go for 9's ankles.
I'm gonna pink candy you.
I'm gonna brown star.
See ya. Attention all gentlemen in the facility. I could escape very easily because you are all bad at the game. However, I would like to engage in some fisticuffs or fighting of any type. I will not judge. More it is then. Oh, you're gonna... Well, since you're gonna be a party pooper. Did you get it out of your system? I have a flashlight. Alright. Okay, good game. Oh. 106 refuses to chase me. Oh.
Oh, nice. Alright, boys. Let's kick your ass. Me too.
This is hilarious, really?
What do you think?
I may have just juked the fuck out of 096. Your teammates suck. It's not your fault, computer. Wrong door.
They finally brought the -LMB spam back.
Yeah, so I've heard. I'm gonna wait to really talk about a lot of it whenever it does release. Because there's something that, by reading it, they didn't accommodate for with current Nova. And I don't think the devs thought about it alongside a lot of other people, so I want to kind of shut up and wait until they actually release it to kind of show it off. Because by the way things are being read, I 100% believe the combo will work. Now that they removed the regulations on, LMB having a cooldown. I'm pretty sure it's only for Excel though, which is fine, but it's gonna be really funny.
Give it over, bro.
It's not over yet. We gotta go.
Good shit.
Killed the wrong guy.
Don't scare me.
I mean, it's nothing bad, but it's it could be slightly game breaking for movement.
What's the play?
But I already know we're gonna have
Play
a
is
bunch
very
of
simple.
chronic re-rollers
Play
back
is
to
we're gonna find,
Awakening Nova, and it's gonna kind of tilt the fuck out of me.
Plays, we're gonna find an exit, and we're gonna leave.
I don't know. It's probably just a part of me is still really tilted with like the Nova Discord, where like people would constantly come to my videos and tell me, "Oh yeah, I'm a joke amongst the,
Wow,
the
he's
Nova
mad.
names."
He's
I'm
incredibly
like,
mad
bro,
right
like,
now.
What Nova makes it y'all like roll the different classes? Like what? It's just. And then now it's coming back. I'm like, well, like I mean, I'm cool with it, obviously, but like, God. Like, I'm
Do you got
so
games
glad
on your phone?
I'm just so glad I'm not in the Discord.
No! No! I'm so lucky computer didn't pay attention there.
It's kinda hard to hear what we're saying, the
Well,
video is
I'm-
louder.
Nah, it's probably a mix of me being kind of tilted with like the Nova Discord, because I've had a bunch of people from there like come to my videos on YouTube and tell me, you know, like, oh, you're a joke to like the Nova mains. I'm like, bro, like, what Nova mains? I thought y'all re-rolled. Like, everyone but me and Swaps fucking re-rolled, or yeah, everyone but me and Swaps were the only people who actually stayed on Awakening Nova. Everyone re-rolled like Ash or something else. I don't know, it's slightly insulting, you know, to those people. And now, like, you know, the Dash LMB is coming back, which, like, realistically, I don't really care too much about. It's just fucking annoying, because I already know these people are all going to chronically re-roll back to Awakening Nova now that her original, or it looks like the original, but the semi-original movement is coming back. Like I said, I move perfectly fine, if not faster. I could care less about the original movement.
I was legit gonna reroll this week, but the glabs saved me.
Why? What happened on G-Labs? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying, though. Like, I already know there's gonna be a bunch of people who are, like, massively talking shit about me. So I'm like, you're just against the Nova mains. And I'm like, realistically, I only give a fuck about one Nova main and what he says about me. And that is literally my teacher, and that is it. That's the only person I give a fuck about who has an opinion about me.
The dash LMB, I mean I fucking miss it.
Like, I missed it, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, like, I was actually looking at some old videos compared to, like,
Powwow.
what do you call it, no, my teacher for Awakening Nova is, Swaps. No, me and him talk frequently, and just, we finally got to fight each other at war, bro. Bro, this shit was so dumb. We were just constantly just fucking jumping each other. It's like, bro, why are we doing this? He's like, yep, got you lacking. It's like, bro, I hate it here. Oh my god, shit is so funny. But like, man, I was watching some old videos of me using, you know, like old Nova, right? I was like, you know, I can't really decide whether or not she's faster with LMB or faster with F, LMB, F. And so, like, cause I'm like, now, with, like, cause you know how to properly combo the F, LMB, F around certain, like, movement styles with Nova? Like, dude, you're so fucking fast. Like, okay, let me put it this way. I outran 4 Musas at war. In Valencia. All of them were chasing me down, wanting to kill me. I outran all 4 of them. Like, oh my god, bro. Fuck off. Bro, shit is so heinous, I swear to God.
basically dead.
I don't know, and it makes me laugh too, because so I made a what if video.
You should still be able FLMBF though. Now it's a choice.
All right, there you go. So this is here's the thing, right? So you know how you can infinitely LMB in Excel, right? So in turn, now that you can infinitely LMB in Excel, that also means you can infinitely LMBF, 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 LMBF. You never have to dash. You can literally just spam both those and move. Oh my god, dude. I can't wait to fucking test it, but yeah, you'll be. Jesus, dude. There's so much you can do with that. It's basically like, imagine like Rock Lee from like the original Naruto series, where he like sits on top of the statue at the tuning exams, takes off his leg weights, drops them. I'm like, that's literally how I feel after this G Labs, because I was even like constantly saying, like, even in my like what if video towards like PA, like, dog, like Nova needs, like, I don't care if it's like a second or 2 seconds, she just needs some form of a fucking iframe.
WTF yet?
Cause like, okay, like if I would have to like show you like a clip of me like utilizing, cause so a lot of times I'll also utilize F LMDF, right, to like go left, right, and then left again, and because I do that, it heavily desyncs me, especially like at like wartime. So now you're telling me I have the ability to not deal with a cooldown on LMB anymore, and can just use it when I'm in XL? Are you kidding me? Brother, I'm gonna be the fucking Flash. I get Shy Bus, bro, it's over. And then, oh, let's top it off with I get 4 iframe dashes that linger? Dude. I'm telling you, people ain't ready for this. I don't even think Swaps has really thought about it too much. I mean, I agree with his statement. So he's basically saying, like, we just need more protected, like, damage. Or, yeah, protected damage. You know, like, SA on Repose, or, not Repose, it's Remise, sorry, my bad. I mean, I would honestly like a CC back on Remise, or Repose, but it is what it is. I would just like SA back on Repose, though. Oh god, I ain't gonna lie to you. Oh, it is for mice. Okay.
SA Shift RMB.
No. So like, okay, like so like, cause I've done like mini forms of like game development myself in the past. My brain instantly goes to, well, you need to make the class fair, right, compared to other classes. And then I think to myself, like, cause you know that skill should always be a open, like that should be your opening in your skill kit, right? Then I think to myself, man, all these new classes keep coming out and do retarded amounts of damage. Besides Wukong, we don't talk about Wukong, and they're all like heavily SA protected or iframes, right? And I'm like, you know what? Never mind, bro. What am I talking about being fair to other classes, bro? All these new classes come out have like insane amounts of movement without requiring any stamina, perfect SA rotations. It's just cooked. Oh my, bro. I ain't gonna lie, that's why I got so excited when I heard fucking, or when I saw that Awake Nova will be getting 4 iframe dashes in XL. I'm like, oh my god, bro, I'm so fucking ready.
I literally had the same thought.
But it's like, bro, it's just like, oh man. Like, cause in my 30-second like what if video, you know, like I was talking about, like her dash should have like a full iframe, and then it'll rotate into an SA linger, and not like a long one, but just long enough to be like, okay, you know.
Shift RMB was too good to be unprotected, but classes like Deadeye Sage and Hash exist nowadays.
Yep, that's around my, like, even if they just made it a forward guard, I'd be fine with that. I ain't gonna lie to you. That's why every now and then, like, when I'm at war, I'll swap my core to that being a forward guard. I'm like, yeah. The only issue, though, is if they give it an SA or an FG, I already know the jackasses will take away our knockdown on it. I'm just like, bro, that is so brutal. Bro, why does he spam combos now, bro? I hate this shit. Uh-oh. That could be good. Oh!
Hello Nova Succ save class grinding.
Hello, Nova. Succ save class grinding. Hello? Yeah, so I always grind on... Oh shit, wait, I'm supposed to rotate. Yeah, I always grind on, like, Succ Nova. It's crazy, that is such a... That is, yeah, that's an interesting way of saying it. But yes, so I PvE on Succ Nova. Not too big of a fan anymore of grinding on Awakening Nova, just because after like her changes with her damage and stuff, it just like it wasn't really beneficial to grind on it, right? That's why I kind of stopped.
Some people are also interpreting that LMB will use F after dashes when LMB is on CD, but I don't know.
Some people are also interpreting that LB will use F after dashes. LB is on CD, but well, the problem is by the like what I've seen with G-Lab so far, right? With like certain videos of people posting it in my Discord, it looks like LMB is like not on a CD at all when you're in XL. I don't. Oh my! Oh, brother! I might kill myself. I fucking hate nighttime, god damn it! I hate it here.
LMAO.
Bro,
LOL.
I actually got one shot. It's so tragic.
Time to grind on Ock.
No, that would be even worse. If I grind on Awakening here, I'll actually get pelled and thrusted. Like, let me put it this way. I just got one-shotted like that with an additional 70 DP. Because that's what Succ Nova does. I got one-shotted with an additional oh my god, an additional 70 DP. While I already have this much!
Horses tired quick. My family's been raising camels for generations. I swear I can read any animal's thoughts just by looking into their eyes.
Motherfucker, bro. Good thing I have like 50 max.
Gearlet.
What are you looking to trade today? I'll make certain.
Hey man, you wanna send me some money so I can like pay for my gear? Hmm? Is that it, bro? You fucking offering yourself as tribute? Is that what I'm hearing? Because that's what it sounds like I'm hearing. That's what it definitely sounds like I'm hearing right now.
The market's the lifeblood of Edonia's economy.
Oh my god, how many more do I need? I probably need like 12, don't I?
I've got info too.
Let's see, how about
It's okay, me too.
Oh my god, Mac. Okay, so I need this, right? So, let's see. I'm gonna be so mad if there's not a Valor. Alright, I gotta put money in. Please. Wait. What? Fang? Oh, come, brother. Come on. That's it. I'm getting me wallet out. Allegedly. Where's it at? Do they have one in the loyalties tab? Oh, señor.
Ayo, chill.
Yoink!
Two PC Mac and 2 PC regular AP Crystal is like 2 AP diff.
Yep. Fuck. Where is my... Okay, where was it? There's a special button specifically for, like, checking destroyed items. Swear to God, just type that recover.
Search
there it is.
recover.
Thank you. God! Wait, did it just go? Lord have mercy. Oh my god! Right. Alright, I guess while we wait for nighttime to fucking finish, let's swap to this real fast. Oh, I thought it just said failed to connect. I'm like, damn, that's crazy. Anywho. What the fuck? What's going on with my phone? everything I need. So I need fox blood. I need there's a few things I need. Yeah, I was working on my alchemy stuff. Do I need? I think I need ash sap, but I need fox blood. I need bear blood, which I had to go to sniper hunting for that. Serendia. No, I need Balanos, and then we go to the front cave. And then we just do this until fucking nighttime ends. I need fox blood, I have plenty of wolf blood. I think I'll also need lizard blood. Yeah, wolf blood we're good on. I equipped my gather's stuff. I'm pretty sure those count as pigs. Ugh, pain in the ass, bro. I hate it because even at sniper hunting, I've been waiting for them to release a new sniper hunting spot because, like, the current sniper hunting spot, dude, there's so many pigs, so you're, like, always constantly just getting a profuse amount of, like, pig blood.
GL.
Yeah. I just gotta wait until fucking,
Later.
Alright, see you. Damn, nice. Ugh. Gotta wait for nighttime. Grinding time. Alright, we can finish lifting these. And we go back to grinding. Oh, this one. Alright. 2,000? Nice. Yeah, not bad. Alright. I gotta buy a few Dania crystals. Not Dania crystals, LMAO. Let me do this.
User Cheryl Sweetie2 on TikTok is a single mother and seamstress who says that she
There we go.
Top 5 ghosts caught on camera. Attachment. Tammy Jermathy says that paranormal activity has become a regular part of her life. Tammy believes that a dark entity has attached itself to her and follows her from home to home, no matter where she moves. Tammy is so intent on capturing evidence of the supernatural activity that she experiences on a daily basis that she set up multiple motion-activated security cameras all around her home in Mountain House, California. For the first time ever, she captures what she has witnessed firsthand throughout her life on camera.
Caffrey's tree sap. Ah, that's what it is. Okay.
Her cameras capture extreme poltergeist activity as furniture and objects move on their own. And then, most terrifying of all, a pale figure can be seen looking out from behind a wall. And these spooky incidents are just the beginning of what Tammy captures on her cameras. On January 30th, 2020, Tammy packs up her life and moves from California to her new home in McKinney, Texas. Almost immediately after moving in, the paranormal activity starts up once again, and the events only seem to get worse as Tammy, her cats, and even her dog are terrorized by the dark presence in her home.
So he's literally been standing there now for about 10 minutes.
WTF are you watching?
I am watching spooky shit while grinding.
Here at me. Really
That's
kind of
right.
freaking me out.
I like watching creepy shit. Yeah. IRL paranormal activities. Oh, there's no one here. Oh, perfect.
Tammy's cats seem visibly spooked by something we can't see. And as her cute little doggie is alone in the kitchen, a fork suddenly launches from the dishes in the kitchen sink and lands in an empty frying pan. Another area in Tammy's new Texas home that seems to attract a lot of supernatural activity is her bedroom, where she keeps a collection of antique dolls, old photos, and clothing in a wooden and glass display cabinet.
Listen, bro, I just wanted some fried chicken.
Over the years, Tammy has captured countless motion-activated videos of terrifying activity in her home, and she begins to share her videos online on TikTok for the world to see. She immediately begins to receive a lot of attention from concerned paranormal fans as she frequently uploads her haunting experiences. To Tammy's horror, the unknown entity that she captured on camera in her old home seems to have returned with a vengeance.
Bro, is that a female ghost? No.
A strange mist seems to appear in Tammy's kitchen, living room, and bedroom. Creepiest of all, the same pale figure that she captured on camera in California seems to appear in her new Texas home's bathroom mirror. So what do you think is going on in Tammy's home? Could a dark entity have made a connection to her and now be following her from home to home, never stopping? As always, I leave it up to you to decide. You can watch all of Tammy's paranormal experiences over on her TikTok page, The Haunted One 36, and her YouTube channel, The Haunted One. Leave and die. Popular Japanese ghost hunters Gachan, Daichan, and Yasuke from the YouTube channel Clip Store are contacted by a viewer who tells them the story of the historic Sabukawa village in Miyazaki Prefecture, Japan. The small Japanese village was built way back in 1597 in a remote area high in the mountains. The mountain village had no roads and was a bit dangerous to travel to. So by the mid-1900s, many of the villagers began to leave the settlement. By 1989, the historic 400-year-old Sabukawa village was completely
Alright, we
abandoned.
just need 12 of the
An
crystallized
anonymous
things and I
viewer
can
tells
finally
the
get my
ghost
first
hunters
con.
that a few years ago, a friend of hers went to visit the decaying and empty houses of Sabukawa village, deep in the mountains. The urban explorer told her that he was confronted by
so
an
we're back-
angry old
we're back to
couple
glitching
who seemed
totem
to be
poles, my
living
favorite.
in the abandoned village. Strangely, they told him to, quote, leave and die. Allegedly, only 6 months after his journey to the village in the bizarre meeting, the man passed away. Now, the viewer says that as inaccessible as the mountain village is, it seems very unlikely that an old couple would be living there all alone. So considering the odd encounter and the man's subsequent death, the viewer is convinced that the people that her friend met were actually angry, vengeful spirits. The Clip Store team sets out to investigate whether the abandoned Sabukawa village might be haunted. When they arrive at the location, they realize just how hard it is to reach the town. They have to leave their car and continue hiking on foot. After they finally arrive at the village, the team decides to split up and meet back in 30 minutes. They all set timers on their phones and go their separate ways to explore. In the dead of night, Clip Store host Gachan discovers the ruins of an abandoned school. What happens next is downright creepy.
お、映画だな。うん、いや、もう無理だね。うん、傾いてるしな。え？
え？なんですか？
うん、傾いてるしな。え？走る足音みたいなして。え？え？は？え？めっちゃ？誰？誰もいるわけないけどさ。
Gachan discovers that the building is on the verge of collapse, but still from somewhere inside, he hears the sound of someone running, followed by the loud bang of something slamming or falling.
物音すごい。お、何？あ、タイマーだった。いや、めっちゃ長くしたのに、はい。ちょっと待って。30分経ちました。戻ります。
Gachan's timer alerts him that the 30 minutes are up, And then there's some strange loud bang from inside the creepy building that seems to agree. Gachan returns to the entrance of the village where he finds fellow investigator Yasuke. The two guys wait for their friend Daichan, but he just never shows up. The guys start to get worried and decide to go look for him. After a long search, they finally find Daichan in what appears to be a long abandoned house.
Daichan? 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 Daichan?
Daichan is confused and possibly dehydrated, just sitting there as if in a daze. But his camera is still recording. Fearing for Daichan's health and safety, they decide to just get out of there and make the long hike back to the car. Later, when they look back at Daichan's captured footage, they are shocked to their core. Daichan seems to have encountered something absolutely terrifying. This is the footage from Daichan's camera.
はい、それでは大ちゃんは今からこの山の上に登って。この家めちゃくちゃ綺麗じゃない。今まで見た家より一番綺麗。
Oh my god, why is my nose so stuffy, bro?
結構しっかり残ってる。
Oh my god, bro. Dying.
仏壇。神棚も置いてる。家がある。めちゃくちゃ足場悪い。また時計だ。
Daichan suddenly sees a bizarre pale face staring back at him from behind a door. In shock, he stumbles back and falls, but when he gets back up, the mysterious creepy face has disappeared. But then, as he turns around, he sees a man wearing a traditional Japanese robe, kneeling at a Buddhist altar on the other side of the abandoned home. Later, when his friends find him and Gachan walks outside, the same terrifying apparition of the man in the robe can be seen at the window, just watching him as he leaves. So did the Clip Store team capture real paranormal activity in the abandoned Sabukawa village? Let me know what you think. You can watch this entire two-part investigation with even more scary paranormal moments over on the Japanese YouTube channel, Clip Store. Before we move on to the next video, if you see anything that you think should be included in the top 5, contact us at nukestop5@gmail.com. Ghosts of Carmel, Maine. Now, if you watched Nuke Stop By for very long, you know all about the YouTube channel Ghosts of Carmel, Maine. But for anyone new, here's a quick recap. So a man named Kent Burris says that he and his family live in a house that is extremely haunted by multiple ghosts. Over the years, Kent has posted over 100 spooky paranormal video captures to his channel, Ghosts of Carmel, Maine.
Okay, there he is, in the window again. You guys say something or do something. Oh my God! No! Oh.
Now, in Kent's latest video series, he plans to spend 72 hours all alone inside his haunted home, as he believes this might ramp up the paranormal activity and also make the incidents easier to verify.
This video is about being alone in the Lamb house for 72 hours. Because when you sleep in this house and you know there's other people in this house, you know, you question whether something was paranormal related, but you're not sure because there's other people in the house or the cats are in the house. Now, during this 72 hours, the cat stayed out on the porch the whole time.
Throughout the day and night, Kent captures multiple strange EVPs throughout his home, and some of the messages are truly disturbing.
Are you in the kitchen now? Female disembodied voice.
And some of the supernatural EVPs that Kent captures even seem to be chilling threats focused directly at him. Now, as Ken is recording EVPs, he is also capturing video. When he reviews his footage later, he realizes that he captured something else in his house. Something absolutely horrifying.
Now, when I was doing the captions on these EVPs, I noticed something really strange by the steps. Well, I went to brighten it up, and just to check it out, just out of curiosity.
Dark figure with an odd distorted face seems to be peering at Kent from around the corner of a doorway, but it's so dark that he doesn't even notice. Later, Kent heads upstairs to film in his bedroom, but he suddenly hears an odd, unexplained noise right behind him.
Now, when I go through the door of the bedroom, I hear a strange sound behind me, and I turn the camera around really fast. Now, I didn't see anything there, but out of curiosity, when I was going over these recordings, after I saw what was captured on the stairway, I also brightened up, lightened up the recording when I spun the camera around, and there was another strange anomaly captured.
Dude, come on, bro. chill. Holy fuck.
Ken hears a noise, and as he spins around, he captures an unexplained shadow that seems to descend the stairs and disappear from sight. So did Ken capture evidence of the paranormal in his home? Check out his full 2-part series over on his channel, Ghosts of Carmel, Maine, and decide for yourself. Viewer videos. News Top 5 viewer Jordan By sent in a video that he took while on an exploration trip to Bodmin Moor in Cornwall, England. Bodmin Moor is a very remote 80-mile stretch of land that is full of eerie legends and historic abandoned properties and ruins. The area is so remote that Jordan and his friend James Wheeler had to walk 3 hours into the wilderness just to find it. One bit of famous folklore from this area is the gruesome tale of Charlotte Diamond, a young girl who in 1844 had her life tragically and brutally taken on Bodmin Moor. The man who took her life, Matthew Weeks, was hanged for his crime. And to this
Hi
day,
bro,
it is
how's
said that
Nova
both
suck
of their
after changes
spirits
with summon
roam
damage
the
changes?
moorlands. So,
because
Jordan and his
they
friend
kind of
James are
adjusted
taking
it to where,
videos of
like,
an abandoned home in the middle of nowhere
you do less
in Bodmin
damage to
Moor.
kind of accommodate so that like
And they
sections like
capture
damage
something
isn't too crazy.
truly chilling.
But it kind of felt like no different other than like you just get crit buff damages now on your summons.
Did you see it? When the footage is slowed down, the face of a child can be seen looking into the window from the other side of the abandoned building. Jordan doesn't
like
even
that.
notice and has no
Oh my
idea
God.
what he's just recorded as the little face seems to just duck away from the window. The explorer claims that he and his friend James were the only ones there, and he believes that the face might belong to the restless spirit of Charlotte Diamond, the girl who lost her life there so many years ago. But what do you think this could be? Let me know down in the comments. In another creepy video, News Top 5 viewer Yanis Tassis from the city of Kozani, Greece, claims that he was on his way home one night when suddenly he hears a very bizarre sound. He quickly takes out his phone and begins to record.
Cheap followers on stream.com remove the space MH Pielja 3i.
Oh my god, stupid fucking bot.
Giannis explains that the small structure is the entrance to the town's water tank, and he believes that whatever he's hearing might be something echoing from inside the tank. But echoing from where? Either way, whatever the sound is remains a mystery to this day.
I don't know, man. I don't really sound like an echo.
Viewer Jesse Chapman claims that late one night her sister, who lives in West Virginia, captured something very strange on her CCTV doorbell camera, and she simply can't explain it.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, thank you for the quick call. Appreciate you.
A creepy translucent figure appears to be walking on the lawn right in front of Jesse's sister. But Jesse's sister says she didn't see anyone or anything at the time, and she has no idea what the security camera captured that night. But whether it's something paranormal or just some very odd video glitch, as always, I leave it up to you to decide. The House of the Scarecrow. Paranormal investigators Kevin Barranco and Fabio Adalco from the popular YouTube channel Archivo Extinto travel to an abandoned farmhouse in Mexico that locals claim is extremely haunted by a bizarre
Hey
humanoid
man,
entity
so where are
that they
Dania
call,
Kings
quote,
to give us our
the
bucks?
Scarecrow.
Allegedly.
It is said that an elderly couple who used to live in a large farmhouse tragically passed away after being abandoned by their own family. Their remains were not discovered for many years, and the farm was left in a severe state of decay. Over the years, local residents and even visitors to the farm began to tell the frightening story of a scarecrow-like spirit that terrorizes anyone who dares to set foot on the haunted property. Ghost hunters Kevin and Fabio set out to investigate whether the stories are true. Very soon after the guys arrive, they find something strange hidden behind a pile of bricks, and immediately after they pry it loose and pick it up, they witness something downright creepy.
Está súper atorada, güey. Está súper atorada, güey. Con un dedo trata. Ya. Es como una pipa, ¿no? Creo que sí. ¿Sí es? Ah, no mames. ¿Qué? Me dolió.
What a door.
¿Alguien se metió?
So, the fucking...
Kevin and Fabio find an odd small figurine hidden underneath a pile of
That
bricks.
is so
And
great.
then suddenly, right behind them, a door closes on its own. The two explorers immediately head in to investigate. But they find
Yep, no
nothing
longer
to
sensitive.
explain the door's movement. As they continue to look around, things take a terrifying turn.
Güey, allá. Cuidado. Se vio algo allá. Güey, allá. Allá. Cuidado. Se vio algo allá. No mames. Güey, cuidado. Hola. ¿Qué viste? No sé, pero algo se vio. Solo vi que algo se metió aquí, güey. Ay, no me asustes, ¿qué viste? Güey. No me asustes, ¿qué viste? Fue una sombra negra. Justo aquí, en este lado, güey. Aquí como si se fuera metiendo hacia acá, güey. ¿Sabes? ¿Aquí? Sí, güey. Acá está nada.
Kevin spots someone or something looking at them from behind a doorway. They rush over, but
Definitely
again,
can't be good.
no one there. That's when the two friends hear a blood-curdling deep growl or shriek coming from somewhere nearby. So did Kevin and Fabio capture the sinister humanoid entity that the locals call, quote, the Scarecrow? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide. You can check out this full investigation and many more creepy videos over on the YouTube channel, Archivo Extinto. Thanks so much for watching. Look at my Instagram, it's right there. Look at my Twitter, it's right there. And look, there's a thing. Anyway, hopefully I'll see you next week. 10 scary videos of ghosts and creepy things. The Road to Nowhere. Paranormal investigators from the YouTube channel Paranoiacs travel to a secluded forest road in the mountains of Germany. The roadway is said to be haunted by the restless spirit of a young woman named Elizabeth, who tragically passed away in an accident on the road over 40 years ago. Locals refer to the ghost that haunts the roadway as, quote, the woman in black. The Paranoiacs are driving down the lone forest road in hopes of capturing anything supernatural on camera. What happens next is downright chilling.
Yolda birisi mi vardı, bana böyle geldi?
Abi o neydi?
Öne gitti, biraz öne doğru.
Çıkalım mı?
Dur, ışıkları da çıkartmadım ben daha önce. Az bir saniye. Nereye gitti Cemo?
Ya ben mi yanlış gördüm? Ama bir şey vardı orada.
Ben de bir şey gördüğüm gibi son anda sanki böyle...
Aynen son.
Bölge sandım. Dikkat et. Daha ışıkları çıkartma.
Abi burada olması gerek. Baksana. Nereye gidecek?
Buraya doğru insan çıkamaz ki.
A strange woman dressed in all black can be seen standing at the side of the road. The Paranoiacs team is shocked and quickly back up their car, but the woman has just disappeared. They get out of their car and search, but she's nowhere to be found. 3 months later, the Paranoiacs team return to the same road and bring along friends. They park their car, set up a static camera, and set out to explore. But while they are away, their static camera captures something truly terrifying.
That's crazy.
As the static camera records, a translucent apparition walks across the road and disappears into thin air. When the Paranoiacs team returns, they don't see anything or anyone around. They don't even discover what they have captured until later when they review their footage. So could this be the spirit of Elizabeth, the quote, woman in black? Endlessly wandering and lost on the lone forest road. Let me know what you think. You can find more spooky videos over on the YouTube channel, Paranoiacs. A Sixth Sense. In another strange video, Reddit user ACC6894 says that his brother's girlfriend has 2 German Shepherds. A CCTV camera records the dogs who have been left home alone one night. They begin to act very strangely. And then this happens. The dogs seem disturbed by something in the corner of the room. Then suddenly a chest drawer comes flying out at them, startling the poor doggies. Reddit user ACC6894 has no idea what happened to the dogs and believes the CCTV might have recorded something paranormal. But what do you think happened here? Let me know. Followed home. Ghost hunter Robert from the paranormal investigation team Para-Evident claims that ever since they went to the allegedly haunted Montanay Hotel in Arkansas on an investigation, something seems to have followed him home to his apartment. He says his lights flicker, electronic devices turn on and off on their own, and creepiest of all, he's seen horrifying apparitions in his home. The entire para-evident team decide to investigate the haunting in Robert's home. During the investigation, Robert and team member Joshua set up an SLS camera and begin to ask questions through a Spirit Box phone app. What happens next is truly bizarre.
Can you show yourself?
Did you see it? A pale figure can be seen passing by the TV in Robert's bedroom. Strangely enough, the apparition can only be seen on the SLS camera. Josh and Robert have no idea what this bizarre figure could be, and they believe it just might be the dark entity that's haunting Robert's apartment. But what do you think? You can find more very spooky videos over on the YouTube channel, Para-Evident. Evident spelled with a 3. House tour gone wrong. Nuke's Top 5 viewer Paul sent in a video he recorded at his home in Glasgow, Scotland. Paul says that since his family moved into their new home, they've been hearing odd noises during the night and have had the strange feeling that they're just not alone. Paul has just always shrugged it off. But one day, Paul is recording a video of their new house to show his aunt, and things take a terrifying turn.
Hi Jill, just thought I'd show you a quick tour of the house. This is the cupboard. This is the hallway actually. In the cupboard's nothing much in there. It's not very big, but stairs to upstairs. I'll show you that in a bit. I'll show you the bathroom first. So, it's alright, isn't it? Got a proper bath. Sink and bath. That's it. What more do you want? Nothing else. We've got a shower there as well. That's alright. It's nice and clean. I quite like it. I'll show you the kitchen first. So you come in the living space, turn left to the kitchen. It's not very light, it's not very good. So it's, yes, we've got a hob and a washroom. It's quite a big old kitchen actually, if you have a look. So we haven't actually got 2 fridge freezers. This one broke down a few months ago. We just haven't been able to get rid of it. It's too big to fit in the car and that. But other than that, yeah. Little garden out the back. We built the shed last summer. Thanks, right? But it's like, I like this. So it's got that breakfast bar and the oven and all that stuff. So yeah. It's good, it's good. Right, so living space. Little front of our house. That's supposed to be a little driveway where it should have a drop curb, but it hasn't. Evie, she's been jumping up on the surfaces quite a bit. But actually knocked something over and got spooked in. Oh man, there's some sort of laugh, and you see that?
Paul hears the sudden sound of a broom falling in his kitchen, and when he goes to check it out, all the cabinet doors have suddenly opened. Paul can't believe what he has witnessed and just stops recording. In his email, Paul explains that he was pretty spooked by the experience. And, well, who wouldn't be? So what would you do if this were to happen to you? Let me know down in the comments. Before we move on to the next video, if you see anything that you think should be included in the top 5, contact us at nukestop5@gmail.com. Imaginary friend. TikTok user Genevieve Swafford claims that 4 years ago she recorded a video when she suddenly heard her young daughter Lauralee talking to someone, even though they were the only ones at home at the time. Years go by, and eventually Genevieve goes back through her old videos and is shocked when she discovers that she might have actually captured what her young daughter was talking to.
Lily, come here. Lily, who are you playing with? What are you doing?
Her mom Genevieve doesn't seem to see, but it looks like a shadow walks right behind little Lauralee. Genevieve asks her daughter who she's playing with, but the girl has no answer. So could it be that Genevieve's house is haunted and her daughter could see the spirit? Maybe even talk to it? Or could this video just be an elaborate TikTok hoax? You decide. Creepy crawler. This next strange video was emailed to me by Mohammed Al-Badri from the city of Aden in Yemen. Mohammed
I'm
claims
so
that
tired
his
of
friend was
distorted.
driving home when he spotted something absolutely terrifying. The man allegedly pulled out his phone and started to record.
أنا شفته ورا برميل زبالة. إيه شكله رعب والله رعب.
What the fuck? Oh, hell no. Hold on. I gotta pause. What the fuck was that, bro? Oh my god. Yo.
زبالة. إيه شكله رعب والله رعب.
Oh, no, bro.
A horrifying pale creature with 6 legs comes scurrying out from behind a dumpster. Mohammed's friend is shocked and quickly just gets out of there. Now, I'm in no way saying that this is real, but it's definitely very creepy, and if fake, it's very well done.
Yep.
So is it real, or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide. Off the Grid. YouTuber Kevin Lake and his wife Dearly from the YouTube channel Homesteading Off the Grid have made their home on a remote patch of land in central Virginia. After moving to their new secluded country home, they began to notice strange things in the woods around them. One day, Kevin's neighbor is taking a walk through the woods near their property line, and he starts to notice movement in the forest. He takes out his phone and begins to record, and he soon spots something truly bizarre. Someone or something appears to be skulking around in the woods near a cave, just watching the man. Curious viewers of Kevin's channel believe it could be anything from a hiding squatter, a hunter, a backpacker, and then there are some viewer explanations that are a bit more out there, like claims that this is a skinwalker or a Sasquatcher, or even an entity wearing an invisibility cloak. Either way, Kevin and his neighbor have no idea who or whatever this is and why it would be on their property. Back to church. A while ago, I featured paranormal investigators David and Dell from the YouTube channel Signs and Signals. The two friends have been investigating an allegedly haunted church in Chester, South Carolina that is over 200 years old. Long ago, in the early 1900s, it's believed that the church was the site of dark ritualistic ceremonies. David and Dell hadn't gone back to the church for a long time until one day they happened to drive through the city of Chester and recorded something bizarre that they still can't explain.
Dude, it's a candle. Oh, snap.
After the terrifying experience, David and Dell decided to go back to the church for one more late-night investigation. Not long after entering the creepy building, the two friends witnessed something truly chilling.
I'm gonna just grab the camera. What?
A chair slides across the floor completely on its own. And the guys decide to take a break outside to gather their courage before continuing their investigation. Eventually, they head back inside and sit down on the church pews. They begin to ask questions of the entity that may be haunting the building. And something seems to answer.
So we know you're here, and we're respectful of you. Just talk to us. There's something you want to tell us, I guess, right? If you don't understand me, I want you to knock once for yes and twice for no. Do you understand me?
I know you heard that. So why are you here?
As David and Dell record, a dark shadow-like mass seems to walk past the doorway right in front of them. Now, the two guys didn't even notice the figure until they reviewed their footage later. But since the investigation, the two friends have decided not to return to the church for a while.
Just to let you guys know that we might slow down on going to the church as often. Things have been going on in our personal lives since we've been going back there more. Me and David are starting to have experiences in our own houses, and it's really annoying when you can't get good sleep at home because you'll be waking up in the middle of the night to bangs. You're thinking, oh, somebody's breaking into my house. Nobody's there, nothing's in there, nobody's awake. Startles everyone. Hopefully just kind of straying away from the church a little bit might help, because it really only started to heat up once we started to go there.
So did David and Dell capture real paranormal activity on camera at the church? Let me know what you think. You can watch more footage and investigations at the haunted church over on their YouTube channel, Signs and Signals. A walk in the woods. One very early morning before daybreak, Nick Foster takes his cute little dog, Poppy, into the woods near his home and records a video of Poppy chasing squirrels through the dark forest. Later, when Nick looks back at his video, he notices something that gives him the creeps. Right before Nick stops recording, someone or something can be seen in the woods right in front of him. Nick says he was completely alone and no one else would have been there in the hours when he recorded this footage. Nick says he's very skeptical of the paranormal, but he does believe that he might have captured an apparition. So could this strange pale figure be a ghost? Or just someone randomly out for a stroll through the dark woods? And strangely, all dressed in white. Let me know what you think.
This way.
The Secret Shadow. Paranormal researcher Crisel Luna sets out to investigate an abandoned house, now turned into a warehouse, in Michoacan, Mexico. The house was left abandoned after the owner, an elderly woman who lived there her whole life, passed away a few years ago. The old building is now used as a warehouse to store grains, and many local workers claim to have seen the terrifying apparition of a woman aimlessly wandering the property. One night, Crisel and her friend Melissa investigate the warehouse, but besides some odd noises, they don't really experience or capture much of anything. However, when Crisel posts her video to YouTube, many of her viewers spot something in her video footage that she didn't even notice. Something very creepy.
Ahorita vamos a ingresar ahí dentro para que ustedes puedan ver, pero sí me gustaría, pues me gustaría pedir la presencia. Es algo que he estado haciendo últimamente, pedir la presencia de este ser, de los seres que ya no están en este mundo, que ya están en el más allá y que de alguna forma estoy escuchando ruidos ahí adentro, Meli. Estoy escuchando ruidos ahí. A ver si logramos ver algo. Ay, escucho ruido, escucho ruido. ¿Quién anda ahí? No sé si aquí tengan un gato, un perro, si están escuchando ruidos extraños. Escuchen. ¿Quién anda aquí?
Did you see it? Crisel has just started her investigation when an unexplained dark figure can be seen walking inside the abandoned home. Neither Crisel or her friend see the creepy apparition, but they can both hear strange noises coming from inside. But when they go in and inspect the room, there's just no one there. So did Crisel capture the old woman that is said to haunt the property? I guess we'll never know. You can watch more spooky investigations over on the YouTube channel, Crisel Luna. Thanks for watching. Please follow me on the Insta here, and the tweets here, and the tickety here. Hopefully, I'll see you next week. Top 5 ghosts caught on camera. Found footage. Popular Japanese paranormal YouTube channel Fourth Wall has found another incredibly creepy video from the internet of an alleged very strange haunting in Japan. The video is said to have been posted to the internet by an anonymous man who says he was exploring an abandoned house and found 2 cameras that someone had simply left behind. He says that when he checked the recorded footage from the camera's memory cards, he was shocked by what he found. Did you see it? The man looks behind him, but there's nothing there. Then something seems to startle him, and when he looks again, this time a bizarre, unexplained figure is standing nearby, seemingly just staring. Suddenly the camera falls to the ground, but we don't hear anyone run away. In fact, we don't even hear anyone move. The internet poster who found the cameras in the empty building says he has no idea what happened to the camera's owner. It's almost as if the explorer simply disappeared into thin air, never to be seen again. You can check out more scary Japanese videos over on the YouTube channel, Fourth Wall. What lurks in the shadows? shadows. Chris from the YouTube channel Urbex Hill is back on another urban exploration to an abandoned temple in East Cleveland, Ohio. The unique structure was built in 1905 and served as a Masonic temple before it was abandoned in the mid-2000s. Chris makes his way through the structurally damaged property to capture the temple's unique architecture on film.
Man, I hate this light. My bad, y'all. This light goes out a lot for no reason. It's a ghost caught on tape, y'all.
Viewers of Chris's YouTube channel point out in the comments that a strange voice seems to say, "Hey," as Chris passes by. Now, maybe the creepy voice could simply be explained as some odd outside noise picked up by Chris's microphone. But what happens next is a little harder to explain.
It's really sad that they let this historical place fall apart like this. Damn, man, that's crazy. Wow, look at this.
A shadow-like figure can be seen in a doorway. It appears to be shifting back and forth slightly before it just seems to disappear into thin air. Chris is completely alone in the building and has no idea what he has just captured on camera. He only noticed the figure when reviewing his footage later. So what do you think this could be? Let me know down in the comments. You can find more of Chris's amazing urban explorations and occasional possible paranormal encounters over on his YouTube channel, Urbex Hill. Weird World, a segment where all the very strange videos go. First up, a man named Corey says that he works the night shift and arrived home late one night to find his large dog cowering in the kitchen. Curious to see what had upset his poor dog, Corey checks his security footage. The CCTV captured something that Corey just can't explain. Corey's dog seems to be bothered and then startled by something in the corner of the living room. The dog growls and stares at the spot before suddenly yelping in absolute terror and fleeing the room in a panic. Now, it's unclear what it is that seems to attack the dog, and Corey believes that it might be related to the supernatural, as Corey says he has had some odd experiences in the home. But what do you think happened to this sweet dog? And once again, I have to say, ghost scaring people is just entertainment. But ghost scaring dogs, no. Call a priest to exorcise that ghost right now. Next up, in this weird and unexplained video, a German passenger is on board a plane flying at 30,000 feet. They look out their window and are freaked out to see a bizarre shape-shifting UFO right outside their window. They pull out their Nikon camera and quickly record. This odd video quickly spread on Reddit, and opinions on what this strange flying object could be are all over the place and pretty inconclusive. And I definitely have no idea what this could be either. But whatever it is, it's definitely weird and strange and deserves a spot in this segment. In another strange caught-on-camera moment, a CCTV camera on an LA beach broadcast live on the website surfline.com. Early one morning, Reddit user I Survive on Coffee was watching the live camera feed when suddenly he spots something that he just can't explain. Posting the video to Reddit, curious viewers theorized that this could be anything from a small aircraft to a speeding jet ski, birds or bugs, or even aliens or a sea monster. But either way, whatever this dark unexplained object is, it's moving at an incredible speed, which only adds to the mystery. So what do you think it is? Let me know down below. Fear of the grave. Paranormal investigation team Gangua P, which translates to Fear of Ghost Gang, sets out to explore an extremely creepy graveyard located in Thailand. The cemetery grounds holds over 200 bodies that to this day have not been claimed or identified by any friends or family members. No one knows who the unfortunate souls are, and they rest in temporary mass tombs without a name. The paranormal investigators don't explain why there are so many anonymous people buried in the graveyard, but one can only imagine the number of restless spirits that might be stalking those graves. One brave Gangua P investigator decides to take their investigation to another level by getting down into one of the cemetery tombs and laying there all alone in the dark. As you might expect, it did not go well. A static camera records all of the action as the experiment suddenly takes a terrifying turn. The Gangua P investigator lays inside the tomb for 20 minutes before suddenly something seems to violently yank at his t-shirt. The investigator is terrified. He jumps out of the tomb and runs to his friends. As he explains what just happened to him, something violently pulls him backwards and he falls hard onto the cemetery ground. That's when the team decides to just get out of there. So, the question remains, is it real or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide. Followed. Italian ghost hunter Inquieto TV, which translates to Restless TV, gathers his close friends to go on his very first paranormal investigation to an abandoned children's asylum in Campania, Italy. The tall building holds a gruesome past and was closed down after a young child fell from the top floor, tragically losing his life. Since then, the facility has been completely abandoned. As the Inquieto TV team heads inside and make their way up a staircase, they experience something truly bizarre. The The soft voice of a young child can be heard, and the team has no idea where it could be coming from. They continue their exploration and make another strange discovery.
Ci sono tipo dei tronchi. Sì, tronchi grandi. Tipo in cerchio. Come se qualcuno stesse facendo un rituale. Sono stati messi da qualcuno sicuramente. Però non capisco il motivo perché non c'è nulla al centro, non c'è un segno, non c'è niente.
Ma mi sembra come se stavo bruciando qualcosa qua al centro.
Ma che cos'è? Come hai sentito? Ma che cos'è? Ma che cos'è? Come hai sentito? Vabbè, ma non penso sia normale con tutta questa miseria. Credo. No, penso sta altra gente. Già devo sentire questo stanotte. Comunque un sacco di orvo ci sono qui.
Inside one of the abandoned asylum's room, the Inquieto TV team finds a few tree trunks placed in a circle. And then things take an even more terrifying turn, because the explorers hear the laughter of a small child, followed by the sound of something heavy being thrown somewhere nearby. But did you see it? A small childlike shadow figure can be seen right in front of them. Even creepier, whatever it is, it seems to be following them.
Ma non capisco se vogliono riprendere questo posto.
Allora, lì hanno barrato l'uscita.
Oddio, guardate qua. Ci sono un sacco di disegni.
And again, did you see it? In the corner of the room, the same childlike figure appears again, but only for a split second before quickly disappearing. Inquieto TV had no idea that they were seemingly being followed from room to room and didn't notice the mysterious shadow figure at the time. So could this be the ghost of the child that tragically passed away inside the abandoned children's asylum? As always, I leave it to you to decide. Thanks for watching. Please follow me on Instagram here, on Twitter here, and on tickety tackety tackety tickety. Hopefully, I'll see you next week. Top 5 ghosts caught on camera. Really haunted. Lee from the YouTube channel Really Haunted lives in a house in England that seems to be a hotspot of paranormal activity. Lee has become somewhat of a regular featured channel on my top 5s as the activity in his home just seems to get more and more violent. Now, if you want to see what I'm talking about, I highly recommend that you check out Lee's channel where he shares all the evidence that he's captured over the last 2 years. So, in a shocking new video that Lee has uploaded, the paranormal entity that terrorizes his family is captured once again. Lee and his wife Stacy are fast asleep in bed, and then this happens.
Why?
What's up?
My back.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Lee's wife Stacy is fast asleep when a dark shadow-like figure slowly seems to move over to her bedside. Then without warning, Stacy is pulled violently out of bed, injuring her back. Lee says that the event has left them absolutely terrified. Stacy left the house that night to sleep in a caravan outside in their yard, too scared to go back inside the house. The couple says that they have no idea what to do about the violent paranormal activity, and that they have tried everything they can think of to get rid of the dark entity that seems to inhabit their home. Be sure to follow Lee's encounters with the paranormal over on his YouTube channel, Really Haunted. The Eternal Playhouse. Popular paranormal investigator Alberto Del Arco joins psychic medium Luisa Cardenas as they explore a country home in Mexico that is said to be extremely haunted. Even though the house is vacant, locals report seeing strange shadows in the windows. Visitors and guests at the home claim to have seen the spirit of a young girl wandering the property, a girl who tragically drowned in the home's swimming pool. So the team enters the house, and almost immediately they experience something chilling.
Ok, subimos.
Mira.
¿Qué fue eso, Luisa? No sé, creo que lo vimos todos, lo tienen todos en su... Estaba allá, güey, salió de allá.
Esa sí fue la niña, está como jugando.
Salió de aquí, güey. Aquí estaba, ay, güey.
¿Oíste?
Sí.
Yo entendí como ven aquí.
Y como un balbuceo de una niña, un niño, alguien pequeño, pero esa bici estaba aquí, salió de aquí, claramente, la vimos todos, cómo se movió.
Se movió.
A small child's bike moves on its own, shocking the paranormal investigators. Then a creepy, quiet voice can be heard saying in Spanish, "Come here." Now already a little creeped out, Alberto and Luisa continue their investigation and head outside to the pool where the young girl is said to have drowned.
La siento aquí, Alberto.
Estoy oyendo ruidos por allá.
Oigo como risas.
Ajá, yo también con una especie de risa. Huele feo, ¿no?
Sí.
Ay, 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 ay. Vi correr algo. Ay, 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 ay. Vi correr algo. ¿La tienes? ¿No la tendrás, Tony? ¿Crees que en tu cámara la tengan? Vi algo rápido, corrió como para allá. A ver, vamos para allá.
Alberto and Luisa hear the sound of a child giggling. And then Alberto sees a white figure running in the darkness near the pool. Now Alberto seems to be becoming more and more unsettled with each creepy encounter. And when the group continues exploring the property, it becomes clear just how on edge the paranormal investigator really is.
Es como si ya se empezaron a alborotar. Hoy está llorando.
¿Qué fue eso, güey?
Una hoja.
¿Sí? Yo vi algo negro. Vi como algo negro que pasó aquí al lado.
Yo vi que algo iba cayendo hacia ti, pero no. Creí que era una hoja.
Atrás.
Otra vez fue la caballeriza, creo.
¡Ay, qué susto me llevé! Yo escuché algo allá. Ah, sí. La escalera, sí. Estaba bien puesta la escalera.
The team hears the unsettling sound of a child crying, and Alberto's anxiety seems to reach its limit as a leaf simply falls near his head and gives him quite a scare. Then a ladder just seems to fall over on its own. The group heads further into the backyard of the creepy country home. What happens next is truly chilling.
Mira, eso debió de haber sido como un riachuelito que hicieron,
sí.
¿Verdad?
Atrás.
Pareciera
acá,
como alguien dentro, ¿verdad?
Sí. Se escucha algo allá adentro. ¿Está? Ay, güey. A ver, ve. Sí, vi algo.
Pareciera que alguien se asomó, ¿verdad?
Ay, güey. A ver, ve.
¿Viste?
A ver, corre. Para allá. Aquí, güey. Aquí se asomó, ¿no? Se me hizo ver, te lo juro que se me hizo ver una niña que se asomó. Hasta le alcancé a ver como cabello. Podría ser su lugar favorito, porque mira, hay juguetes como para una niña pequeña.
Hay un espejo, un tocadorcito, hay como una carriolita chiquita. Podría ser uno de sus lugares favoritos, pero se vio clara, se vio clarísima.
Sí, pudo seguir jugando. Como ella no es consciente de que falleció, pues para ella todo es juego.
Cuando dijiste todo es juego,
se escuchó la risa.
Sonrió.
What looks to be the small head of a child can be seen inside the children's playhouse and quickly moving away from the window. The team rushes over to investigate, but they find no one and nothing to explain what they just captured. So, did paranormal investigator Alberto capture the playful spirit of the little girl who lost her life at the home? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide. You can watch this entire investigation and many more creepy videos over on the YouTube channel, Alberto Del Arco. Before we move on to the next video, if you see anything that you think should be included in the top 5, contact us at nukestop5@gmail.com. Weird World, a segment where all the very strange videos go. In this first very weird video, TikTok user Maggie is recording a short video of a white bunny that's hopping around the streets of La Tobida, Colombia. However, Maggie is completely unaware that she captured something a lot more interesting. Something downright creepy.
Oh my god, it's walking pants!
A bizarre disembodied pair of legs can be seen running down the side of the street. Maggie claims that she was completely unaware of the creepy apparition and has no explanation of what she could have recorded. So is it CGI, a camera glitch, or haunted pants? You decide.
Yep.
This next video is part of what might be the weirdest ongoing video series currently on YouTube. A man named Erwin Saunders claims that for the last 25 years he's been searching for rare mystical beings like fairies and pixies in the forests of the United Kingdom. Even weirder, he says he's found them. In a video uploaded on September 30th, 2017, Erwin Saunders finally catches on camera what he describes as a, quote, fairy.
So this is a good spot. We're further down. It's a little bit damper, unfortunately. I'm getting a bit of a wet bottom, but it's worth it because this is a good, comfortable, apart from that, comfortable place to sit. And you can be seen all around, so I can see sort of get a good view, but they can spot me. And if I stay here rather calmly for a while, I'm hoping that they'll come along and see what I'm up to. It's a couple of hours now I've been here. That's quite usual. I mean, I'm not discouraged by the fact this is taking a long time. I just slightly feel a bit more under pressure than usual because I'm filming it, but it always takes a while. I just saw one just down there. It's very tempting to follow him, but that wouldn't do any good. He's a scout, and he wouldn't lead me back to camp if I chased him. He'd just disappear down back in Owen's Inn for the rest of the day. And he'd alert everybody else to stay underground, so... But he was just down... It's going to take me a moment just to focus in. He went down there. Just keep watching behind me on that ledge. He's just there. Ah, you see? That was a quick glimpse there.
8? Oh my god, bro. Should have been 1. What the fuck, bro? 2. 4? Let's definitely outright one of those ago. 5. 6. 7. 8.
Don't stand a chance against me. God shall now embrace all of Bonehead. Soon I'll become the Heavenly Fox. Don't stand a chance against me. I'll become the Heavenly Fox. Don't stand a chance against me. Hey, wanna play tag? But you're it!
You're fucking kidding me, bro. You're actually a fucking joke. I hate this boss so much. There's so much that can go wrong.
He's just there. Ah, you see? That was a quick glimpse there. Okay. He's not there. Oh, sorry about that. He was doing it. Oh, there he is. Okay. Let's there. Ah, well, at least we've got a shot of one.
After a lot of patience and waiting, Erwin finally captures what he claims is a fairy creature up on a ledge in the middle of the woods. Now, to add to the mystery of this strange channel, Erwin Saunders completely disappeared from his channel back in 2019. Then, after a 2-year absence, Saunders just suddenly started posting on his channel again earlier this year. Now, some people believe Erwin's videos are real, and some believe they are fake. And then there are some who just don't care either way, because they say that they thoroughly enjoy Erwin's whimsical fairy hunts. His YouTube comment section is full of loyal viewers that appreciate the magical journey that Erwin takes them on in his oddly soothing and relaxing videos. Certainly not saying that fairies and pixies are real, but check out even more of his strange videos and decide for yourself over on the YouTube channel, Erwin Saunders. This next weird video is another very mysterious one. I have no idea what the source is or where the video was recorded, but I've been told that it was filmed during a curfew because of the current world health crisis.
पूरा खाली पड़ा है, दुकानें बंद है, व्यापार ठप है, सड़क थम सी गई है, पूरा मार्केट बंद.
Did you see it? Whoever is recording is completely unaware of a lone scooter driving by. A scooter completely without a driver. It appears to be cruising along entirely on its own. So just where is the driver? Let me know your thoughts down in the comments.
Streamer room.
The lonely spirit of the school.
You streaming?
Popular Chinese ghost hunter Xiaolong is back with another adventure to an abandoned elementary school in Liuyang City, China. The old school has a very tragic past, and locals avoid the school at all costs. It is said that long ago, a young female student at the very strict school accidentally dropped her teacher's water cup. For this simple mistake, the cruel teacher severely and cruelly punished the girl, leaving her physically injured and humiliated. The young girl fell into a deep depression, and using pesticides she found in her home, she took her own life. After the horrible incident, other children at the school began to claim to see the apparition of a young girl aimlessly wandering the school hallways. As word of this frightening supernatural activity started to spread amongst the superstitious
louder than your
parents,
voice. I could
they
barely
began to
hear
take
you.
the children
I know,
out of
I'm
the
barely
school
talking.
immediately. In the end, the elementary school was left completely abandoned and avoided by locals who believed the property to be the home
stop
of the
going
little
to the
girl's
left,
angry,
you bitch!
vengeful spirit. Xiaolong is joined by his friends Xiao Xin and Lao Dai on another live broadcast as they head out to investigate the creepy claims surrounding the abandoned school. When exploring the property, the three friends quickly find themselves face to face with something.
I'm doing fine, but he doesn't want to talk. I have to go to his stream and listen to me twice.
Wait, am I? Wait, oh!
Your voice is worth it, don't worry.
Oh, I was muted. I was like, bro, what do you mean? I'm literally yapping my ass off right now.
No, you weren't.
See, I'm so used to just having my shit muted because of war.
Imagine no warning until 85. Surprised somebody's actually in this voice chat. I ain't never seen anybody.
Yeah, people were like say like, no one's ever here, so I never join call. Like, alright, folks, in here.
Yeah, I told you that.
Oh, there you go.
I don't want to be the first person. It's weird.
What class do you play, Devil?
I play Megu Courser.
Oh, you're cringe. No, me.
Oh, you mean Zerker? Got it.
Zerk? Hell no. I cannot play a male class.
I gotta start something nice, and a Zerker ain't it.
Class is too ugly.
Oh, real?
This in all the wrong area.
One of them sounds a little daddy.
Well, hold on, what?
I said the Zerker is thick, just in all the wrong areas, typically.
No, someone in chat said something really sus. And I can't look because I'm fucking trying not to die. Oh!
One of them sounds like a daddy.
Yep.
Oh, what?
I was like, hold up, bro. What you mean by swear to God, that's my
Who sounds like? Who sounds like a daddy?
There's 3 of us in here. I'm scared.
Had worse odds.
Rubio, stop fucking iframing, you freak.
It's def not the twink streaming.
Oh, okay,
Bro, I don't do bosses.
Alright. I see how it is.
Wow. I call you a twink, bro.
I mean,
That was rude.
real, but also fuck you.
Thought you were supposed to be playing that futon game.
I did, yesterday. Oh!
I would ask how that went, but I'm not sure I want to know.
I mean, it was good. I played the demo originally. Now I gotta play the full game finally. I just didn't complete the full game.
Me either.
Yo, this week my RG's be on the fire, bro. Got the archaeologist map and I got the freaking telescope.
Bro.
In 3D.
Fuck you.
Yeah, thank you, bro. Like, 800 hours at DSR and I still haven't gotten my fucking last telescope piece, bro. I'm tilted.
I got my archaeologist map in 8 hours. I got my telescope in about 30.
Can somebody kick this man?
I don't have power.
I hate it, bro.
I used the paint for the map, and I went to Sulfur Mine, and I was there for like 7-8 hours. I was like, easy, man. So this will take a while. But I get a feeling I'm gonna be suffering over at Decia Historia, or whatever it is. A fucking Elton piece.
That's what they say. I never see him struggle.
Why is Johnny 5 saying no lolly stuff and no CP?
Hey, bro, I saw that when I was at work. I was like, alright, who's the retard?
Now, where are they typing that crap at?
I was like, I need answers, bro.
What's wrong with lollipops?
No.
No.
Lolly's definitely the tamer.
Yup. And Shy.
Oh, Shy's a straight up kid.
And Succ.
Oh, wow. Got the brain of a child.
Oh, real preach.
I mean, have you seen Succ's face? He's definitely on the spectrum.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's got downs.
That's crazy.
He's my chromie homie, bro.
Why am I being pinged in member chat? I'm scared.
When I see Zerker, and all I can think of is Shane Gillis.
What's your least favorite class to fight against? Everyone's got one they hate.
Sort.
Jesus fucking Christ, Antio, bro,
I always claim
chill.
that they're not offering enough and need to grab.
Any class that has a grab. No, those are annoying too.
Yeah, but they're kind of predictable, because most people are really stupid with how they use their grabs.
Not Hash, bro. That thing's instant.
Yeah, well, the Hash, I just don't even allow him to get near me. I don't take
The
chances.
class is
That
so bull scrap. And like after the Sage nerfs, I would say Hash is the top dog now.
Yep, until
100%.
Until Nova's buffs come out.
I don't know what they're thinking
Like,
with that. but
Nova
I'm glad
will
they
be-
finally get iframe.
Yeah, Nova will be annoying, but
tell
they
you
won't
that
be on my
iframe-
top of them.
I'm telling you, like that iframe in the right hands. Oh, buddy, it's good.
I would say the class is gonna go from B tier to A tier.
Nah, bro, it's obviously.
And the problem with Nova too, it's too high APM for most players, so too smooth burn for it.
Good.
So
I love how they just gave the movement back it had without saying they did it.
Yep.
It's not as fast as old, but it's really close.
Man, people keep
Well,
posting
I
their
was so
fucking
bored.
RBF kills in Succ, bro, and I'm like, I'm tempted to go there, but then I'm like, if I posted somewhere else, I already know something like, ah, he's back at the RBF bullshit, like, bruh.
Yes.
You're like the only person advocating for Nova these days.
Yep.
The only Nova I like is Succ Nova.
I was gonna say, I don't even think,
I used to main Nova, but
I don't think Swap still advocates for her, but just like, he's like, I just want protected damage back. I'm like, that's kind of valid.
yeah, I don't know why they got rid of the SA on Frozen. That was stupid.
I'm fine with it being a forward guard, honestly. The main problem is just the Remise being,
That was dumb too. I think that one actually hurt the class a lot more than any of the other ones.
That was like the main, because it also had the DP down on it.
Yeah, like that was a opener for like every combo.
Yes and no.
Well, it depends on how tanky they were, but like for in-game players, you had to have it.
Yeah. Please tell me that was the right amount.
Do you actually get anything for doing this?
Yeah, I get 20 SSs of Dawn. Like, if I do all 5, I get 83 to 90. And then I get to sell them all.
Do they still sell for 100 mil?
Not one day, not on Saturdays, but like usually a little afterwards, they'll go back up to like 98.
I may start doing them.
I've literally just been doing them after I hit all knobs, just so I can fucking make, like, I basically every Saturday make like 15 bill.
But what difficulty do you have to do to make that?
C10 on all on 5.
Hell no.
It ain't that bad. Picking is probably.
It is that bad. I don't have the gear.
That's crazy.
But you don't need gear if you don't get hit.
Exactly.
Just saying.
I don't play sword.
Bro got a point.
They're about to make that class so much more busted. It's wild.
What, sword?
Yeah.
I mean, I want to be real with you. They should just make all the classes busted, because then the game is balanced.
Yep.
They obviously can't, like, nerf down, so they should just bust everyone the fuck up. Right. That's my opinion on BD on how this shit upgraded. And fix certain balance issues.
I'm in agreement.
Like, it's the way it is now. I'm gonna be completely blunt with you guys. BDO, in my opinion, is the most unbalanced game I've played in the MMO genre ever, and I've been playing since Ultima Online.
I was gonna say,
No
bro,
one
Destiny.
One of the reasons for that.
Terrible balance.
Like one of the reasons for that is like classes don't have roles.
Yep.
Well, it's not just that. Even if they had roles, the issue with BDO is their design philosophy is to keep making you classes. Now, at first, that's cool, but you hit a critical point where it's impossible to balance 65 classes.
Plus, there's too many classes.
Yes. Which is why I think the best way is let's take the strength of the class, let's up it by 3%, and let's leave it. Yeah, everyone will be broken, but in a land of broken classes, everyone is normal. Right? If everyone's broken, no one's broken. That's, in my opinion, the best way to work.
I got friends that are Sorc advocate for giving Sorc a grab, and I'm like, that would be the worst decision.
No, yeah, I've heard so many people with that. I'm like, all right, bro, shut the fuck up. Let's not be me. Like,
No, I agree. They should give Sorc a grab, and while they're at it, they should give Succ Nova 3000 DR. You know, since we're living in fantasy lands, I think Zerker should be able to one-shot with their Awakening Cannon, no matter what. And some way they can be balanced. And I think Succ should just be deleted from the game.
Yeah, actually, just Megu. Just delete Megu. I'm an advocate for that.
Yo, fuck you.
I hate that bitch so much.
Mengu is honestly one of the most busted classes in the game, in my opinion, but they're like a sleeper one most people don't talk about. A good Mengu? Like, a good Succ Mengu? I don't know, man. They can be, like, pretty hard to grab and take down. They know what they're doing.
I just
cause most of them suck.
It's really not that hard to grab them.
If they
their
suck.
iframes, their iframes are really not that good.
I don't do. Play non-private class. Play.
I play Megu. Oh yeah, I know.
Still waking to make it, man.
I've been working with it. It's a much better 1v1 class, but like for Node War, Succ is the way.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't play for Node War, bro. I've been out the Node War scene since like 2020, 2019 and stuff. To me, video PvP peak was, I'd say, the Salzin to Valencia era would be a video that was when PvP was at its peak. And after that, it's been steadily dropping down. I mean, and I just don't care for group content anymore, so I do 1v1s Battle Arena. That's all I think is fun anymore. Even that,
AOS and Node War.
Yeah, small scale. Yeah, AOS would be on my list. However, to be fair, I don't really take BDO seriously, quote unquote, because it's one, it's a game, and two, it's a freaking meme. It's a niche game, very few people play, and its imbalance is fucking hell. So it's kind of hard for me to be like, to take it seriously. Like someone's like, "Oh, I'm a great Hassan," and I'm like, yeah, you better be, right? If you're a kid, you know. Yeah, you show up with that class, and I'll go suck Falcon. I'll be very interested. But maybe not after the changes. I haven't actually played Succ Alcohol when I changed Succ Alcohol. Pretty simple shit here. But maybe they're not like total shit.
Oh my god, stop giving me 8, you fucking cuck! I hate this fucking boss. Ah! 2, 3. That's horrible. 4.
I've recently been PvPing on 1v1 on Awakening DK. That's been fun.
6. Yeah, DK is a pain in the ass.
All she needs to be fixed is her infinite iframes again.
It's just a pain in the ass.
To play or to fight?
To fight against.
Right.
But again, that's just mainly because my class at the moment has no iframes to like deal with iframe classes.
I'll have to change it a little bit. Did they nerf you again? About 3 months.
That's something I'm scared about. I mean, like, I feel like a bunch of people are gonna like test her out again, and then they'll be like, it doesn't feel as fast. I'm like, yeah, you have fucking carpal tunnel syndrome, bro.
My old buddy used to play with a long time ago. Played it more. Had an old saying that stuck with me. Tell how shit your class is, aka broken, you play, or how many flies gather around it. You know? So if you ever wonder what class is broken, just walk into town and see how many of that class you see. Right? PvP, you go to the battle arena, and if you see a bunch of ninjas, you don't see any melee, it's just maybe Succ or hard to play, and ninjas are either easy to play and or more effective. In this case, it's not great.
Yeah, that's why this AOS season fucking blew ass, because everyone was a chronic reroll of a Sage and Hash, and I was like, oh my god, bro.
You know, that's actually pretty easy to fix. I don't know why they don't, like, if I were them, I would put in a limit of how many people can play that class, right, to prevent full, like, overstacking, right? They could easily do it. And you might say, well, how can they determine a Sage main from a Sage Flavor of the Month reroller? Time of play on that character, that information is available in the game, right? I like how they do with, what's it called, Dania, right? Where your gear and all that matters, you can guarantee slot. They can do the same thing with time, right?
Allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly.
RGA actually doing something with the brain, but we all know how that usually goes.
Yeah, they don't use it because if they had a brain, they would know which classes are busted by just going to, you know, looking at the leaderboards and all that AOS and be like, okay, how many people in this class are Reservers versus Valkyries, right? Look for a capital thing. And I'll tell them, okay, this class is obviously busted, so what can we do to elevate these classes that aren't as represented, right? Personally, I don't want anyone getting nerfed. Like I said, BDO can't handle that, right? Every time they nerf a class, they end up just killing it. So I think they should just bust everyone else. Lift everyone up, don't bring anyone down. There are classes I love, bro, but I won't play because I can't deal with their PvP, as in their shit is so gimped. I feel like I'm playing on Dark Souls mode, blindfolded, or on an Xbox Guitar Hero controller. You know?
Wanna play tag? But you're it!
So how busted do you think Sega is gonna be, bro?
I have no idea. Honestly, I don't pay attention to Sage. I just always expect him to be busted as shit.
Savior.
Oh, I pray she's great.
You want my opinion? She's gonna actually be really, really bad. Then she'll be broken like buffer. A lot of people think she's gonna be broken out the gates if they're like she's a new class, and they always do that. Those people obviously don't have a frontal lobe, because if they did, they would remember how Dosa sucked when he was released. Gunna wasn't terribly impressive when she was released, right? Wukong, and we won't talk about Wukong, right? Gauntlet was never busted when she released. Now, yeah, you have your classes that when they came out they were totally busted, but every class you had that came out that was busted, you have a class or two that was mid or less, right?
What are we talking about? I had to go.
Savior. A lot of people have the misconception that Saviors will be broken because EA likes to make a class overpowered when they release it.
Well,
and I would,
and with the exception of Wukong.
More than Wukong. This Dosa on release was a fucking meme, bro.
Like, people understand why Wukong wasn't busted as fuck, and I keep telling them because it's a 2020 class.
Yo.
And it was built for mobile, ported over to PC.
So, like, there's no semblance of balance they had on that class.
Kind of valid.
It was never going to be balanced.
It's actually kind of real.
Personally, I don't get the Savior hype, bro. I saw her, like, image, and everyone's like, oh my god. And I look at her ears, and I'm like, dude, her ears are fucking bleed. I couldn't have been
That's
past
why I
that.
keep thinking they keep nerfing warriors, because Saber's supposed to be female warrior.
Well, I thought
I don't
that
know,
about
dude.
crack.
Usually, normally the female variant is worse than the male. Typically, right?
People keep saying, yeah, that is so true.
So I would argue the opposite. It would be broken in a bad way because warrior exists. Right? That would be their track record of anything.
I don't know if you did the Adanya quest, but like if that character is savior, then it's not looking good.
Now, though to be fair, if it's a good PvE class, I'll play it.
Real?
Right. Yeah, I like having one PvE class and have my PvP class actually tagged because I spend more time grinding than I do fighting. You know what I mean?
It didn't look like it had any AoE, so...
I mean, the problem is you kind of can't judge a class based off the enemy NPCs. If that was the case,
you definitely can.
Okay, go to Sector and fight the strikers. How much they're like actual strikers.
I definitely said Corsair was a mommy.
I agree with you, it doesn't look good, but I'm just saying, it's not getting a class, it's basically a mob or whatever. And then it's just not that impressive like the real class plays out, right?
If you read the storyline, then Savior's actually the first Valk.
Why would I care about the horribly written lore?
I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying.
Wait. If they didn't retcon it every 2 months, I might actually pay attention.
Real?
I will say the story has gotten infinitely better than what it started out with.
Whatever. It took them 6 years to finally give us our background story.
Playing Mystic? I didn't know you tagged Mystic.
She's the whole reason I even came to this game a long time ago.
She was the original Dami Mommy.
Well, because I moved from Terra as a brawler, and then I saw Mystic Beast, and I was like, oh, fuck yeah.
I'm sorry to hear you play Terra.
Yeah, that's kind of real.
I played Terra too, but I ended up quitting because I couldn't deal with. Yeah, they once they started releasing the that was the amount of how Ellen's was so broken with animations, and they kept releasing new classes that were Ellen's exclusive like Reaper, and they were releasing Ellen's every new class that came out, but they wouldn't release it for the others. And then eventually I was like, dude, I don't want to see a bunch of lowlies going around at 4 sets. I mean, got to a point I couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah, no, I was really excited for Reaper, and then I did Volley Class, and I was like, bro. No.
Reaper, you mean a spacebar class?
Yeah.
I quit like shortly after the launch because like the people killing you while you were trying to do shit. Like, it's just too much.
The thing I like about Terra, like I like the Valve class they released. The one up I did not like their Gunner class, but that's mainly because I think Terra and the Factory of fucking 3 MMOs, they don't know what art style is. I mean, they do initially, but then give it enough time, like 2 years, they start violating the art style, right? With cosmetics and all. To the point you're eventually riding a duck with a rainbow afro wearing a modern police outfit in a fantasy world, you know?
I like how BDO's version of Gunner was the Deadeye. Yeah, that was such a disappointment, bro. Like, she gets a fucking bazooka. Come on, man.
Oh, dude, we all saw the RPG. We're like, there's no fucking way. I remember that shit, bro. That shit was so fucking funny.
And the shotgun is actually a blunderbuss.
To be fair, well, you guys ever noticed it, but they actually start thinking about MMOs. Normally when MMOs add gunners, they're on their life, the last end of their lifespan. The act of desperation. Terra released Gunner, Terra died shortly after. Right?
Well,
Aeon 2
we know that's
Gunner,
gonna happen.
Aeon 1
We know that's gonna happen because they made it pay to win. Like people are like, "Oh, time gated Idania crap," and I'm like,
Yep. I was like, just wait,
To
big
be
dogs.
fair-
When that quarter comes around, it's quarter earnings
Nah, I
calls.
think what they're doing with Adania is what they kind of did with Fallen God initially, where it should be more time gated to allow the big game players and new game players to catch up, and eventually it won't be time gated. I think that's temporary.
Yeah, but the issue is
in order to limit the growth.
You're not going to be able to catch up. You're not going to be able to catch up because they spent so much on this game. It's going to take years to catch up.
Yep, they literally just spend their wallets and fucking upgrade their armors to what was it, pen, and then they get Nav for the new Adani armor. So it's just like, yeah.
It's like that's what one of the dudes I know did. They fucking dropped a couple $100,000 into this game and got pin Fallen God on everything. Just converted it to new. Time gated. That's funny.
Time gated. It'll be done in a month.
Been raising camels for generations.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's his money, but waste of money. But whatever.
Well, like almost all the streamers did it because they get money to play the games.
No, a streamer makes sense though. 100,000 may not be worth the investment because a streamer, like you said, is getting paid to play BDO. So there's actually a return of investment on ROI. But for a normal player,
For them there is,
Yeah.
but for everybody else that plays the game, they get so far ahead that people just stop because they can't get ahead.
They just fucking what's the word?
Like, I'm too far in. I'm too far gone. So like I'll just keep playing this game, but like I'm never
I
catching.
mean,
up to anything.
I'll tell you the truth. I'll tell you the truth. One issue this game has now, and it was played video for a while, will know this is 100% true. Years actually lasts a while in video. Now it feels like every year they're adding a new tier, almost like it's like a WoW expansion. It used to be you got your head Danny. Head Danny was good for like 5 years, bro. Right.
The only reason this game has a future is because there's nothing better.
That's actually kind of real.
And yeah, that's true. That's true. And there's no game coming out. For example, Ion 2, the one some people were hoping for. I watched the dev video because I was curious about it. I was bored. Oh, it's gonna be trash, dude. They have weekly gated PvP content. We only do 7 hours of PvP a week.
Like that right there is gonna kill the game.
Yeah, I'm like, well, okay. Yeah, it's pay to win, but to be fair with you, all MMOs are pay to win nowadays, let's be real.
Bro, aren't you guys excited for naval node wars? Aren't you guys excited to take your boats and do node wars at the sea?
Only if I can bring my roll. Only if I can bring my rowboat.
That's a good idea in theory, but like their water physics are so bad that it dead on arrival.
That,
It's just
and
that it
then
doesn't
you have
play
to
their
take into
game.
account that BDO Navy has, I think, 7 to 8 people out of like the 9 people who own the treasure item for the sea.
Yeah.
I'm like,
So
yeah,
like
good-
they
good
have
luck.
such a head start. They have such a head start that it's gonna be like Chodation on boats.
Yep. They'll literally be the Digi of the sea.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Only
Digi
3
got
people
handed
can
their
find out
crown. Digi got handed their crown. They didn't earn it.
Real, but Vagabond still can't take it back though. Ah, I mean Cho Junior.
No, it's called vagination.
Bro, I'm still dying that Vagabonds used
They
to
only
get their
have like
pockets
30 though.
But bro, it makes me laugh. They used to get their pockets ran by Dynasty. I'm like, that's actually so nuts.
And to be honest, Ball v Ball, they're actually almost even
With who?
with Digi.
Oh. I mean, I guess, bro. Like, I mean, they have to keep 2v1ing us, so I don't know.
Ball v Ball, they're fine, but like, as far as it's kind of like the same problem with I'm in Havoc right now. It's kind of the same problem. Like, we'll win Ball v Ball, but like, you know. And like one of the and it's only on T1s because we figured out the tech for T1s and like everybody else. T2 is such a more different fight than T1. It's nuts.
Damn, bro, this dude almost got his fucking character look like a cider. That's kind of nuts. Damn.
Oh, it's a DK.
Approved.
Instant L.
I don't even care about the
Like,
guys. They almost look like a cider, so I'm like, yep, that's approved.
They automatically take an L.
I feel that one.
I feel that way between for Lon and fucking DK. The worst type of people play those classes.
True.
Like you get a Lon that'll jump in from the back line, and like nobody saw it coming, and they'll kill everybody, and they'll be like, "Oh, I'm so good at this game, dude."
That's kind of real, actually. Holy fuck, bro. I'm so good at this game, dude. Realest shit I've heard all week.
Yeah, I just don't know why you would pay to win in BDO because, like, it used to be your gear meant you can grind in circles faster, but now it doesn't really mean that anymore. So I'm kind of like sitting here thinking,
Well, they
like,
do
what's
have
the
a
point
goal
of
now.
gear?
You can grind for Adanya. All 50 people.
Dude. Yeah, I just.
Yeah, I mean,
It's, what annoys me is like they're all like, "Oh, why don't they have more uncapped content?" And it's like, cause you're dented. You're just so dumb.
You know why there's not more uncapped content? Because every fucking bozo and his mom runs into uncapped content with 40 rocks. If I want to go punch rocks for an hour, bro, I just go grind Dolans.
Actually,
I love
Dolan's
how,
is better because you make money.
I love how they acknowledged that there was a rock mode, and they were like, "Oh, we're gonna do something about it," and then they were like, "You know what? Rock mode for T1 to T2. Let's go."
Yeah, it's just like, dog, like, what the fuck are you doing, bro?
Our solution for rocks is add more rocks.
The DR meta and all that's easy to fix. It's not that hard. Don't even nerf DR. They say, what? How's that gonna fix it? Simple. You know the negative effects on it? It takes away 20-25% special attack damage.
I love downing a Zerker in Node War and seeing miss.
Yeah. You're like,
Yeah, but
what?
If they did 25% minus special attack damage, you lose 50% special attack damage to go full with a 2-set, which would mean you're hit like a fucking noodle, bro. Right? And that's the way it should be. You should be able to be, in my opinion, a rock. But you should do like no damage if ignorable PC bot, right?
Yeah, but it's everybody that happens to, bro. I can't one combo people anymore.
Yeah, but exactly, dude. That's what I'm saying. Imagine if every single crystal they have that's defense, they lost 25% special attack damage.
Just for going rock mode?
Per crystal, yeah. So they have two. They lose 50% back attack, down attack, crit, all of that damage. They won't be able to one-shot you anymore. You want to know how overpowered special attack modifiers are? Go fight someone without your elixirs, right?
Just go
you know
fight
the
a
difference
striker.
right away.
Just go fight a striker.
And it could be higher than 25%. It could be 30, 20, some middle number, right? Therefore, you can go full rock mode, but you won't really kill many people, right? Plus the ungeared. And that should be the way it is.
I'm going to tell you all the tech for T1, T2, and you better not tell anybody else. Down attack.
Right, they're not gonna... Oh, duh.
get rid of your crit and do down attack crystals.
That's what I do in PvP anyway. People actually use crit crystals in PvP.
Well, outside of capped, crit is the way.
I like my down attack damage. I'll keep it.
You see, down attack damage only works when you can CC somebody. Everybody, this is an SA trade meta, dude.
And then they took away all of Nova's SAs. It's like, oh my god, bro, this shit is so brutal.
Bro, I love how
what they did to Nova was criminal.
It kind of was. I ain't gonna lie.
That was one of the worst guttings of a class I've ever seen.
And it's
BDO used to have too much protection, so they went in a big change and said they were removing protection.
Bro. Oh my,
And then they turned right around and put in too much protection again. I'm like,
I love how people say,
me looking at Deadeye.
Like, I love when I played Nova, people are like, Nova's so OP, bro, it has too much protection. I'm like, you play that thing for a week and you will quit.
To be fair, though,
You'll realize that
think-
the dashes are completely unprotected.
I actually think this meta is pretty easy to fix. I actually don't think it's that hard to fix at all. Get rid of DR scaling on super armor. You take more damage. Frontal guards have more DR scaling, they're more protected, but you can hit them in the back. Super armors are universally protected, but you don't have any DR scaling, so you take more damage. Right? So you can get burned.
We'll see the problem with super armor is there's too much.
Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't matter as much because the problem with super armor is there's DR scaling with super armor. Some classes more than others, right?
It's
they gave
still
it
an
more
SA
defense.
trade meta. The whole point of the combo is to like combo.
Yeah, but if you take away their DR scaling, you'll be able to burn through them. And the meta would be frontal guards and frontal attack because it would have
You
more
say
DR
that, but then
scaling.
classes like Deadeye will completely obliterate more than they're already doing.
Yep.
I mean, then you just adjust Deadeye. It's not that hard to adjust Deadeye. Remove a protection or two. Lower her DR. Like, no, it's not that hard to adjust. Make her squishy as fuck, like fucking
She is squishy as
razors.
fuck.
The problem is
She is squishy. You can't see her.
Yep. That's the
I know, which is why I said remove a protection in a movement and then lower DR scaling. Done. Fixed.
Honestly, just make her have more gaps. That's really it, honestly.
Yeah, by removing her movement protection, she'll have gaps.
That class is essentially a lawn with range.
Yep. It's disgusting.
At least she doesn't have a range grab.
She don't need it. She kills you standing.
Now,
Musa.
Deadeye reminds me of like Ranger back in Halcyon days, where she could just obliterate you with her gear so easily just by shotgun spamming. Right?
Ranger is the one class in Node War right now that obliterates me on Corsair. I can weave in and out of balls just fine, but a Ranger obliterates me.
Yep.
I mean, you need a nuclear, bro. Just
And
saying.
like, what
I think
happens?
you should need
Like,
more
I think
nuclears.
the worst aspect of that class is the hit stutter.
Oh yeah.
Like, I can't get away because of the hit stutter.
Uh,
What they needed to do is get rid of blasting gust. You can only get to use it one time.
I
So
mean,
it's like
the
that's how
kids
they
just
get their
remove
kills.
all
They just
protection.
spam blasting gust and descending current and win.
Yeah, I mean, they can easily get rid of the protection of blasting gust too. It has been removed really fast. Therefore, blasting gust with the stutter, but they're also completely fucking open, right? And
That
also
class
their
has so
DR
much
scaling.
protection for what it is nuts, bro.
I'm aware, but if you remove blasting gust as protection, they won't use it anymore. Once you see them, they're gonna fucking die.
Well, it does
Right.
have no protection on it. The first one is protected and the rest of it's not. But
I
like,
know.
it has
Remove
so
all
much
the protection.
movement.
Well, that's
The-
easy
the
too.
movement on
Decrease
it
the
is
movement by, that's easy as hell. Decrease the movement by 50%. But these are all minor fixes. Like I could do it myself in an hour with TA11. They're not actually complex fixes. Maybe for started. Increase the movement speed by 50%, remove all protection across the board on it, keep its damage. Therefore, the idea is it's high risk, high reward, right? Nothing wrong with having a high risk, high reward playstyle to be fair, right? But personally, you my opinion, you wouldn't like how I changed the PvP. That's just mine. I would.
That's how I feel about Awakened Nova, high risk, high reward, and like that's one of the reasons I played it. That's one of the reasons I played it. It was just so rewarding. You kill somebody, and you're like, yeah, I fucked you over, bitch.
My thing is, I would, the heavy hitting skills, I would remove all protection, besides maybe one of them would have protection. But the idea is, you can play defensively if you want, but the moment you go to offensive, you're vulnerable. At least it adds some form of more counterplay or gaps. I'd probably limit the super armors across the board in the remaining skill, but I wouldn't limit them by get rid of them. I would limit the amount of time they're actually active. Right? Decrease it by 20%.
What they need to get rid of is her ability to just WRMB and stay super armor the whole fucking time.
I mean, personally, if I were designing this game, I would never have introduced super armors. I would have kept frontal guards, because I think they're fine, they're counterplay. I would give every
That's
class
what they
a couple
should have
eye-
done. Like they offered that option last year, and like everybody was down with it. Like just get rid of some super armors, give forward guards.
Yep. And I think every class should have like 2 to 3 iframes, but I had to have absurdly long cooldowns. Like
Like
30
you don't
seconds.
have to get rid
right?
of super armors completely, but like make some of them forward guard. Give them the ability to CC somebody.
No, I think you should get rid of super armor. The super armor requires no skill into the protection. It's brain dead. There's no play to it. You just use it, you're protected. Forward guard, you at least have to position the enemy in front of you. There's counterplay. There is no counterplay to a super armor. But you say grab. Okay, but not every class. Okay. You know what my counter to that is? That'll make you laugh. So you think that's a funny, cute counter? Most classes, some classes don't have a grab. So therefore, it's not a fair
Half the
counter.
classes in the game don't have a grab. What do you mean?
So therefore, in my opinion, grabs should be removed and get rid of super armors and have frontal guards so we can blow through it and get behind it. As you see them.
That would be ideal, but
Yeah. There's no reason. I mean, Zerkers will get mad, and I'm sure they can't double grab, but you know, I would allow Zerkers to have a grab because that's just one of their core things. Like,
I
you wanna
think
grab
grab
your worker.
shouldn't be removed, but like not as many classes as they have should have grab.
Exactly. I think only the classes where it's just a core mechanic, like Zerker. If you move grab from Zerker, dude, let's be real, that class changes so much. It's so
What the
dependable.
fuck does Warrior and Wizard need a grab for?
Wizard does
They
not
don't.
need a grab. That's the funny one.
Now that does
Warrior, I can
now that
understand.
does Succession Nova, right? And by the way, they can do a whole bunch of things if they do that. For example, you know Succession Nova, right? You have that shield buff. What if that shield buff applies to your allies?
Like I can see Striker and Mystic having grab, but Valk don't need a grab, Warrior don't need a grab.
See, the problem about the Succ Nova buff with the DP, that is like on a 3-minute cooldown, and you only get it for like 30 seconds, and you're wide open to basically anything.
I know, which is why I'm saying ship buff for party, right? Take to a
Why
party
would they
buff.
give party buffs to anybody, bro? It's a shy's job.
Lamau. Anyway, back to reality.
That class is the worst thing, hands down, that's ever happened in this game.
No, the worst that ever happened to this game is PA rotation. That was way worse.
I still think it's shy, bro. I think it's shy.
No. PA, the ability to rotate PA.
It requires a shy for every form of combat.
Yeah, so did PA, but it was worse because you could just infinitely rotate it if you had enough
Yeah,
of them.
well, you don't do PA rotations now. You use shy.
You said it was the worst thing ever. PA was the worst thing ever. Shy buffs are bad, but they're like a nerf version of PA. I'm not disagreeing they're bad. I'm just saying that's not the worst dude. Infinite PA
Well,
was the worst.
that's not what they have PA. They give PSR, they give speed buffs. They give all kinds of shit.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. You said, excuse me, shy buffs were the worst thing ever. I'm saying no.
I didn't say
Infinite PA
shy
was the
buffs.
worst.
I said the class. PA.
Yeah, yeah, but when you talk about the class, you're not talking about its damage, bro. You're talking about its buffs. Like, let's not pretend you're talking about Shy's damage is so overpowered the worst thing to happen. We're talking about its buffs.
I'm saying
I know it's
shy is
called.
I'm saying shy is the worst thing to happen is because it's required for every form of content.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with almost every form of content, but most, yes, and I agree with you. You and I are in agreement. I don't know why they added a support class. It makes no sense to me. The game is built without the idea of support. Was for pretty much forever, right?
It's naive to think that you can make each class be able to do everything the same as everybody.
No, and I would be
Which
fine
was
with the
what
idea
they
of
thought they
Shy,
were able
but
to
fuck
do.
everything else. Well, to be fair, dude, half the people who play BDO are mentally deficient to the point I wouldn't trust them with a potato gun because they shoot my eye out on accident. So, like, I have idiots. For example, I was actually watching a guy talk about the updates coming with, you know, Nova and all that video on it, and there's this mouth-breathing, moss-licking, troglodyte inbred nematode saying how, oh my god, fucking Nova got a speed boost. No, dude, it's the fucking iframe that makes her way more deadly, you moron. You understand?
For real. Like, Nova already
Why does my
had speed.
scholar? Why does my scholar not get a speed boost? Well, because you inbred ape.
You're
playing
basically a
fucking
Sork with
scholar.
grab.
You're not a. Yeah, a scholar is not a speed-based character. Did you even play your fucking class? That's like me complaining Awakened Guardian can't move like fucking Nova. It's an inherently to the class where Scholar is not meant to be a high-moving character.
Nova is so
Like, it's called class identities, bro. Yeah, this is class identity. You should have zippy class. You should have non-zippy class. Non-zippy classes maybe higher damage potential, area defense. Zippy classes should be better at, you know, back attacks and it's really fun to talked about. We all agree, right? Have a great niche and advantage content and one and all. Sorry. Yeah, but the issue with the video community, you're right, dude. They all want their class to do everything.
Yep.
But they don't realize that not every class is meant to do everything. Like, Awakened Guardian or Guardian's Whole is not meant to be a fast fucking Maywa / Nova / whatever. This is exactly the one.
They want
Right,
every
she's
class to
meant
do
be slower,
everything. Like,
and honestly should do heavier damage to compensate for it.
it's just not gonna happen. You're just not gonna make every class do everything the same as everybody else.
Well, they could just delete all class. No one class, but it will all be we all get nothing with workers in the game. Everything else has been removed. Everyone's now a Succ name. And PA can apologize by giving us a GM blessing for 3 hours. You know?
We're sorry. Here's your blessing box.
I'll be honest with you, I actually think that people... So they were...
Go ahead.
Succs know they're broken, dude. Succs know they're broken. They just don't want to say.
I don't think some of them do, bro.
Right. I mean, sure, you have the, again, inbred type idiots that, you know, but they exist in every class, right? There are Zerkers who think Zerker is weak, right? There are Novas who think Nova doesn't move fast at all. And she doesn't move as fast as she used to, but Nova's still fast, right?
She moves just as fast. But the problem is, I feel like I'm one of the only few people who figure that out. Like, it's just how you use her movement now to make her as fast as she used to be. Like, I outran 4 mooses chasing me in the desert. Like, bro, like, she's fine, trust me.
I love outrunning mooses, bro. They get so pissed off and they're like, your guy's broken as fuck.
Like, yeah, okay, buddy. Yeah, activate that tiger.
I'll tell you what they actually talked about doing, which I know the video community wouldn't like this, but I actually think it's the only way they can even have a chance of balancing the game. So as we know, Scholar, Gunner, they have this type of hybrid beginning succession class, whatever they call it. Yeah, do that with every class. Because now you only have to balance half the amount, guys.
Succession was another bad idea.
It's actually way easier to maintain, right? Succession wasn't when they did it because there was a lot of classes compared to now, and it added a bit more on variables, right, on paper. And our people to be when classes non-awakened, and when we got awakened, they hated it because they had to play a different play style. And to be fair to those
robot is real.
And to PA, there's something said about that.
I ain't gonna lie to you.
You pick up.
Could you just sit in a SA block like that and tank that dude?
No, I have to like just barrel roll whenever he does his thing on me. But usually he like doesn't. So like I'll run to the edge of the map because if he targets me, then he'll stay there and won't go for anyone else. God, I wish I had an iframe screen.
Did you guys hear me now?
Yeah. Until we don't.
Sorry, I was going on a walk. No, I was just saying that, you know, Succession, there are... Yeah, there are people with, I just had surgery, so it's a bit harder. There are people who, you know, they love the class, let's say, like, I don't know, pick any class. They loved its pre-Awakening, and then when Awakening came out, they completely changed the class and were forced to play it, and they didn't like it. So I think Succession was not inherently a bad idea. It was implemented badly, but not
I remember when Awakened
right?
Succ first came out, bro. That shit was AIDS.
Yup. Wasn't that around the time when, oh, not Awakening Sword, sorry, I was thinking about Awakening Wizard, because that's around the time when the 10 rule wasn't up in the game.
not pay to win, it's pay for convenience, and it's conveniently put there so you spend money.
Protect you with my life.
I personally think they need to just combine both playstyles into one like they're doing with other classes, because I think they could actually more manageably balance it if they do that. They can't handle Succession and Awakening, it's pretty clear. It's too much for their small brains. But if they
That's what I'm
combine all
saying,
the
like,
classes into
Succession
one...
was a bad idea.
No, because, again, dude, back in the time, there was like only like 12 classes, okay? Nowadays, I agree with you, because it's created a runoff effect, right? Runaway effect, a snowball effect. But back in the day when they released Succession, there was only like 12 classes. And there were people who were like, hey, I played a ranger because I like being a range, and now I gotta use daggers, what the fuck? Right? And to be fair, that is a valid complaint. Call it a bait and switch, bro. Right? You play a class, you like its play style, and then suddenly you get Awakening, and you're no longer using Axe Berserker, you're using a hand cannon, you're a Mega Man. Right?
Yeah, I was
That's
like
not what you signed up
totally
for.
against the hand cannon.
You get my point, right? So it's a. Yeah. I think Succession was necessary on some level. I agree it was poorly handled, by the way. Handled. Now, of course, you could say, well, bro, you're recommending combining both into one, and my answer is, yeah, because at least then some of that original DNA will be left over, right? And I don't actually like the idea of the combining Awaken and Succession in one, kind of like they have with certain classes right now. But I also know the company can't handle both modes and balance it. It's just too many classes, right? So by combining it, in theory, they might be able to rework easier.
I think they realized that. That
Yeah.
little late in the game, and they made Ascension.
I think every class should be Ascension. I think that's the only way they can balance. I know the negatives that come with that. I know why people won't like it, and I won't disagree there are negatives. However, the alternative is their 5 main character classes that everyone want to play only those 5 classes. Because that's the feature you're going to have.
With Ascension, you actually use both specs. It's not that you predominantly use one spec.
You want my hot take? Ascension is way more smooth.
I think so too.
Yep.
Why do you think Deadeye's so broken?
So I think Ascension would upset some people, obviously, but I think it's their best bet at maintaining any degree of balance in this game. But even I am willing to admit that it's going to piss off people. But I think no matter what you do, you're going to piss off people, right?
Well, that's why I think it was good that they hit the bullet with the new. You mean all 5 of you?
Actually, Nova could actually be effective. You know, Succession Nova has some decent movement. If you could mix that in without getting rid of main movement, it was protected, you'd actually be better.
Succession Nova is way more broken than they want it to be.
Yes, and you also get the DR bonus when you're doing the movement of 50 for your engagement too. I actually think if they do it right, Nova would be busted as hell.
Yes, but this is why I try to tell people she's probably one of the best classes of the game because you have the opportunity to play super tanky or a assassin. There's not many classes that have like such a broad spectrum of being either super squishy but one of the deadliest classes of the game, or being super tanky and being like just able to hold down like entire boss by yourself.
It took my friend years of playing Succession Nova before she finally admitted, yeah, this is actually pretty broken.
You put some bleed on that bitch and it's just nasty.
But I do think they're actually headed in the right direction because the overhaul that they did, that was a good decision.
What do you mean?
The flat stats, getting rid of all those percentages and shit.
Yeah, because the 9% on like Mystic, holy fuck, bro.
Yeah.
And like nobody even knew what those numbers. Nobody even knew what those numbers were, cause like, fucking Awegu had a 9% evasion buff, and you would think that was a lot. But when they converted the numbers, it was only 16, which is nothing.
Yeah, it depends on how much evasion you had. So if you had a lot of evasion, then that 9% would be like massive.
Yeah. More you stacked, the more powerful it became. They just made it flat now.
And like, I think one of the reasons they did that is because like their coding is fucked. None of them people knew, like, because the original coders aren't there anymore. So like, no, they had to overhaul the system if they wanted any semblance of balance now.
Yep.
I mean, my own technical BDO is just a shit ton of RNG built into your character the moment it's made.
That is, I feel that is so true. In my
No, I
opinion,
know.
true.
I can actually give us some ground if I can not just foil theory.
Like, I remember when Steam came out. And like,
remember when
Steam
you
RNG.
think foil? You're not smart. When the game first launched, HP and mana was random per level, kids. You don't know that today because you're an 8 player. So a Valk at level 50 could have 300 less HP than another Valk at level 50 with the same gear crystals and everything. So HP and WP and weight was randomly generated per character to seed. Good luck convincing me that RNG is not also random and drops and whatnot. To a degree, it varies. Right?
A lot of people didn't want
That's
to believe
something very
that was
visible.
true.
Unless you get massive titties.
Yeah, so I believe hardcore, there's a modifier built into your character. Now, how much of a modifier that is debatable. Could be a 3% augmentation, for all we know. Right? Could be 100%, up to 100. I don't fucking know, so I can't see it right?
I'm convinced that streamer RNG is a thing.
Titty RNG is a thing, 100%. You cannot change my mind.
I think it depends if they like you or not.
Yep.
Because I think they turn it on and off. An example.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't like.
It's gotta
I
be a
don't.
thing.
I don't like little forewarning. I don't like the guy. I don't care for him. I don't care for any streamer, to be honest. I just make that clear. Is he's divisive, and I don't give a shit about your opinion on him. But Blue has some pretty bad RNG. Right.
Well, Blue pisses them off on the daily.
I don't give a shit. I know why Blue, because I used to be with Blue in Exceptional Legion. I fucking hated him. He was a drama starting man-child who was awkward and creepy to women. And I don't mean that as in women can't complain to me. I meant that I sat there and talked with them. If we were like that, we used to never engage with the species.
No, see, I'm not creepy to women. I'm just a woman hater, allegedly.
My point is, I used to be with him in Exceptional Legion. He's also a liar, by the way. He tells everyone, I started DK with my friends. Bitch, you started as a tamer. I know that because you're fucking in my guild. You were a fucking tamer. Right.
I can't say anything to that. I don't know.
I don't care if he's a tamer or not. Right? I don't give a shit. But he acts like...
Yeah, I started this game off as a tamer too until I found out it was a little girl and I instantly swapped off.
Yup, my god.
Hell no.
It's a shame because I really like Tamer's Awakening. I like the bow staff. I think it's a cool weapon.
For a while, but then I realized, oh, she's 16. Oh, never mind. I can't play this class.
Exactly, but like if they had it like Wizard, they had the old man went young, and they did that with her, where you could pick a adult woman.
Dude, my
I
favorite
would play
thing
her.
hearing from people is that because the game has been out so long,
Yo, I was about to bring that up.
And
She's
they're
not
like,
16
she's
anymore.
She's not 16 anymore. I'm like, dog, I don't know what kind of Kopachungus bullshit you're on, but this ain't it.
Or they make her face look older today. That she's not
Personally,
16.
let's even get down that argument. We'll entertain that just for fun. Okay. Personally, you don't know how much time passed canonically. An example, I'm going to be a nerd here, but in the Elder Scrolls Skyrim and Oblivion, and even online, the entire campaign and all the missions...
Bro just fucking got attacked by a black bear, I think.
Right, so canonically, for all I know, all the events of BDO occur in fucking months. Right? Even with that argument, right? Secondly, I don't care. If it looks like a duck, sounds like a duck, walks like a duck,
I was about
it's
to bring
a
that up,
fucking
like,
duck.
it's like, people bring the argument, well, Shy's like a 400 years old, and I'm like, that looks like a kid still.
You know what I tell them? You know my counter argument to them is, oh, so you're fine sexualizing mentally deficient and handicapped individuals. Wait, what?
I'm like, have you ever been to Florin? Like, how many
they act,
Shys
move,
do you
and sound
see?
like a child, right? Listen, I would hold that argument to a degree if, when you met Shy and you play a Shy, if they carried themselves like a 400-year-old wise being who's very elegant and poised. Because they would fucking be a 400 years bro.
Like,
right?
No, they act like a child too, so...
Therefore, they're either a child or they're mentally undeveloped. They're 14-year-old, 400-year-old beings in the brain.
Like, you know, in that show with Freerin, where the like one grandmaster magician
I
lady.
stopped watching after episode 7.
That's kind of real.
I'm
But
gonna be.
there's a
I think
high
it was
elf.
so boring.
Yeah, there's a higher up elf that she knows of, right? But she looks very underdeveloped. But like she's very wise. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I don't like the immortal character trope. I used to like it.
Well, it's not immortal. It's just they're elves, so they live a really long time.
Yeah, but this is my problem with that trope too. Immortal, elder, whatever you want to call it. It's very hard to write such things because that individual, that entity, that race, like above human comprehension. Right? You wouldn't have your shy just be a farmer. Think about 400 years of life skill experience they would fucking have and knowledge. You want my opinion? If Vito's lore was meant to be,
Hi.
the shy should be running the entire fucking financial institution. It'll be alt-right elven propaganda about shy bankers influencing Comicilia. Right?
They're like the goblins.
Because they're 400 years old. If you're not rich at 400 years old, step into the sun of your vampire and die. How the fuck are you poor 400 years to build money?
When
Right?
you made that argument, I instantly thought of all the goblins on Harry Potter.
Mm-hmm. If you would be immersive, then that's what you're writing, right? These characters are running everything because they have 400 years, 500 years of fucking power. Humans dying in 60. They're going to keep gaining wealth and influence. Your entire upper echelon of government and economics and all that within your system will be filled with nothing but shies. And then the humans and other races that die quicker would be starting to think that shies are an oppressive race. Just blame them for all their woes like we do right now in real life. Right?
Well, you also have like hundreds of years more. If you have like a genius shy, you actually have more time for them to come up with ideas and stuff.
Yeah, Marty would be an idiot. Marty would be like, guys, I made this new robot in the size I did have when I was 120 years old.
Oh, that's cute. I made that at 6.
Think about this way. Even if a shy, let's say the shy was 1/10 as quick as learning, and storing information, right? Or mature, right? Okay, they would still be on human level. Even at a 1/10 the rate. If they're half, they would be on 5 times the human level. They'd be the wisest human that ever walked the earth by miles. The average shy, right? That's why I don't like them in stories, because they're all right till you actually start using your brain. At least Lord of the Rings had the idea the elves were actually smarter, and they carried that out well, right?
Well, it's because they're like thousands of years old.
Exactly, because Tolkien understood a fucking multi-100,000-year-old being would be so above human comprehension, they would be the most savant of savant, the wealthiest of the wealthiest, the most elegant of the elegant, right?
Like,
And
even
no
if you
human
weren't
can
the most
compete with
intelligent, like, even if you weren't the most intelligent elf, the thousands of years of experience would, still make you smarter than a man.
Dude, they could be on TikTok for 1,000 years, they'd still be smarter than any wise man.
No, that would be retarded.
No, there's not enough brain rot to stop that progression.
TikTok is just actively makes kids retarded.
Oh, real?
I know, but think about this. If you only get 1% of knowledge, they will still be as smart as you. Right? That's my point. However power it is. Even on the highest level of brain rot, they would still equal us at our peak without brain rot. Right? Over time. Because time. It's just time. So in reality, yeah, I don't buy the shy arc at all, just because they don't act it that way. Now, to be fair, if the shies did dress, act, talk, and animate it in such a way with their combat and everything, I would 100% at least entertain that argument to a degree, because there is some
Well,
type
it's like
of
I said,
basis
you
to
go
fight
look
into.
at Florin and you don't see any shies that look like children.
Yeah,
all
it's because Foreign is the non-shies, or like the ghetto shies that were kicked out. The smart shies are running the banks, bro.
Bro, do you remember having to do that stupid ass quest in Florin where you had to jump on the thing?
I mean, my headcanon, Odalita left because they disagreed with the shy cabal, right?
They were the smart people. They were the smart
they're
elves.
Yep. And the Kama elves are their gimps. I mean, the useful idiots.
They're the bitches. Oh, come Sylvia.
You know, to be fair, we got to be honest. I'm not looking at 100% of reality. Have you seen how the Rangers get? I say, They would get a lot of allies if they look like that. History, pretty women bring kings down to their knees, man. Right? Think about all the wars fought over women. No one fought a war over a dick. You know? Troy did not happen because there was some good dicking going on. You know what I'm saying?
Didn't World War One start over a woman too?
World War One started over many things. It was a culmination of events that began moving at a glacial pace, but then moved at lightning, which is typically how history goes. Things move glacially, and then suddenly they develop lightning pace. I would argue we're in such a period today, by the way, where things were moving very glacially, and now things are moving fast. A good example of that, I don't want to get too political, but kind of unavoidable, so I'll be lightly political, as I can be. If people said some things they say today, 12 years ago on the internet, 10 years ago, they'd be in big trouble. Right? Nowadays, people are getting fatigued and don't care anymore. And it's accelerating quicker and quicker and quicker, right? Like both on and off.
People are getting so tired of cancel culture that.
Oh, dude, all the shit that's happening right now is just making me laugh my fucking ass off, bro. Like, I was
Bro,
like, what the
think
fuck
about
y'all
it.
expect when you're like, what? Like, you post your face, celebrate this shit, bro. I'm like, nah, like, this is just, I could have told you that was a bad idea.
People are against cancel culture, too, by the way. People are against cancel culture. An example, Charlie Kirk, I don't give a shit about your opinions on him. He was assassinated, okay? If people were celebrating his death and were sending the video to his family, yeah, that's something that should not be tolerated in society. That's not cancel culture. Cancel culture is
what side
you think abortion is debatable. Exactly.
That you got assassinated. Like, that's not cool for any party.
I'm going to tell you my own opinion. It's going to get me in a hot water, but I don't care. When it happens to them, I will have no sympathy. Because you cannot punch someone in the dick and get mad if someone punches you back in the dick. Okay? Not the way life works. Right? If I punch Succubi in the face, you would not get mad at Succubi, he punched me back. Right? You would say you deserved it. Well, you were. I don't think this should go that route.
No, if I got punched in the face, I'd be kind of mad.
You get my point. So I expect there to be a left-wing influencer who gets killed. And while I don't think it's right, I'm going to not have any sympathy because when you punch in the face, you're going to get punched back. It's just the way life is. Yeah,
open Pandora's box.
You want my opinion? Listen, I'm a libertarian, and I don't mean libertarian as someone who uses the term libertarian to appear fucking, edgy or different or in the middle. I'm actually a libertarian. I believe in the supported legalization of drugs. I believe the borders can also be controlled on the state level, right? So no one likes
when I hear libertarian, I don't know if you know the dude, but libertarian, in my opinion, is Dave Smith.
Thank God you said Dave Smith and not Dave Rubin. It's like,
what?
Dave Rubin is not a libertarian. He claims to be one nowadays, but he's not.
I love Dave Smith, bro. That dude, he
Dave Rubin's a classical liberal. He's a blue dog Democrat. He's a quitted Democrat, if you will.
Dave Rubin needs to be president.
Same with Trump. Trump's not a conservative. Trump's is a 90s Democrat. 90s, 80s Democrat.
He's what I think an actual Democrat would have been.
Exactly. He's a 90s and 80s Democrat. He's not conservative at all.
A lot of people don't realize that. Like, they're like, oh, he's Republican, and I'm like, no, that dude reshaped the party. Republican is not the same as it was. You got a George Bush Republican, and you got Trump.
The truth of the matter is, the left has gone so far left that people who were moderately left are now considered far right, and that's because they haven't changed, but the lines in the ground have changed as veered to the left or right. You know what I mean?
I feel exactly the
same thing. To be fair, the same thing happened during the religious right. You guys are probably too young for that. Maybe you are, maybe you're not. Religious right had the same thing. People who were right-wing, or weren't crazy right-wing, were labeled as liberals, commies, right?
Communist bitch.
So, so this occurred on the other side about 30 or so years ago, 30, 40 years ago. Right now it's happening on the other side. It's pendulum, like a pendulum, right? That's the way it works. Swings back and forth. Problem is, when a pendulum swings, it's going to swing back with equal or the greater momentum you put into it. Which is why my prediction is when that pendulum is swinging, by the way, the pendulum is starting to swing. It's not going to be just the idea of people are like, I don't like quote unquote social justice. It's going to be like, I'll give you an example. You already heard the term black fatigue, right? It'll be that type of thing where people don't give a shit anymore, right?
Yeah, because
even if you're a legit victim, they're not gonna care.
It's more like victim fatigue because
Mhm.
because like everybody's
Black-
doing it, not just blacks. Everybody's doing it.
Yeah, I know, but the reason why the term black fatigue was used because it targets what
Just
people
use
think
my
are
pronouns.
right. And yeah, you're right. Transgender fatigue is a thing. Gay fatigue is a thing. Islamic fatigue.
I think
you're right.
the transgender movement and like all this LGBT crap hurt gays so hard. Like everything that they tried, everything that they worked for, all the progress they made, killed overnight.
I'm gonna tell you the truth. Not everyone in the group deserves it, but the leaders deserve it. So, an example, I actually fought for gay rights back in the day, okay? I remember Fox News had a guy, I forget his name, was an analyst, I'm gonna see if I can find a video, where he actually said if you let gays in, you don't put down the border, that it'd be trans and all this other stuff and pedophiles. And of course, I thought that was insane. In hindsight, I think he was probably right to a degree. A bit exaggerated, but he was more right than wrong, and I was more wrong than right. In hindsight, right? So the reason why I'm bringing it up is because I actually stood there next to him when it was unpopular, because I supported the idea, and I still support it because I'm a libertarian. However, the problem with the gay community being set back, and one reason why I have a lot of sympathy, is the gays have decided to adopt the trans and protect them as one of their own. The problem is when you do that, the average person is not going to separate you. And by the way, they shouldn't separate you, because it's not the LGB, it's the LGBTQ. T stands for what? Trans, part of the same faction. In the eyes of the average American, there is no difference between trans and gay, because they're under the same faction.
That's a hot take.
Right.
That's a hot take and a half.
I listened to a
No, it's not. It's not a hot take at all. LGBTQ is the umbrella. T stands for trans. They're under the same umbrella. They're under the same cabal in the eyes of the uninformed average person.
Reminds me of that clip with the black guy that says, "Why are you gay?"
And to be fair, there are people, trans or gay, who are sounding the alarm and are trying to make the separation. You know, Dave Rubin, Blair White, there's even some on the Democrat side that have made the distinction that, hey, I am gay, not trans, right? The problem is those people are minorities and they're often silenced or ignored. So the average person is an idiot. Okay? It shouldn't surprise me.
See, I used to think common sense was a thing, and now I'm finding out more and more. It's not common.
This hasn't been common for years.
I feel like
Well,
in
I
the
can tell
last
right now,
10 years that the
you don't
average
want
IQ has dropped by like 20.
Yeah, but you don't want common sense, because you wouldn't like the result of common sense. An example, I love history. Okay? You ever pull up a history book and read about extreme leftism in any society, of which, by the way, there's thousands of cases, it's never ended in violence. It's ended in bloodshed. And either they win or they lose. Talking of it walks temporarily, but eventually the extreme left or right, if it's a fascist organization, gets to the point where they don't want to talk anymore, and civility doesn't work, because civility only works when both people want to be civil. You're bringing a knife to a gunfight, boys.
They don't want to be wrong.
You're gonna lose.
So I think that's when they start killing people.
Therefore, the end result of this is going to be, historically speaking, inside the aisle, is they'll keep getting more and more emboldened to the point the other side says enough, and they punch their nose in. The only question is how bad would that damage?
Like what just happened?
It hasn't stopped, bro. It's still going, dude.
It hasn't happened yet. Mark my words. After that,
So
I'll
they
be honest with
literally shot Charlie Kirk over his ideals.
Oh, I meant like
No, so you don't understand.
fired so far, and that's just
people 100% deserve to get fired. What are you talking about? They're mocking his death and his
Yeah,
family.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
They're sending, some of those people sent up videos of him bleeding out his neck to his wife.
Yep.
He just died. All right, come on. These aren't normal people. Again, no one hates cancel culture. People hate bad cancel culture. Bad cancel culture is you saying, you know what, guys? I think we need to have a discussion about abortion. Ban for racism. Right? That's what people don't like. What people don't mind is if you're actually a Nazi who supports the lynching of African Americans, they don't give a shit if you're fired. Right?
I think what the
Because
big
you're a
problem
fucking
here,
Nazi. A real Nazi. Not a fake Nazi. The term they use, but a real Nazi. Right? Like a real one.
I think what one of the biggest problems here is like the last 15 years, the lines have gotten so blurred.
Yeah.
Like,
Actually, no, that's kind of real.
No, the lines haven't got blurred. You see, what's happening is the left is going through a religious zealotry phase in which there's a lot of purity tests. And by doing this, they're pushing more and more people to the outside. People like Trump, who would have been seen as a moderate Democrat, is now seen as a Nazi, right? the lines have not gotten blurred, the line has been moved to the left. So imagine there's like 3 lines, okay? There's a line at one end that's left, the line at right end that's right.
I'm talking about lines that everybody knew is right have moved.
Nope.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think the majority of people. No, I think the majority of people are silent.
Yeah.
As they've been throughout history. The majority of people have a central idea of right and wrong. You know how I know that? Because society can function. When people can't agree on right or wrong in a large amount, society can't function at all. There's no law and order in it. Everyone has their own subjective truth. They break out into tribalism. And you can say that's happening, and my response, yeah, it's only happening on one side currently. Right? And even then, not all on that side. Hashtag,
well, like,
right?
A lot of people are realizing that if I'm on that side, then I'll get more attention.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, but
influencers, bro.
Okay, I want to put it this way. Here's the problem. I think there are extreme elements on the left that do want a type of civil conflict. I think they want it in order to use mass gains of power.
They got that victim mentality, bro. They want to be a victim.
But I think there's one thing they failed to calculate. One immense thing they failed to calculate. They stand no chance at winning. There is no universe if a civil war broke out, things like that, in which the left wins. There's a couple reasons. We look at human history and civil wars. There's a few things that determine the victor of the civil war without fail. One of them is the amount of land controlled by the opposing side. This makes sense because you got territory. Please pull up a map on what's red and what's blue. 90% of the country's red.
It's the only
and the blue's separated by the east and west coast.
Well, I was gonna say the only blue parts are really just the really populated big cities.
Yes, on the east and west coast, they're separated by 3,000 miles of enemy territory.
Right.
So they'll be cut off from each other in the case of a true civil war. Number one. The next thing that determines a civil war outcome is the amount and percentage of those that operate the logistics. So logistics would be power plants and farms. By the way, that's very heavily conservative.
Yep.
Right? So, you know, the conservatives that operate the power plants will maybe decide to turn off the power.
I don't know many trannies that want to do a farm job.
Exactly. So that alone produces a logistical income on top of land. The third thing that determines the victor is a strong universal ideological consensus. The right wins this, right? The left is so divided, they have purity tests where if you believe there's 10 genders and not 30, you're ostracized. They cannibalize way more than the right does, which means the right will be more uniform. Which does matter
never be far enough left.
The fourth thing that determines a succession in a revolution or civil conflict, doesn't matter, is what side the military takes. Well, I hate to break it to you, 78% of the military is right-wing from the South. I don't think they're going to be bombing the whole family. Also, your largest military bases are in Texas, in California. Most of the nukes are stored in Texas.
Just the one I was looking for.
I don't think that people who want that conflict, those extreme elements of them, understand how fucked they are. Because one, they don't know history. And two, they have this idea of an ivory tower. In short, they believe what you said. They're only online and they sit in their apartment. And online, a bunch of people share their beliefs. So they think the majority of people believe what they believe, which is why they were shocked when Trump won. Because they couldn't conceive a universe where everyone didn't agree with them, right? Therefore, they can't comprehend that.
That's because the actual voters are silent and never say anything.
That's the silent majority. The silent majority will pick up and go on the right side.
Like, all they hear, oh, I heard this on the news, and it's like, well, the news only tells you what they want you to hear.
Exactly. I'm not saying the right wing's intelligent, guys. I'm not saying the right wing's moral, because honestly, the debate of historical conflicts or civil does not mean the winner is moral, right? Any dictators have risen to it.
They don't get offended as easily.
Yeah, I'm not saying much, but you're correct, right? The bar is low, right? So I'm not saying that, hey, the right's moral, this or that, or it's the right side, blah, 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 none of that. What I'm saying is that's all
villains on both sides.
Yes, and most revolutions normally a dictator that tends to rise. Right.
Like, in my opinion right now, like, the left is talking about fascism and authoritarianism right now, and I'm like, the way you people are acting, you are speed running it.
No, they are the fascists, not speed running it.
No, I'm talking about getting to this country to that point, to where we have
no, they already are at that
control.
point. They are the fascists. So the definition of fascism is using the sword or the law in order to force thought. through a strong military-industrial complex or large government. Okay,
I
that's
know,
what
but
the
what
end
I'm
of-
saying is the military at one point will get involved because they're so out of control.
Yeah, but my point is they already have the seed of fascism in them. An example.
Seed.
If
yeah,
I would have,
speed. That's
yeah,
why I
but
said they're
the-
speed running it.
So an example, in certain states, it's illegal and punished with a fine to misgender someone. There is no state currently, and I'm sure people would love for that to be a thing, where if you do a liberal viewpoint, such as you go through a legal abortion, you'll be fined and arrested. Okay, what is a legal abortion? You can argue there's people that have different standards in abortion. In my opinion, I support that as a libertarian. It's called state rights. I believe that every state should be able to force whatever they want, right? That's the advantage of their power. I don't believe in a large federal government, right? That dictates all of that.
You would think.
That applies to drugs and everything else. There are borders, right? That being said, right, the left is fascist. They weaponize political, they weaponize the military or the law, right? And in cases when the law doesn't work and their crime doesn't work, they then shoot you. The last step is the gun, of course. And by the way, that does make sense because I'm going to be honest with you. If you truly believe the right wing is fascist and Nazis, you actually have a moral obligation to kill them. I don't agree with it, obviously, but you do. What do you assassinate Hitler?
Why do you think they shot Charlie Kirk?
I know that. That's why I'm saying this is the only way you can go. Because for the people who actually truly believe, and by the way, most of them actually don't believe that, okay? Most people say they actually don't believe, they use it as a buzzword. But there are those within that actually do believe it, right? If
They
you truly
call so many
believe
people
Hitler,
like
you
that.
have to
The
stop
actual crazy people get indoctrinated with that, and they're like, you know what? I have to do this. People are telling me to do it.
The actual crazy people, I'm gonna find you the stat, I'll DM it to you later, but I'll give you the numbers and I'll find it to you later. 45% of people agreed that it's okay to assassinate Donald Trump. On the left.
Because they're stupid.
My point is, you're right, it's not a majority, but it's not a silent minority, bro. It's almost 1 in 2.
Anything on the left is not silent.
My point is, like, a lot of people have this idea that it's 3% or 2% of nut jobs. And the truth is, 2% of nut jobs will actually do the deed, because the other 45% don't have the balls to stand up to principles. So you have good moral principle, like their own principle, right? But they would be complicit and or full of jubilee, that would say, right? If it would occur. It's not the majority, to be fair. It's not 70%, but it's not 5%. You wouldn't argue that's overinflated, because that's sure, but even if it's 10%, that's too high, right? Even 5% is too high.
I think this election was a wake-up call for like everybody. Cause they all found out that, you know what, the left is not as popular as the dudes said they were.
I think the wake-up call wasn't so much the election, it was their reaction. By their reaction, I don't mean them not being a bit sore losers, that's whatever. What I mean is, you see, people are not as dumb as I mean, they are, but not as people have sat here in the last year, in the last year, this is what people have seen. People attack for owning Teslas because a dude who owns a company of Tesla has opinions they don't like. Someone that was assassinated and killed and celebrated because they had opinions they didn't like. 2 assassination attempts by president, current president, or running for president incumbent, right? Because of opinions they don't like. That's in the last 6 months, dude. Then you have the ICE incidents where people were protecting children that were being used for slave labor. If they didn't like ICE, they were keeping them in slave labor. In California, that happened, right? So these aren't isolated incidents. And you might say, well, not every American is politically savvy or is aware of these things. My response is they're not, but they're aware of 2 of them. And eventually it builds a house, right? Yeah, they might only know 2 out of 6 bricks, but eventually they'll know a 5 out of 20 bricks.
What up, Viper?
And they only need a few bricks before they start thinking, these guys are nuts, right? Anyway, I'll leave it on that point. I don't want to rant down this topic more than I already have.
You've been on this topic for like 30 minutes!
I don't know, it seems like it's been longer.
Been 42 minutes, bitch. Get it right.
Viper gonna get banned on Twitch. He's gonna get canceled. Hearing all
I
these
wouldn't
hot
get-
takes.
Dude, let me leave.
I'm not even looking at the chat. I don't know what his chat's saying. Who the fuck is this guy? Shut the fuck up.
I'm gonna go dox that dude, find him, and I'm gonna go. I'm gonna send SWAT over to Viper.
Oh my god,
I know where Viper lives, man. He lives on land.
They're coming. Sending ice over there.
I just randomly killed someone. Alright. Not completed.
You're gonna go to Alligator Optimus 2.0, bro.
No way you stole that, you freak. And I love getting fucking rat DC'd or decent. That's so cringe. And my kills get stolen again. God.
That's how I feel in Node War all the time. I'll get somebody, I'll throw a whole bunch of skills, and some fucking ranger jump out. Hit him one time. Haha! But I don't know who chaos is more between Ranger or Musa. Both of them piss me off.
That's kind of real.
I always thought that if you do more than 50% damage, you should get the kill. Make it the assist. I don't know why they've not implemented that. I would say maybe it's because the devs play Ranger, but they actually play Joker, we know that.
There's no way you can't kill me while I'm on full blast, dog. That's actually depressing.
Bro, they didn't make it to where Rangers can't get on rooftops. That's like the one thing I hate most about this fucking RBF.
They should let them get on rooftops, but then they should just make it they can't attack you. They can do that. An elevation check.
Damn, looking fine.
I know lots of MMOs have it where if you're at a high elevation, you can't hit the mobs. I mean, the damage because the game detects you're using terrain. Elder Scrolls Online does it, right?
Can't leave this fucking corner, bro.
So they should go up there, but they shouldn't be able to damage you, right? So they can use.
If a lawn gets on a roof, it should insta die.
That's not a problem. There's only 6 lawns left, bro.
I am so racist against lawns, bro.
I don't blame you, they're Koreans. Last time I ate at a Korean restaurant, bro, I got fucking food poisoning, I'm just saying.
Oh my god.
The rackers. Oh, thank you. Going. Where's lava?
I don't blame you, they're Korean.
Oh my god.
So wild.
Come on,
No
bro.
fucking shy buffs. Am I getting chased?
No. I'm gonna go buy my buffs.
Fucking ninja, bro.
I don't know why I buy fucking buffs on AP cap in this area.
Ninja balanced.
Well, no, it's just because I put forward guard onto Starfall, so.
Why did they take that off?
Originally, I mean, it was always unprotected. Originally, it was just SA.
No, I'm talking about like, you have to have it as an add-on now, right? It doesn't have forward guard anymore?
It never did.
Yeah, it did.
No, it had SA originally. Oh, wait. I'm talking about the shooting daggers one. Starfall, whatever.
Starcall.
I don't know names. Sorry, my mystic.
My God, you play Nova, you don't even know the names. Crazy.
I'm gonna be honest, bro. I don't know the names
Fuck
of the classes I
off!
play.
Holy fuck! You're such a fucking annoying cuck.
Damn, bro, shut up.
Why they took the SA
Yeah,
off
I'm
Star
still
Call,
taking
bro?
you with absolutely bitch.
Because you don't need SA in Starfall because they're making all the PvE spots towers.
Like on Excel version, that was it was SA. I don't know why they got rid of it. Yeah, because they were bitching that you could just do that and ball at people.
And only 5% of it is legit.
Yeah. Maybe lives matter.
Hell no. Can this awakening Corsair of Cuckery get off the fucking roof, dog?
Bro, that class is about to be something else.
I didn't pay attention to it, boss. I skipped that part of the video. Listening tells me I should actually, by the way you're talking about it, actually educate myself on what's coming.
They sped up some skills and lowered cooldowns. They're gonna be dropping anchor more often now. I don't know why they gutted Succ, bro. Like, that was uncalled for.
These are getting rid of Succ, so the goal is to make all the Succs really bad, and while awakening and get rid of the alternative. That's the plan.
Like, I can understand them nerfing the whale damage, but they did it by 40%. No matter how you look at that, a 40% damage nerf is unbelievable for how slow those skills are. I don't see you nerfing Guardian skills by 40%.
To be fair, what else is Guardian supposed to do?
Well, I mean, Corsair is just as slow.
Yeah, but Corsair's really good at sailing, bro. That's the trade-off, man.
My passive is goated. My 1% speed.
Dude, I can't. Bro, of course I hit the fucking corner.
Dude, they have to do with the DD.
Bro, it is passion. It's like unlimited stamina in the desert. Unlimited stamina and they move quicker. So stupid. I don't even know how that makes sense.
Yeah, but who cares if it does it?
Valencia is like one of the biggest tragedies in this game. Like completely, like half a map is just untouchable. It has nothing in there.
It's not true. It's got P to a Q for the archaeologist map.
No, that's underground. I'm talking about the actual desert. Like a whole ass piece of the map is nothing. You don't do anything in it.
To be fair, it is a desert. This is pretty barren.
Yeah, but you could have like grinding spots or something in there. Something to do, but there's nothing. Like, why the fuck do I have this compass about like?
God, people are so fucking slow.
All I can do with my compass right now is summon people. Which is cool. If I get in trouble, I'm like, you know what? Summoning the homies. SEAL Team 6!
That's not true. You have to use your compass to see the ocean when you play your Corsair there and you do the coming PvP
Yeah, when I do that boat content that nobody does.
Yeah, because you're so overpowered and no one shows up. You just dominate.
He's in the wall! Are you fucking kidding me? How do you defend against that?
Fight each other. Video Navy will be happy they can fight each other. Because nobody else is gonna fight them.
Just fight them on land. Just wait for them to get on land and just flag on them.
I fucking...
Go.
Bro, this shit is pissing me off so badly.
Dude, me and my friend were on a Furia cog one time, and we were passing by this dude on a Furia boat and couldn't catch us, and like I sailed by him and I fucking calling him a loser. Just that's all I did. He's like, "Stay there, I'm going to get my carrot." Like, no.
And that was the first time, only time, it was organic BDO Ocean PvP.
He got it so bad that I called him a loser.
My favorite are the people on Arsha that I go to kill when I'm on Arsha. They step on my spot and then they whine to me over a whisper about why I killed them in the PvP server. That's my favorite people.
Trying to grind, bro. Leave me alone. I don't care that it's Arsha.
I just fucking hate
And also
RPF
the
on
people
this
that you
map,
killed
bro.
them.
It's so
Did that hash have 46 kills? Look at that dude, 65!
What?
How many kills?
Yeah, because it's
What class
fucking
is that?
hash.
Fucking stupid class, bro.
Yeah, you just put on fucking enough evasion and DR and you just fucking delete everybody because he like just 2 skills everyone. Like, dude, like it's just 100% protected, iframes, SA. Like, oh my.
Range grab.
This is such a fucking snooze class, bro.
The idea of what they did with the grabs in theory was a good was okay, but like now it's just protected for no reason and you can insta cancel it.
Yep. Alright, time to
It's
actually
like-
play an actual fun game.
Borderlands 4 is out.
Yeah, I'm not playing that.
Why not?
My mood got ruined with 3.
2 is the best.
Saw a post on Reddit asking PPL to spam play hash so he can get Giga nerfed.
Bro, I started playing more with
Yeah,
again.
but see, like, people can say that on Reddit, but it's never gonna fucking, like, realistically happen. Like, I think they need to gut that bitch like they gutted Nova. Make him not be able to return to the land of the living. Holy fuck, dude, I'm up to 70 NSFW games. My goat.
I'm glad I rolled off Nova when I did. I was like, shortly after I rolled off, they gutted it. I'm like, wow, man.
I just thought it was more diabolical when they nerfed the fuck out of Nova, right? They gave everyone a free reroll scroll. I was like, y'all is some bitches, bro. You knew what you were doing, and that tells me.
They're right, they're about to make big changes now because they're giving us all the cash shop reroll scrolls. Some big changes coming, bro.
Yeah.
Maybe Savior coming out earlier than we thought.
After much consideration, we decided to fix Hashan by only allowing it to PvP strictly in the desert. It can't flag or fight anywhere else. Due to lore reasons, we think this is more immersive.
I'm fine with that.
Just waiting for this
You can go kill all those people in history of farming Elton.
Yo. God, why does this game take
And
forever?
Corsair will only be able to use her combat skills when she's in water or around
Whoa,
water.
you shut your damn mouth.
Bro, I grinded for 3 hours. I still don't even have enough money to fucking do 1 tap on my armors. It's my favorite.
Alright, bro, I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna teach you how you get lots of money in BDO. Are you ready? This is like an end game top dog stat. Okay. So you press F3.
Yep, whip out the wallet.
Sounds like a big brain idea.
Yep.
You already know it.
Whale away.
Whale away.
You gotta,
Real shit, chat. You guys wanna send me some buckaroos, some V-bucks, some Roblox bucks? I don't even know what the fuck they call them on Roblox.
Dude, you gotta deck your credit card. You know what I mean?
We call them pedo bucks.
Bro, I was taking a hit on my vape and then you hit me with that shit, bro. I was dying.
Epstein dollars. Let's go.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I mean, he not wrong.
Turns out Epstein funded Roblox.
I remember when I worked at Kroger, I used to tell like my head supervisors and like the store manager, I was like, hey, you guys should like, this is like a year before they did their whole what do you call it, this whole event happened, right? I was like, hey, you guys shouldn't be like promoting like Roblox, and they're like, why? Because there's a bunch of child predators on there.
I love when Roblox tries saying, no, it's not true. Yeah, okay.
Literally, dude makes a brand new account, gets on, within 5 seconds finds one. It's like, holy fuck. Oh damn, this
It was staged.
started.
It was all AI.
Yep. Oh.
Like, what do you think was gonna happen if you make a game for kids?
That
it's like
people would hold hands.
Pedo's wet dream.
Well, you're dead. And you're flashed.
It's funny because I had this guy who was like, you know, a moralist type, right? And he was playing Roblox all night. He was talking about like how improper games are, that it sexualize women and all that, and I was like, dude, shut up! You play Roblox, they sexualize children.
Oh, real?
As in, they promote it.
How fast do you think someone would be banned if they named their character Herbert?
Herbert? Oh, real?
In Roblox or in video?
Roblox.
You'd probably get promoted and do stuff.
Hey, Jesus. Hey, Chris. Why the long face? Got some popsicles in my cellar.
Oh, he still armed it. Damn, all the depots are just getting fucking molested right now.
I started playing more in the game because you got that mod Beyond Tamriel, which adds like all the original stuff to the game that's supposed to be in it. So I started replaying that game again.
Run, D boy.
You barely made that.
Bro, bro. That's not me playing. I'm spectating right now, but it's just like, holy fuck, bro. Almost got fucking his shit rocked. Run, D boy, run. Doggo's coming. Don't turn around, save your stamina, run, boy.
Yes, freedom.
Oh my god, he actually did a Herbert voice. I'm gonna kill myself.
I did do it. What do you mean?
No, the guy in my game.
Oh. Sweet Jesus.
You're not gonna pick up your items, bro? You gotta... You know what? Fuck it. I'll just take your items. That's cool.
I have it muted because I don't want to hear myself twice.
Not real.
Bro, you like how I found that girl?
What?
You like how I found that girl?
What girl?
The muscle mommy on your stream.
Who?
Oh shit,
Bottom left,
SCPSL,
bro,
nice.
your
I
gift,
watch
the
Cat
muscle
Abel when
mommy.
he posts LOL.
Oh my god, I have to look Alright, say it one more time.
Oh my god.
Oh,
So you like how
you meant that.
I found that woman for you, bro?
I mean, I could have just image reverse searched it too.
Yeah, but I did the work for you. It's okay.
Should SCPCL nice. I watch Kavada when he posts out real. I started playing this because I was watching Invictus.
I would lick her booty sweat.
What? Raspberry?
You heard me.
Oh my god. What's going on? Why are we running away? Oh, that's why.
That thing she does with the tongue, bro. Oh my god.
I tell you, not a true capitalist, bro. You could bottle that booty set and swallow it and sell it instead. That's just play.
I mean, Belle Delphine sold her bathwater, man. That girl's a pioneer of her time.
Oh, fuck.
I thought it was the guy who used it the coolest computer.
Like, Shit, I can sell my bath water for money. Let's go.
Jesus.
Stay less.
Yeah, I don't blame her. I would do it if someone was gonna buy my bath water. I wouldn't care.
Like, people try to say she dumb, but like, no, that girl was a fucking genius.
Nah, the smartest is Amaranth. The way she took her money and reinvested it. She actually has a brain cell.
No, I say that was her husband.
That was her husband.
Doesn't matter.
He's Asian.
The
She's
ability
white.
Yeah, the ability to actually listen to someone who knows more than you is a rare skill these days. So even that's commendable.
She don't have a choice. What do you mean?
That's so funny. Shut up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Someone turned around and looked. Uh-oh, he's good.
Okay, no, coming. There's one.
Mom, it ain't looking good, champ.
No, man.
Yeah, it's not.
Oh, yeah?
It's looking pretty bad.
Yeah.
Myself. I'm inner pleasing.
Are you guys ready for Arcade's Chronicles?
With my spirit.
Can I please myself with you?
Arcades. I don't know anybody that plays that.
Nah, they're making quick Arcades 2, Arcade's Chronicles, and at first people were excited for it. I wasn't, because, you know, the first one was so poorly managed and monetized. I wasn't going to touch it no matter what. But then they released that it's going to be not an MMO anymore, but a shared world RPG experience.
I was hyped for Chrono Odyssey until I played it and found out what it was going to be, and I'm like, well...
I just want to play a little bit of SCP for a little bit, because, like, God, bro, fucking video be killing my brain right now. Fucking armor package, bro, that is so cringe.
I mean, bro, just do what I did. Get your wife to click for you. She clicked for me and got me all of my armors up in 11 attempts.
Yeah, I don't have a wife.
Must be nice. I had a wife, but she used me for a green card.
Don't women, man.
You don't just do what I do. Just go to a country and kidnap one.
You want a
Done.
gun? You got a gun?
Wow. Mail order bride.
No, not mail order, but that costs money, man. You gotta save your money.
I'm about to say, I married a Canadian, she used me for my fucking green card.
Well, that was a mistake.
Our
You gotta
woman.
be Canadian.
Yep, trust me, I learned my lesson
would
real
you?
fast. Never to marry another Canadian. The moment I hear somebody even utters the word, I'm Canadian.
What you talking about?
Oh no, here we go, bro. I already see I lost like 10 followers for that, but yep, elbows though, dude. It is what it is.
They're
What do you
Canadian,
mean,
they
eh?
have no money.
No, it's what you, I know what you're talking about, eh?
They're Canadian, they have no money. What are you talking about?
They don't have a house either.
Unless they move to America using someone else's green card.
Yeah, I mean, shit, you know it's bad when you make the American housing market look like a fucking dream.
Yep.
$3,000 a month? Sheesh.
Their dollar's worth less too. Something you got to consider. It's not just 3,000. It's like 4,000 US dollars.
I don't know the conversion rate.
How does he know he's wrong?
I think it's like 60 cents for our dollar. Something like that. I didn't look it up. It's been a while since I looked at their funny money.
Trash.
Near Australia's level, but like at least Australia has an excuse of being isolated and stuck on hell, right?
Can somebody tell this fucking TTV retard to shut up? Oh my god.
I promise. No, what are you guys shooting at?
Aren't you a TTV?
No. I don't put TTV in my name.
That shit's so cringe.
I'm like, I'm not a cuck.
You don't want people to know you're a streamer and get one viewer every 3 hours. He just watches for 30 seconds and leaves, or snipes you, depending on the game.
zombies.
Yeah, I mean that's what I was gonna tell you guys about before you murdered me.
Oh god, not that fucking laugh.
Oh yeah?
I might actually.
You know, these.
Oh, that can't be good.
If I was a video streamer, dude, I'd be doing like a event where like, if whoever donates the most amount, a certain amount of money, I'll actually make Succ Maywa in PvE for 4 months.
Yeah, you're crazy. I would myself like that.
Bro, don't worry, you can just grind grass beetles all day. She's like top tier there, bro.
Resurrect me.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no.
Like,
The B-boy has been detained.
3,000 silver an hour, man.
Oh yeah, the SCPs are down there. Let's run. Let's run.
If you get really gear, you can actually go to Helm's Post.
You're making me wanna unalive myself.exe.
So the question is, do you want to stay in TF or do you want to go Chaos?
Or do you want a tutorial on how to do it more?
Question. I think I'll
Carefully.
go.
I got you.
God, man. I thought bro just killed himself.
How? Can Onyx stay aggro even if after you like, you know?
Oh, it's about derage. Yeah, there you go.
Oh please, can everyone just die so we can like restart? New round, please.
Wow.
Well, bro's being. Dude, there's like 4 grenades on the ground. Grab him! Oh, he's cooked. And here we go with the long standoff, bro. These are the kind of rounds that are just super cringe for no reason.
What's down there?
So that wasn't me.
No, I didn't mean to leave.
Let's not fight the MPF. SCPs are a huge problem in this game.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I wouldn't stand too close to the elevators. I'm not gonna lie. They've been doing some weird stuff. Make sure to scope them out before you just jump in.
We're going down? Alright, just us 3. That's all we need. Firing squad, let's go.
Okay.
Okay.
I hear a lot of guns to our left.
Oh, dog.
Why did it open? There's no grenades? Oh, this cannot be good.
You're all chopped.
27 SCPs.
That round was so chopped.
Yeah.
Was that a jump scare?
No.
I
didn't even see dog. I just saw a zombie.
I hope I'm an XCP this round.
Kill him.
I don't. No, I disagree. You should not.
If I'm security,
You
I
should
see
be
the
a
2TV, bro.
facility
It's
guard.
over.
The most painful job.
I saw something I thought I'd never see yesterday.
What?
What?
Women.
Real. Why are you people following me?
Why not?
Kinda real. This creep. Oh my god. Of course he takes all the fucking security cards.
Attention, all personnel. The light containment zone decontamination process will occur in T-minus 15 minutes. All biological substances must be removed in order to avoid destruction.
Yo, back up. Stay here. Wait. Yo, stay here. Back up. Stay here.
Oh my god, please, bro.
I had to unfollow Ellie the other day. Crazy. I got banned because I called Stoops a bitch.
Oh, fuck.
What?
Fuck. No! Fuck you, Peanut! You can have the ball. I don't want it.
Oh, the woman with the annoying voice with the what do you call it, VTuber model? White hair.
She the Mexican one.
The white hair one.
She's
Yeah,
basically a
she's
dummy
annoying.
mommy.
No, she's not.
Peanut's down there.
Oh, bro, her. She's definitely a dummy mommy, but not mine.
No, she plays dummy mommy to get money for the cuts and Sims. It's a good business model.
Yeah. It's still dummy mom. I didn't
No,
say she
no.
looked like. I didn't say she looked like one, but she act like one. I actually knows what she looks like.
Now they
I'm probably one of the few people that actually has her pics.
No, I kind of think she's a little overweight.
She not ugly.
But her voice sounds like her. No, I just feel like there's a little chunk to her, like I could hear the fat flapping in her throat.
I mean,
But it could be wrong.
Latina. What you think?
I don't know, I'm Puerto Rican, not all of us are fat.
No, I didn't say women. I'm talking about women specifically.
Not all fucking Latino women are fat. But then she's Mexican,
they're
though,
not.
which is different type. No, I mean, Mexicans are, yeah, but not all Hispanics are Mexicans.
Mexicans eat a lot more sugar than Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, I'm Puerto Rican.
And sugar's like the worst thing for you.
Then you get this. You got door.
Alright. Yeah, that server, bro. This shit is so cringe.
Oh, Tony.
Yo, I got an Ember
my
Resonance guy.
God.
Let's go.
Get out.
Sure. Why not?
Dude, I'm grinding City of the Dead. I just wanted to see how bad it was if the rumors are true.
Don't stand
It's
there,
pretty
retard.
bad.
Oh my god, run! Run! Oh, bro.
Flee for your life.
That's crazy. He was walking up to that with 1 HP. It's fucking nuts. Yeah, you kind of deserve that, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, I can definitely.
Brother, you walked up behind him.
I find it funny that Ellie treats her viewers like actual dog shit, and then the moment one of her viewers says something to someone she likes, you get banned.
Yeah, I could have told you that.
Hey,
I know
bro,
exactly
you,
what type of woman
you didn't need to tell me or encourage me to go to her chat and be like, hey, your husband's a cuck. And
She
then
don't have a husband. She's single.
That's what everybody thinks.
You don't have a husband.
I don't think I would want to date her.
I don't want to date.
But like a lot of the guys,
in BDO, because either they're fat or really, really, really obnoxious.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
I got
really
lucky.
want
I married my wife before she played BDO.
Played BDO.
Yep.
Hey, bro, did you not realize Larry's behind you, big dog? Oh, you're cooked. Oh, yeah, he's cooked.
To be fair, I think her and Blue should just date each other. I think they'd be a great power couple. Be so toxic.
They have a love-hate relationship. It's so funny.
Exactly. Think about the content, bro.
That's kind of
the content of their relationship would be really good.
Say what you want about Blue, but that dude makes content. Love him or hate him.
I just call him Baldy or Dr. Eggman. Not even
Bald Squadron.
Yeah. No, I just call him Dr. Eggman.
The only reason I don't like him is because the time when he was harassing that woman with cancer, they got all the blame pushed on her when Osmond got harassed off. Those people in that scenario, right? That's the only reason I don't. And that's because you fuck with someone who's going through chemo and you use their kid as a weapon against them. I don't have any respect for you, right? They're going through chemo, bro. Leave them the fuck alone.
Well, I didn't say he's a nice person. I just said like him or hate him. He brings content.
I know. And I'm saying why I don't like him.
There's many reasons you could use that.
Nah, I think, targeting someone's daughter while they're going through chemotherapy.
No, I'm talking about the reasons why he hate him.
I know, but there's only one reason why to absurdly universally hate him. Anyone who weaponizes someone's kid against them is fucking a disgusting person as far as I'm concerned. To me,
I didn't
families
look
like
at him. Oh my god, bro. I didn't look at this fucking bozo, bro. I hate it here.
1-0.
Oh, that's so weird. I don't see you guys at all.
Oh, you're looking at him.
Yeah, they're in the elevator. Go one of them.
Alright, coming.
Dog, can we get a hit?
One man. Hello.
To be fair, most of the streamers are BDO, I just don't care for them.
Thank you.
Like, he's whatever. You know.
Hear that, Viper? He hates you.
I mean, who doesn't? I'm gonna be honest.
I mean, I'll be honest, I never watch any of his streams.
See?
I found your Discord because I went to your YouTube and watched one of your PvP shit. I was like, oh, he's a Discord.
AF, bro. Rude as fuck.
I'm just being honest.
computer or something?
Why would you have a computer you can play on your phone?
Hey, hey, yo! Hey, yo, why the body getting freaky with it?
Isn't that a zombie?
What the fuck? Hey, god damn!
They got killed by the micro.
Bro,
oh
he
my
getting
God.
freaky.
I wonder where they are.
Oh my god, bro. This is already becoming snooze. Pros, like, okay.
Do they have another spawn wave or no? Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Oh.
Because it would have been 05 by now.
Right here, yeah, they're in heavy.
We found him.
Where at?
He's in heavy. He's in heavy.
Heavy, take a left once you go through entrance.
He's between the two things. I think. Yeah, he's heading to entrance. He's in entrance now. That's the one, Larry. He's headed surface. He just locked us off.
Oh my god, bro. Oh,
Someone stay there. I'm gonna try and go to gate A.
Well, I mean, we all know he's on surface, so...
And there's a wave.
I'm gonna turn that off. Should I turn it off?
Yeah, turn it off.
I don't think we can push all 16 of them. We should
I'm
head
at gate A with the zombie, but I'll
We
come
should
back.
head heavy.
Going back.
Probably go back to grinding after this.
I'm back in heavy.
Yep,
Woo.
I'm on my way.
Weren't you grinding?
Probably
These-
Orbita again. I just
These
need.
nuts.
I just literally just need one Han.
Any zombies need
crystal,
shields?
Alicia?
But
No? Alright.
Somebody left. Novella, whatever his name is.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't push that. Don't push that.
Yeah, that's too much. We should back away.
I'll get one.
Let him split up first. Hey dog, can I have shield? Thank you.
We're gonna do together make this.
Where'd the zombie go?
He died.
Oh, you see that? That's tough.
What?
You can jump through the window like this.
Yeah, you can, but it's not safe.
that. Lamau.
No. All right.
Live juking in progress?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Oh,
Right, man. I gotta go.
Alright, have fun.
See you dudes. I was gonna say see you dudes later, but he's already left.
Yup.
Anyway, see you. See you.
that time. Alright, back to video, I guess. Teehee. That's kind of cringe. Alright, anyway. Stream. Yo. Alright, well, that loads up. I'll be right back.
Just when you thought they couldn't get more depraved, they somehow managed to get more depraved. First, they celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder.
Charlie Kirk just got shot.
Praised his killer. Justified his murder by saying he probably deserved it.
I will not ever feel bad when bad people get what the fuck they deserve.
Continued to smear him as an extremist after he was murdered, but apparently that wasn't enough. Now they've launched a mammoth misinformation campaign, asserting that Kirk's killer was actually a Trump-supporting Christian conservative. Because that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Tyler Robinson, massive conservative, staunch Republican, big Trump supporter, decides to publicly assassinate Charlie Kirk, probably the most prominent Trump supporter in America, the man who perhaps over any other was instrumental in getting Trump re-elected. It's so patently fucking ridiculous. You don't think they'd have the brazen temerity to even try it. Oh, but they are. Told you all it was a Trump supporter. Straight cis white guy with conservative gun-loving parents. So Charlie Kirk's killer was a straight white cis Christian male. Whoa! Charlie Kirk was killed by Tyler Robinson, a white Christian conservative male. Because nothing screams I'm a Christian conservative Republican Trump supporter than literally engraving Antifa slogans on your bullets.
I think the clearest one that says catch fascist, there's not, and by the way, that's like catch like a ball, catch this. I think that speaks for itself.
Oh, but there's no theme to the bullet casings.
That there is no really chronic theme.
A transgender furry meme. Hey Bella Ciao, a World War II anti-fascist song beloved by Antifa. There's no theme there though, the motive remains a total mystery. The bullet, hey fascist, catch. The left, this guy was clearly MAGA. MAGA may have been quick to point fingers at the left for Charlie Kirk's death, but Tyler Robinson's grandmother insists that they came from a family of Trump supporters. Tyler Robinson's parents, Matt Robinson and Amber Jones Robinson, are both confirmed to be registered Republicans. Oh, you mean the ones who literally turned him into the authorities? The ones who said he was an extreme leftist who vented his hatred towards conservatives and Kirk at a recent family dinner. Robinson's high school friend said he was a leftist. Pretty left on everything and had recently become more extremist in his leftist views. Another school friend said he was a weird Reddit kid, Reddit being a hysterically far-left forum.
I went to school with this Tyler Robinson kid. I'll show y'all. That's him right there. Tyler Robinson. And the best way I could describe him is just like a Reddit kid.
So who killed Charlie Kirk? A fellow conservative, obviously. They dug up a political donation to the Trump campaign by a totally different dude who happened to share the same name as the killer, then claimed it was the killer. Look, the shooter supported Trump. Now you just doxed some poor innocent guy, putting his life in danger to bolster a completely bogus narrative. Whoops, here's the correction. The correction gets seen by hardly anyone, while the original fake post got tens of millions of views. Total and utter scumbags. I just discovered something wild about stem cells. Stem cells are like tiny repair crews in your body that go out and fix anything that needs fixing. And guess who's been ahead of the curve on this? Joe Rogan. He's been talking about it for years.
I had a full-length rotator cuff tear, and the UFC gave me a doctor in Los Angeles, and he looks at my MRI and goes, "You're gonna need surgery." I go, 100%? He goes, "I don't know how you're using it now. It's a matter of time. You're gonna need surgery, so it might be better to do it now." So I got a shot up with stem cells. And this was the early days of stem cells in America where you could get away with more. And you gotta go to Mexico now again.
But here's the crazy part. Most stem cell therapies are illegal in the US. Not
I
because
wonder
they're
why.
unsafe, not because they don't work, but because they work too well, and that threatens big pharma. If you could heal your knees, fix your back, or recover from surgery without pills, insurance, or endless doctor's visits, what would happen to their profits? The FDA has blocked these treatments. People are forced to go overseas. But just one placenta stem cell injection can cost you $50K. But here's what most people don't know. There's a natural way to support your own stem cell activity, and it comes from high flavanol cocoa. Harvard scientist Dr. William Lee backs this up.
Studies have been done to show that the flavanols in cocoa stimulate stem cells to come out of your bone marrow like bees in a beehive in your bloodstream, and they go out and they find wherever it needs to be repaired. If it's in your heart, they'll fix it. If it's in your liver, they'll fix it. If it's in your skin, they'll fix it.
That's right, dark chocolate. Flavanols are the good stuff found in cocoa beans, but they're usually destroyed during the chocolate making process. That's where Black Forest supplements come from. They created the first ever high flavanol cocoa powder, packed with everything your body actually needs. And it's only 20 calories. This isn't regular cocoa, it's stem cell sugar. No sugar, 20 calories. Mix it in with coffee or shakes. If you feel old, slow, or just a bit off, your lazy stem cells might be why. But this, it flips the switch. So you can get 40% off for 48 hours only. Link in description or pinned comment down below. Don't miss this one. Oh, but he wore a Trump costume for Halloween in 2017. Must mean he supported Trump. Yeah, he's literally on top of Trump like he's a hunting Trump. And his brother's dressed as a Trump hunter with a target on Trump's face. They're even photoshopping the killer wearing a Trump t-shirt and passing it off as a real image. They're even now claiming Robinson was a groiper. Oh yes, groipers. Not the biggest fans of Jews, are they? So they totally use the word fascist, literally engrave it on the bullet as an insult, wouldn't they? Oh, that makes perfect sense. So knowingly perpetuate every ghoulish lie under the sun to gaslight the less well-informed into believing the absolute opposite of reality. To cover up the fact that the killer was manifestly, provably a demented leftist, radicalized by their decade-long rhetorical campaign of dehumanizing everyone who doesn't share their every opinion as a fascist Nazi.
Let me ask you tonight, do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do.
This is what kicking the shit out of fascism looks like.
Try to prevent the spread of the lawlessness and the fascist chaos that's been unleashed against us.
So when we say Donald Trump is a fascist, fascism, a huge component of fascism, is uniting racism, bigotry, a form of racist nationalism.
We are now living in a fascist dictatorship.
And we are worried about potential rise of fascism in this country. We're worried about our democracy falling to an authoritarian and potentially fascist form of government.
Not only to roll over to Donald Trump's will, but to roll over our democracy and allow him to take over this country as a fascist dictator.
When fascism isn't just coming, it's already here.
The former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, said, "No one has ever been more dangerous to this country than Donald Trump, and he is a fascist to his core."
There are countless people who knew Charlie better than I did, whose tributes are worth way more. Suffice to say, I went to dinner with him twice, once in London and once in DC at Succ. And my memory of Charlie is of a warm, kind, graceful, charming man. A glimpse of his character reflected by the first message he ever sent to me, simply offering his help and support in any way possible. As a father of a boy who's a similar age to Charlie and his wife's son, it tears me apart inside every time I think of the terror and the trauma that's been inflicted on his children. This depraved sickness of inciting, justifying and celebrating political violence of any kind, simply because you disagree with the sounds coming out of someone's mouth, must be completely eradicated from society if we're to maintain any kind of humanity as a species and avoid a descent into animalistic barbarism that results in nothing less than rampant torment, suffering and evil. Rest in peace, Charlie.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 goes, that God will use all things, for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You aren't here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord.
Okay, I got Foxblood. Now I need to go kill some lizards. Where are the lizards at? They're over here.
A suited man was in the middle of nowhere wondering how he would live if he weren't on Earth and went to another world. He had big ideas about it when he met a girl who looked like she had come from an RPG. However, back to reality, he only thought that his heart and body were deteriorating because everything he did in life was work. He couldn't save anything, and he didn't even know why he was still living. He was waiting for the train to arrive while reflecting on this. He also hadn't watched many animes recently, even though that parallel universe thing was still popular. If he were to go to a parallel universe, maybe he could be an adventurer or a hero, but he couldn't do that, even though he didn't want to keep working and preferred to have fun and have some luck for a change. That's when he suddenly woke up still at the train station and realized that the last train was already leaving. Fortunately, the doors hadn't closed yet, and when he got on, he thought he almost missed it, being greeted by a girl he didn't know. She told Itsuki that it was a pleasure to meet him, and the boy asked who she was, to which she replied that she was a goddess. Smiling, she explained that from then on, he would live in a parallel universe. He was very tired and soon asked if this was a prank or what, but the girl asked him to wait. And summarizing her explanation, she said that unfortunately, the boy had passed away and would now be sent to another world where he would start a second life. She was there to deliver something that would be essential for his survival in this place, a skill he possessed. The boy was still processing whether he had really died or not, when the girl continued her speech, saying that he needed to decide which skill he would incorporate, as it would surely be of great help to him. While deciding, he still needed to digest the fact that he was dead and was really going to the parallel universe he thought didn't exist. He could choose any skill, and that didn't make things easier. A skill from some disgusting insect wouldn't be good, but maybe it was better to focus on combat skills. But that wasn't really what he wanted. He wanted to have a more fun life, so he chose his card and handed it to the girl. She soon warned him that there were much more useful alternatives than that, but he had already decided. In that case, there was nothing more to discuss. And the woman warned him that she would send him to the first city, asking him to be careful. When he arrived there, he was greeted by a terrifying creature that looked like a giant centipede. He ran away as fast as he could when he noticed its presence. That was definitely not a city, and he screamed for the goddess who had spoken to him minutes ago. If this was his new life, he was in trouble. That's when someone told the boy to duck, while fighting to save him from that horrible monster. The little swordsman celebrated having arrived in time to help the boy. Who wondered who that cocky guy was? In any case, he decided to thank him for the help, but the hero only cared about keeping the protagonist safe. And he introduced himself as Hayato, calling our boy a wanderer, which caught his attention. He explained that he had reincarnated in that world. And their conversation was interrupted by a girl who asked Hayato who that stranger was, who soon introduced himself as Itsuki. A group of girls stared at him curiously at this sudden arrival, and the boy was amazed to see that harem in front of him. They surrounded Hayato for a minute, before greeting the protagonist properly. His mind wandered at how many things he could do with those girls, and he could hardly wait to lie down enjoying his harem and being fed. Instead, he was inside a cart, and the girls informed him that they were already close to the city. Hayato felt a nostalgia seeing a wanderer in the parallel universe. One of the girls asked if the Japan he referred to was his home before. Changing the subject a bit, the hero asked if when he met the goddess, he also acquired a unique skill, which he confirmed, saying she would be surprised by what he chose. Then he invoked his friendship, receiving a coin in his hands, which seemed to make the people there a bit awkward. But for our boy, that was very exciting, because once a day, he would earn a fixed amount of money depending on his level and wouldn't have to work. Considering he only got one coin, it might not be the ideal skill, but Hayato just asked what he would do from then on. But the protagonist didn't have an answer to that question yet, as his skills were basically an allowance, alchemy, and agriculture. So it was better to stay away from disgusting things and magical creatures, which made Hayato suggest that he start a guild. And if he didn't like combat, he could still train in the art of alchemy. The city was already close, and our boy is ready to take a look at his destiny. He had truly arrived in a parallel universe, and for now, he should focus on finding a guild. As he walked, he couldn't help but notice the beautiful women around, and he was willing to use all the skills he had gained to live a life surrounded by women like that. But he wasn't in a hurry. He was more concerned about living in a more relaxed and laid-back way than his real life. From then on, he would have a new life. He decided to stop by a skewer's bar first to eat something. In the meantime, it was better to take a look at the map he had received from Hayato. It indicated the Alchemy Guild, and he couldn't help but wonder what he would find there. That's when someone pulled him from behind, leaving the boy confused about the situation. It was like a little girl, but she didn't say anything. So the young man crouched down to ask what was wrong and if she had gotten lost. When he heard her stomach growl, he asked if she wanted a skewer and if she was hungry, until he noticed a metal collar that the little girl was wearing. And it wasn't long before a young man appeared. The old man reprimanded the protagonist for feeding someone else's slave without permission, but that girl seemed too young to be a slave. Then the mustached man introduced himself as Yasis, a slave trader, suggesting that the protagonist might want to buy her. But Itsuki wasn't into that sort of thing. That world was quite absurd. Suddenly he shouted, alerting Yasis to a giant caterpillar that had arrived, and he took the opportunity to feed the girl, telling her to hurry while he said goodbye. Sometime later, he finally arrived at the Alchemy Guild, remembering the words of the hero he met about needing to make a guild card before anything else. When he opened the door, he found it strange to see an empty hall, and he asked for permission to see if he would get a response, hearing someone tell him to stop shouting. It was an elderly lady claiming she could hear his words clearly and wasn't deaf. Then she asked what he was doing there, he was in a rather embarrassing situation. And Itsuki introduced himself, explaining that Hayato had mentioned that place, and he wanted to register at the guild. That name was quite familiar to the woman, who asked him not to worry about bringing a letter of introduction. She had even heard of him and how he had problems with the aristocracy as a novice wanderer. In any case, she handed a paper to the young man, and held his hand as soon as he took it, causing flames to ignite. But it was all very natural for the woman, who explained that it was his guild card and he should take care of it. The young man was celebrating his new life in that fantasy when the lady reminded him not to forget that there was a registration fee to pay, which he agreed to, but explained that he wanted her to teach him something. And the lady finally introduced herself as Bela Reinrich. Then he apologized for his impatience, insisting again that she teach him a bit of alchemy. Only Bela Reinrich commented that those weren't sincere apologies and she hated meeting people who changed their minds too quickly. But analyzing his skills, it seemed he had an affinity for alchemy after all. So it was time to see what he could do. Separating some materials, she asked him to start by trying to make a basic potion with his own hands. He was already grinding some herbs. When the woman reminded him that she had asked him to start with the basics, even though he didn't understand why he had to do that if he had skills. Then Bela Reinrich explained that he could indeed use magic to make the potion, but it would be of low quality and could fail. In other words, the more knowledge he had, the better the result would be. Moreover, it could affect the chance of success in using the skill. She handed a small bottle to the young man, and began to explain that the basics of alchemy were disassembly, synthesis, and deconstruction. And if he didn't understand these concepts, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Of course, he didn't need to worry about remembering everything because his body would do that for Itsuki. In fact, deconstruction would be the most basic, so the young man would start with that, and Bela Reinrich had a mountain of ores for him to deconstruct. They spent a good part of the time in trial and error, and the woman was dedicated to teaching the young man in the best way possible. He could no longer take it and had no strength to continue. But the woman encouraged him, saying he had made some pretty cool potions during that time. It was then that a girl named Rita announced her return, and Bela Reinrich asked him to do something for that young man because he was out of fuel. It was time for a snack break, and the queen was shocked to see how fast the young man was eating. Rita handed him a tea, which he thanked her for, and the lady asks him to listen while she had her snack before revealing that she saw potential in the boy, and she asks him to work there. This makes the MC have an ugly expression, but she decides to ignore it, saying she would lend him a bed so he could sleep for now, and she would keep the price of the young man's lodging. Tomorrow, she would go to the Adventurers Guild to sell the potions he made and ensure their quality. Moreover, she recognized that as a low-level product, it had quality and was always in high demand. So she asks if the young man needed money, which he confirms. The next day, a guy was asking for someone to help him because he had been robbed, drawing the attention of other citizens. A crazy guy with a knife was telling everyone to get out of the way because he wasn't afraid of them, calling them fools. But a girl who was nearby was not scared at all, and she places one of her weapons in front of the thief's foot to trip him, causing him to curse. Even so, she does not back down and is supported by her friend, who immobilizes the young man, receiving a compliment from the girl. Seeing the young man on the ground, one of them asks if he had overdone it, but that was not the case since the guy was still breathing. The citizens are shocked by the fact that two girls did that all by themselves, but Aina just returns the things to the woman, who thanks her for the help. Away from that commotion, the protagonist asks Bela Reinrich what had happened, but the woman tells him to go to the guild and leave it alone. When he finally arrived, he was surprised by the fact that he was doing some business, since he didn't think he would do that until he got to that world. Our boy was already in a deep sleep, while Bela Reinrich commented to Hayato that the moon looked very ugly, and that reminded the boy of the night he came to that world. Cutting the small talk, she asks what the boy needed, and he hands a bag to the lady, explaining that it was for the MC. He wanted to help him a little because he was a nice guy, which surprises the lady. The next day, when the protagonist received the gift, he was very happy because now he had a place to store his potions. Entering the guild, he was excited to start doing business, until he realized that the atmosphere inside looked more like a bar than anything else. And two somewhat intimidating guys turned to face the protagonist, who tries to maintain his composure nonetheless. That place was horrible, but he needed to focus on not staring at people, even though he didn't like the vibe at all. The other men assumed he was from the pharmaceutical guild because of the bag he was carrying. It was then that he finally found a clerk with a friendlier face, and she asks if he needed anything. Somewhat hesitant, the boy spills it out, explaining that he had some potions to sell, and he would like to buy as much ore as possible with what he could get. The men couldn't take their eyes off Itsuki, asking if he had come to sell expensive potions there. That atmosphere couldn't be any worse, but he tried to concentrate on the girl who explained that those potions were of low quality. It was then that one of the adventurers arrived, calling for Miss Ferris. He wanted to know if there was any mission that day and if he could check. When she got distracted, she made a point of slamming Itsuki's head onto the table, breaking his potions and leaving him desperate. Everyone called him a fool, stating that they didn't want him to sell his potions there. He was lost because he had worked hard to make all that material. It was the result of his labor. He remembered well Bella Reinrich praising some of them even. Provoking the bald guy, he asked what he would do and if he was going to cry to his mother or what, making the other guys crack up. The boy became very angry, and the adventurer challenged him. Ferris, scared, asked them to wait and not fight in there. But the bald guy had already drawn his sword and was calling the other one to fight. The MC didn't know what the problem was with that bald-headed guy, and why he had ruined his potions, but he was going to take him down in a fight. Before that could happen, Ina stepped in, asking what they thought they were doing. With silence, she repeated her question. For some reason, the guys there were afraid of the girl, and the protagonist didn't understand the whole situation. Luck arrived along with her friend, asking the boy to take his hand off where it was. It was only then that the MC realized the pain he felt when hitting Aina's weapon. They introduced themselves with their names, explaining that they were from the Red Front, even though our boy had no idea what that meant. He had even seen the pretty girls the day before, and Aina, especially, was very beautiful. In any case, the boy resumes the conversation with the bald man, saying that he was not part of the pharmaceutical guild, but rather the alchemy guild, leaving him bewildered. And he even tries to contest the contents of the bag he was carrying. But the MC was carrying his guild card as well to prove it, which leaves the bald man shocked. Aina steps forward and starts apologizing, claiming that it was all just a misunderstanding and they did not want to cause any trouble for the Alchemy Guild. However, the boy says that misunderstanding was nonsense and the blame was entirely on the hero in front of him for not checking the information before going around hitting others. But Succ intervenes in the conversation, asking if that was how he intended to thank his friend's help, who reprimands him, and asks to let her compensate for the wasted potions in the name of the guild. And with a puppy dog look, she insists that the boy forgive her. It is then that Bella Reinrich suddenly enters, surprising all the heroes who seem to know her very well. But the woman is not very interested in conversation and says that they destroyed her product and would not let it pass with just a weak apology. Even Itsuki was unsure how to react to the woman's presence there. Bella Reinrich demands that they call the guildmaster to hear what the others had to say afterward. The boy apologizes because the potions were destroyed because of him, but the lady tells him not to feel that way because it was not his fault, but rather the guild's people. In fact, it was they who should be trembling in fear, not the protagonist. Of course, it was easier said than done in a situation like that. With the responsible party present, the Crown warns that the Alchemy Guild would no longer do any business with them, leaving everyone indignant. The mustached man still argues that if that really happened, they would have to buy the super expensive potions from the Pharmaceutical Guild. And the bald man is the first to say that he should have checked the boy's identity before anything else, apologizing. Even Ferris, who had nothing to do with it, was apologizing. Ina also chimes in, but Bella Reinrich quickly wakes up, saying that she had ruined her student's work, who put his soul into making those potions, and wanted to know what he would do about it. The guildmaster was already feeling unwell when the lady mentioned that she had a letter of introduction from Hayato and was sure everyone knew what that meant. And the guys were shocked because it was about Hayato, the legendary dragon slayer. The protagonist was also surprised because he never imagined that the Hayato he knew would be a celebrity in that world. With that, the guildmaster states that the adventurers who caused the problem would be expelled and he would pay a fee of 1 million for the potions. But Bella Reinrich thought she hadn't heard correctly. After all, the number he mentioned was quite small, and maybe it was just a mistake. Succ jumps into the discussion, asking why they should pay such an exorbitant amount of money, and that was too much even for Itsuki. But the Crown tells the girl to be quiet because that was her student, and Hayato would always be on his side. She was already tired of all of this, and the boy tries to reprimand, stating that things were already resolved. Everyone wanted her to listen to her student, but the lady was no longer interested in that. Aina decides to step into the discussion, asking them to wait. She understood why such a large sum of money was being charged, which makes the old woman think that the girl in front of her would pay. Her friend even tries to argue. But before she can, the redhead states that she would become a slave to earn the money, shocking everyone there. Her friend and the adventurers ask what she meant, and even the MC did not understand why that. But Ina asks her to calm down, while Bella Reinrich questions her about her proposal. Our boy asks what she was talking about, and the adventurers try to defend the girl, arguing that she did not need to take on that burden because it was their fault. But when asked if he could do something better, the bald man was left without arguments. One of the heroes comments that the guild's reputation would fall if Ina actually became a slave. But the girl disagreed because people needed them, so it would be hard for that to happen. Ferris also tries to convince the girl that it was a terrible idea. To her, everything was wrong, and she did not want her to become a slave. But her friend comforts her with a brief kiss, saying that everything would be fine.
I think she just wanted to become a slave, I'm
the
not gonna
MC
lie.
talks to his new master, saying that the whole situation was wrong. And the Crown replies that the girl was very naive. In the midst of all this, Luck lets out a shout saying she wouldn't accept that, calling the attention of her best friend. Nico argues that some potions had been destroyed, but that didn't mean her friend had to submit to those things. But it was already decided, despite the blonde worrying about what would happen to her adventures. Aina argues that she was a warrior, and warriors knew how to take care of themselves. But who would take care of the people if the adventurers were gone? And that's why she was asking for Itsuki's forgiveness. He insists to Bella Reinrich that it was a bad idea, but the lady was already determined not to help. The redhead was almost crying while pleading. The boy didn't know why it was so difficult. He had come there to have an easy and fun life. But since he arrived, he had only had confusion to resolve. He didn't know what to do with the woman in front of him, so he decided to refuse, leaving her confused. That was indeed a headache for the protagonist. He explains that he didn't think enslaving someone would do him any good in that situation. And now, thanks to the redhead, he was fine. So he couldn't turn his savior into a slave. Bella Reinrich observes the conversation attentively. The boy continues his speech, saying that Hayato may have taken him to the Alchemy Guild, but that didn't change anything. Only that he would continue making his potions, and as he said, everything was fine. The girl continues with a worried expression even after all that talk. But when she tries to give up, the boy repeats that everything was fine. Still, the redhead insists she has confidence in her strength as a warrior and would be useful to him. But the boy explains that he didn't want such a beautiful girl like her to become a slave. That compliment caught her by surprise, and left Luck burning with anger. However, Bella Reinrich found the idea of having a red-haired girl as a slave very interesting, being reprimanded by the apprentice. Even so, she suggests using her for their work. After all, if he wanted to settle there and grow, he would need some extra hands. He tries to argue against it, but the crown found him very kind. So she takes the lead, saying she would wait for the redhead the next day to see what she was capable of, and then calls to leave, leaving the adventurers there. At bedtime, the boy was feeling exhausted. That day had indeed been very difficult. He didn't even know if he could live there. But regardless, it was time to sleep. When he finally woke up, he smelled something delicious in his bed and felt his arm numb. That's when he noticed the presence of someone who definitely wasn't there when he went to sleep. It was Aina, in a deep sleep. The boy jumps up, startled, and asks what the girl was doing there. To which she replies that Bela Reinrich had explained that this was what slaves did, which left our boy resentful towards the crown. In any case, he politely asks her to change clothes, promising not to look because it could bring him a lot of trouble. But his request makes the redhead wonder if there was something wrong with her. But that wasn't quite it. Even so, the girl insists, apologizing if she wasn't good enough for him. That's when Luck entered the room, calling for the girl, which surprises Itsuki even more. She stands there at the door, looking dazed for a few seconds, before kicking the protagonist in the face as punishment. Throwing him back onto the bed, he questions why the cat did that, and she scolds him, saying she would save her friend from him, despite it being a misunderstanding. Aina even tried to calm them down, but they were already in a heated argument. Meanwhile, Rita and Bella Reinrich were having some tea, thinking about how nice it was to be young while listening to the noises from above. With all that confusion resolved, the boy had taken the two to eat, explaining that after this, they would meet with a slave trader. And Aina explains that this was necessary because she needed to find out what her value as merchandise was and asks her master to take care of her. But as soon as she finishes her sentence, he says that sounded very bad. And she offers other options to replace master, like love, dear, or sovereign. And it might be a bit early, but she could also call him my precious, or leaving him nervous. Aina tries to justify, saying that her race had a rule that said they should call their husband my precious after the first night. And Luck is the first to oppose this, saying it wouldn't be necessary, because soon she would buy her freedom back. That was surprising, but the blonde was quite possessive. Aina explains that she couldn't do that because that way her forgiveness wouldn't be conveyed. But it wasn't exactly a problem because the Alchemy Guild needed money. The redhead says it's fine if she thinks that way, but she won't change her mind. The MC didn't understand why the warrior was so stubborn, and Luck decided to give in, saying that in that case he would go with her, because that way, that monster wouldn't get its filthy paws on his friend. The MC pauses the walk to make sure Aina still wanted to go to the merchant, which she confirms. It was very strange to hear someone call him my lord, and he felt a bit sorry for the girl who wasn't bad, but he also didn't understand what she wanted by doing that. Sometime later at the Adventurers Guild, the guys were having some sort of meeting, and Ferris calls their attention to find out what they were doing because they had been downcast since morning. The bald guy starts talking about Aina with a face like a dog wanting a change, but the girl says that sulking there all day wouldn't help at all because Aina gave that place to them, and now they had to find a way to do something for her. The girl was right, and they had to work hard from then on to honor their partner. Outside, Bella Reinrich is called by a little guy. She asks how business was, to which he replies that it was going quite well. But he was interested in knowing about the crown's new apprentice. He wanted to know if he was good and thought it was cool to have a new person there. Meanwhile, the boy had finally arrived at the merchant's house. In reality, it was a mansion. He thought it belonged to some noble when he saw it for the first time, but instead, he would find a people seller. He opens the door, asking for permission, being welcomed by a beautiful girl who asks him to come in, apologizing for the delay. She already presumes that Bela Reinrich sent the group there, so she asks him to come with her. Sitting in the hall, Itsuki couldn't help but notice the luxury inside that place. It was then that the merchant finally arrived, stating that he had heard about the boy because of his mistress and asked them to feel welcome at the company. The boy hadn't forgotten his features and comments that he heard the other day, but now it was Yasis's opportunity to introduce herself formally. Her servant serves tea to them, and the boy thanks her, unable to take his eyes off the girl's qualities. After all, Aina was even pretty, but that was torture. Then Yasis catches the customer's attention and asks if he liked the girl who was serving him, leaving him embarrassed and asking him not to worry since he wasn't there for that. Even so, the man insists that the servant's name was Wendy, a new product of his company. It was very strange for such a beautiful woman to be treated like a slave. Luck couldn't help but notice the looks the boy gave the girl. Then Obelisk, asking to hurry up, which makes Yasis come to her senses and get to the main topic. She needed to assess how the two would fare as slaves. They were two red-fronted people in good condition, and Luck felt uncomfortable hearing such things about herself. Continuing, the merchant explains that Bela Reinrich had already mentioned the details, and the amount of money was too large for just one slave. In fact, if she were to serve alone, it would be quite difficult, and the blonde could lighten the burden by becoming a slave too, which she understands, and assures her friend that it was fine since they had always been together. That's why she offers to become a slave in the same way. Hearing this, Wendy asks the two to follow her, while Yasis decides to tell a bit more about male slaves to our boy, who was all ears despite not having much choice. First of all, there were some types. There were debt slaves bought and sold for economic reasons, and criminals who were forced into it. There were also special slaves who became slaves for royal reasons or something else. Starting the assessment in another room, Wendy confirms that the two adventurers were good in combat, but asks if they knew anything about domestic service, which both deny. In fact, the only experience they had with cooking was in camps. But now it was time to assess other things. They needed to show a bit more of how they played without armor. The two comply with the evaluator's request despite being embarrassed, and ask if that was good enough. Which, luckily, it was. Now it was time to check measurements. She pulls one of the girls, asking her to turn around, and asks Aina's permission to see if her buttons were working well. The girl looks clearly embarrassed, while Wendy explains that there were many types of slaves, but if her master ordered, she would have to comply. And being able to satisfy the master himself would attribute great value to the girl. Apparently, she still didn't have much experience with games, and Aina confirms that this was indeed the case. Luck pushes the two of them, telling them to stop soon. She was trembling with so much hatred, when Wendy added that the two probably wouldn't be worth a dime at this stage. Still in the living room, Yasis commented that this was for slave contracts. It was then that the girl returned, apologizing for the delay, and explaining that she had completed the evaluation, thanking for the patience. Itsuki wanted to know why the two had such serious faces, but Aina asked to let it go, and Luck was a bit more aggressive, giving the boy a few pats on the back to make him stop insisting. The market Aina analyzed all the results carefully, concluding that Aina could serve for combat and to play alongside the protagonist, while her friend only served for combat. They were all last in that, but nothing more. Besides that, Aina's stats were very normal, but the merchant questioned why she wasn't able to play with the master. And Wendy was willing to explain. She said that the girl was a semi-human and still needed to grow since she was underage, so she couldn't play certain games. That made the little one even more stressed, saying it was none of their business. And Wendy continued, affirming that she inspected some of her hidden buttons, which brought terrible flashbacks for the blonde. Since the other slave had no tact at all, while explaining, Itsuki was surprised by the fact that the girl wasn't a hybrid with a wolf, but rather with a dog. So the final result of the evaluation showed that Aina was worth 600,000, while Luck was worth 400. Now it was time to finalize the contract. Everyone had to enter the circle and hold hands, as if they were making a team handshake. Now Yasis would start with the official protocols, quickly sealing the contract between the three. The protagonist could feel his hand burning, and a small emblem appeared there. He questioned if everything was alright now with the mark on his hand, and Yasis explained that this marking had a powerful effect because it was made with one of her abilities. By the way, the contract she made did not allow the slaves to harm their master as a safety measure. Then he called Luck, who was already ready to test this using a torch she had around. However, before she could hit him, she was struck by a terrible headache, and this would happen every time she tried to harm her master. And on the same day, she couldn't do anything. Itsuki was already regretting that. Still, he made sure the girl was okay, joking with her that if she resorted to violence, she would always be disciplined. And even Aina laughed at this comment, drawing the attention of the two. But she quickly explained that they could ignore her. It just seemed like the two were having a lot of fun together, which they contested, saying that it was not a fun situation at all. With everything settled, they could finally leave that mansion, and the girls asked what they should do, including Aina, who was the first to apologize to the Lord, because before anything else, they had to go to the guild to make a report. That same night, in the suburbs of the city, a girl commented that Hayato still hadn't returned. Her friend complained that because of his delay, she couldn't eat meat since he had to be in the presence of the master for that. But the girl quickly cut her off, saying she wouldn't eat meat until they reached the next city. which made the girl rummage through a chest that was there because she was sure there was dried meat somewhere and intended to put some in the soup. The problem was that those were just emergency supplies. Another one chimed in to ask what was wrong there, and told her not to put meat in the soup because she also wanted to have it. Her colleague questioned what she was doing to be in those clothes, and the elf explained that she was taking a bath back there, being reprimanded by the girl who said that Hayato could catch her in the sweat. But the little one thought all of that was an exaggeration and didn't understand why her race was so concerned with such things, since she hadn't noticed that the boy still hadn't returned. Then the first girl decided to call Chris. Before she left, her friend warned that she should also take a bath because she was stinking. Meanwhile, Chris was only thinking about the meat she wanted to eat. But inside the forest, Hayato was reflecting a bit, when another girl covered him with a cloak, saying that he could catch a cold in that cold. It was Chris taking care of her master like a belt, and he thanked her, even though for her, it was nothing special. While observing the sky, he wondered how the protagonist was faring in his stay in that new world. And by the looks of it, he was doing very well because he was having a final drink at the Guild of All Adventures. The heroes were much friendlier with him now, asking him to enjoy himself even though it was time for him to leave. They took the opportunity to apologize for past mistakes because thanks to Aina, they could be there now, and it was the least they could do for the time being. The bald man stepped forward, saying that if the boy couldn't forgive them, he would feel a bit embarrassed, but Itsuki was already used to such situations. This made the guys remember that he was just a wanderer. But even so, they wished a prosperous future for the young man. Only we couldn't, fortunately. After all, it was because of them that they were in that state, and it was better to say something. His argument left the protagonist feeling uneasy because he had just improved his relationship with the bald man. His friend also commented that she was drunk and needed to stop talking. But the girl couldn't help but tease that now they would be toys of that coward and would do things she would never want, taking the opportunity to say that he didn't even like small buttons like the one she had, leaving her offended. In any case, she didn't care about his opinion. After all, they were her slaves now. She was tired of that kind of relationship, and that's why she decided to stay silent from then on. The heroes called him again, and they joined the men, leaving the girls alone at the counter. Sorte warned her friend not to be fooled by that boy. She didn't understand why things were so simple for her colleague, who was watching her new master interacting with the bald man. Maybe she really was. Already completely crazy, the protagonist celebrated that this world was amazing. It was then that one of the adventurers asked if he was sure he could afford that party. But he didn't need to worry because he had a great skill, summoning his allowance and holding the coin. Even if it was just one, some of them still thought it was an incredible skill, while other heroes worried if they had enough money to pay for the whole party. As night fell, it didn't take long for the guys to start falling asleep right there, including our boy. But that night he met many people from that world, and he was amazed by his second life, which would be full of fun and more peaceful than the original. Itsuki still couldn't believe that he had really died and ended up in another world. The next day he went to the Adventurers Guild, already announcing that he was part of the Alchemy Guild, and he was surprised to find the guys drinking advice. But the bald man explained that they were actually waiting for a good mission because the girls from the Red Front had already taken the best ones. Aina and Sorta were indeed the best warriors of their group, and as slaves, they helped our boy collect alchemy ingredients. Meanwhile, Itsuki was learning to make potions and accessories that reached a medium level. His levels were rising quite a bit, and his work was progressing smoothly. Since he didn't need to rush in that world, he could work more calmly. The next day, as he was waking up, Itsuki decided to summon the friendship right away, receiving a coin. But this time it was a different reward. Now it was a gold coin and not a silver one like before. And if there was one thing he could do with that money, it was to have fun. Since he arrived there, he thought he could live in peace, but instead, he had a bunch of problems and work to do. He even spent a good part of his time alone with Bela Reinrich in the alchemy room. He still didn't know much about the city he was in and what services it could offer, but he was excited to discover how he could have fun with the girls there. Before that, he needed to make a stop for a snack. And it was then that he realized that the only places he knew were the inn and the Adventurers Guild. It was very inconvenient to live without a map because that way he would never discover cool places to go. While he was thinking out loud, he was surprised by a familiar presence. It was the slave trader he had met the day before. Wendy, who was accompanying him, introduced herself again, gracing the boy with her beautiful face. Noticing that Itsuki was alone, Yasus called him to chat while walking. And upon hearing that he was wandering around the city trying to figure out how to have fun, the guy offered his slave as a guide, leaving our boy a bit lost. But Yasus argued that he knew the newbie didn't know the customs of the new place of residence very well, so he might encounter some difficulties because of that. So it would be good for Wendy to help him distract himself a bit. Noticing that the boy continued to hesitate, the slave questioned whether he was dissatisfied with her presence. But that wasn't quite it, and as she denied it, she hurried to join the boy. For now, he wanted to buy new clothes, and the girl would be of great help since she knew the customs there. But she agreed quite a bit with everything the boy suggested, even when she found an outfit she thought was too formulaic. Still in the store, the girl offered to take a look at other things. However, the attendant caught her attention. Thinking about it, it was the first time...
Oh, fuck. Alright, let me hurry and get over to this. I can just start running to the fucking They need to make a third portal on the other side of the island.
Are you enchanted by the romance of travel? My grandson spoke similar sentiments.
Alright, I'll be right back.
time Itsuki was shopping with a girl in general. And it didn't take long for Wendy to call him again. She wanted him to take a look at the outfit she had tried on. Thanks to the attendant's insistence, the girl was certainly very beautiful and left him speechless. So speechless that Wendy had to call his name again for him to speak to her. It wasn't hard to decide to take that outfit for his new companion, who hesitated since they had gone to the store to find clothes for the protagonist. But it wasn't a problem for him, especially since he managed to buy the items at a great discount. Embarrassed, the girl thanked him, making it clear that she would take very good care of the gifts. Itsuki was starting to get very attached to that girl, which perhaps wasn't such a good thing. But she distracted him by saying that now it was her turn to reward him, and she claimed she would cure his fatigue just as Yasis had promised. Then she took the boy's hand and guided him to a kind of restaurant first, which left him quite satisfied, to say the least. They even took the opportunity to enjoy a banjo performance in the city center, and he felt that those alternate worlds were indeed incredible. It was when their fun was interrupted by an unknown guy. He seemed disappointed to see the girl with someone else, and Itsuki asked if the two had any relationship while the man shouted, asking about Itsuki's identity. He quickly explained that the girl was showing anxiety to him, but the loudmouth didn't seem satisfied with that answer and demanded that he return his slave since he had possession of her. Hearing that, Wendy clung even tighter to the protagonist, and Itsuki reprimanded him for scaring his companion. Even so, the idiot continued shouting that Wendy shouldn't be associating with that kind of man and ordered him to let go. His comments didn't affect the protagonist at all. Instead, he focused on asking who that guy was to his companion, who explained that he was the son of someone powerful in the city. The brat kept throwing a tantrum, saying he was saving money to buy the girl for 120 million. That price was far more than Itsuki could imagine a slave would be worth, and the spoiled brat insisted they call Yasis and stop that nonsense. But our boy didn't care, and was determined to protect the girl at all costs, infuriating the rich kid even more. Meanwhile, in the middle of the woods, Ona and Sorte were discussing how the day's hunt was somewhat mediocre. But Sorte didn't care. After all, everything they managed to get would go to their new master. Only her friend reminded her that this was part of the contract. After all, if they didn't collect materials, the new lord wouldn't be able to work, which the little one thought was absurd. After all, she didn't want to be his slave forever. In the middle of the city, the boy boasted that he was the new owner of Wenja, even though that wasn't quite true. The girl trembled at this unexpected confrontation, and she almost cried, leaving Itsuki worried that he might have hurt her unintentionally while holding her. Even with this situation, the loudmouth couldn't stop telling the other to let go of his Wenja. He could even say he was a very important person around there, but that didn't matter to the protagonist, and his challenge surprised the boy. It was pointless to try that kind of thing with him, as he was already very used to dealing with idiotic people at the company he previously worked for. The tension was palpable between the two, and all the rich kid knew how to do was repeat that he wouldn't forgive him for that insolence. He wasn't willing to hand Indy over on a silver platter to anyone. But Itsuki also wasn't willing to leave his friend in that guy's hands. It was then that the girl finally spoke up, asking if our boy was really thinking about meeting her. Her expression left the protagonist apprehensive. It was when the silly argument between the two guys was interrupted by Yasis, who already imagined that all that confusion was Dadarol's fault. But he didn't expect he was getting into trouble with his dear client. As soon as he saw the mustached Dadarol, he commented that he arrived at the right time, and asked what was happening since he had already said he intended to buy Indy. But his words only made Yasis question whether he had managed to get all the money, which certainly wasn't what was happening. Of course, this also applied to Itsuki. Dadarol questions why Indy was with him, and if he had indeed been sold. The seller clarifies that it was just a guide sent by him. Even if that was all, the situation leaves Morosino indignant. After all, he knew who his father was and what would happen if he went against him. But Yasis was not afraid, and challenges him by questioning what would happen in that case. And this did not seem to be expected by the playboy, who stammered, not knowing what to say. Itsuki watched the scene in shock because the merchant was exactly like his and acted just as coldly. Dadarol could not let himself lose, so he asserts that he would get the money, and therefore he should not let Itsuki get anywhere near his desired slave. The mustached man shrugs, and suggests that the two compete for the girl, surprising the protagonist, and clearly displeasing the girl who was at stake between those two. At the Alchemy Guild, Aina and Sorta were returning from their hunt, and they ask what they were in need of. Aina is the first to apologize for the inconvenience, but she needed to know if the Lord was around, to which the woman explains that he is, pointing to the room where he might be. Sorte announces the entrance of the two into the room with all the usual delicacy and a beautiful kick to the door, finding the guy working on his potions. As they hand over the materials, he congratulates them on their good work. But something catches the little one's attention. She asks what those beautiful things on the table were, and she cannot resist touching the accessories while Aina questions why there were so many there. The boy feels a bit awkward explaining what had actually happened, and Sorte calls him an idiot in a shout that can be heard from the other side of the city, and nearly deafens the two friends. Even trying to reprimand him, Sorte asks why he made such a foolish move by challenging too. After all, even the nobility would be scared just hearing his name and that of his father. But Itsuki had no idea that he was actually such a dangerous person. In any case, he would really need help now, and the blonde thought he was even more of a coward after that. being reprimanded for cursing at her master. But she quickly adds that she would not stop doing that because he was an idiot capable of doing very stupid things. Aina jumps into the conversation, asking her to stop because the master only did that to save a damsel, even though the blonde thought he just wanted another girl with good gaming skills to have fun with. Again, the redhead apologizes for her friend's behavior. She had even mentioned to her that she wanted to show the city to Itsuki in the near future, but it seemed that would no longer be necessary, only for the little one to interject, saying that was not quite what was going to happen. Itsuki even tries to get closer and teases Sorte to make her uncomfortable. But Aina brought the subject back to the duel to find out what kind of competition it would be, and basically, it was about gathering money. According to Yui, he had received a discount and would have to get 80 million for an end, while Riken would have to find a way to get 120. That was also why he was making those accessories. He needed 70 million. When Sorte realized what she had said, she asked if it was the same 120 million that the slave was worth. After all, her estimated cost was $4, and she was sure she only cost more because she had bigger buttons, and then she jumped on the master to reprimand him. In any case, the boy said he wanted them to collect more materials, something that his slaves would have to obey. However, Aina asserts that she would escort the lord in her free time. After all, there were some strange rumors circulating about that person, and Itsuki assures that for now, he would stay selling potions at the guild, but the girl apologizes for thinking it was not a good time for that. But everything was fine for the protagonist, which gives the impression that he was a very kind man. When it was time to leave, Sorte could not be more excited to beat something up. Far away, at the slave seller's mansion, Wendy reflected in her room. She remembered reprimanding Itsuki for not needing to do something like entering a competition, especially with such an anxious guy. Even so, the boy made it clear that he would do anything to win, until Yasis entered her room to check if everything was okay. She wanted to know how she was that day, and the girl is honest in saying that she had no reason to make a deal like that. To which Yasis responds with an apology for daring, boy. But now that apology could bring great fortunes to both sides. This time, Yasis was sure everything would be fine, so he asks Wendy to trust him. Even so, it seemed like he was trying to sell Paradox for an exorbitant price. Since he was a special slave, he could at least choose a lord. However, her seller treated her like a prize in that game without her consent. Now they were face to face, and the girl was becoming increasingly anxious. He asked if she had fun that day, and Wendy confesses that she did quite a bit. It was a very satisfying day. Then her current master says she could seek that fun again, which stresses her out because if that was the case, why did she need to be part of that stupid game that required gathering an immense amount of money in just 1 week? Yasis remains calm, questioning whether it was impossible for the protagonist to do that, but he believed that client was not the type to abandon the slave. Indeed, he was right. The situation would benefit both of them, but at what cost? Itsuki was already tired at his desk, producing so many accessories, and Bella Reinrich enters his room to ask if he was okay and if he intended to open a shop or what. And she insists that he take a break because working too much would only complicate things. Sitting at the table, the Crown explains that the girls summarized the story, but wanted to know more. After hearing his version, the girl concludes that youth only does stupid things. But was the girl really that young? Only for the woman to tell him to be quiet because to her, he was still just a child. Changing the subject a bit, there was something the protagonist wanted to discuss. He thought there was a limit to what he could do with accessories, and wanted to sell potions without the guild's help because of that. The woman seems intrigued, and the young man quickly asks if he couldn't do that, but that wasn't exactly the case. She questions whether the young man would like to know what kind of business Datterel was in, and our girl asks if it was pig farming, which would fit the chubby guy, but she shouldn't interrupt the older woman speaking. In reality, that human pig was one of the managers of the pharmaceutical guild. In other words, he would make money selling potions in the blink of an eye, which leaves our girl with no options. There was nothing wrong with seeking something beyond potions to sell, she just needed to be smart. Itsuki had almost forgotten one little thing. He could communicate with Hayato through the card, and he is surprised by that call before asking what the girl needed. But he notices some movement behind the hero and asks if everything was okay. Despite facing a monster that looked like a giant chicken, he says everything was great. Then Itsuki continues the conversation, asking if he could use all the items from the magic bag he gave him. In the midst of this conversation, the fight was ongoing, and the girls with him were handling most of the work. Even so, Hayato replies that he could use whatever he wanted. That creature was indeed scary, but it didn't seem like anything to the hero. He explained that there must be some things the protagonist could probably only use at certain levels, but he had already figured that out. Then Itsuki wishes the young man good luck, stating that next time he would bring ores he managed to get from the dungeon. Hayato doesn't respond at all, as he was very focused on finishing off that creature. And on the other end of the line, his friend seems eager to receive the goodies, which was nothing out of the ordinary for the hero. The protagonist apologizes again for interrupting his fight, but comments that the guild cards were indeed quite useful since he could talk to anyone registered even from far away. When he finally hangs up, it's time to get back to work. He produced his accessories non-stop and only had contact with others when Rita or Bella Reinrich entered the room. Meanwhile, in the middle of the forest, a monster that looked like a hairy pig runs through the bushes, but it is stopped by Luck, which tells it to be quiet while she was hunting. But Ina soon appears, saying they had already given up. They had gathered enough material so they could return. And this lights up the blonde's face, who had finally managed to release her stress and was ready to go home. With everything they had gathered, their lord would have no problem making accessories. The redhead hoped he could make great products. Only she took the opportunity to clean herself up and commented that her red front wasn't usually like that, and she wasn't liking all of it. She wanted to take out a loan to buy her freedom. And apparently, Aina was the only one happy with the situation. Her comment makes her friend question what she was saying. And the redhead explains that she didn't think everything was bad. What made the girl think her friend was getting too soft? After all, she didn't like that type of guy. She got angry with his habit of barging into someone's life as if it were perfectly fine to do so. She knew she didn't hate him, but she was too confused to think about it. And she wouldn't accept him in any way because guys who liked big buttons weren't good for anything. Now, it was time to return and give that idiot a bit of work. When they arrived at the guild, they were surprised to find the boy being held by the women there. She explained that since he was tired, she decided to cheer him up. But the potion seemed completely dangerous, and he definitely didn't want to drink it. However, Ina and Sorta helped by insisting that it was for his own good, catching the boy by surprise. Sometime later, the boy was being held to take one of the potions they had there. But it was so bad that he was already planning to pretend to swallow it and spit it out later. But Bella Reinrich made sure to check if he actually swallowed it, so he had no other choice. When he finally woke up, he heard a sweet voice. His head was resting on something soft, and he thought it was a pillow. Meanwhile, one of the girls was giving him a bit of water. Soon enough, it was Aina asking if he could get up, only he asked to stay a little longer. But Sorte cut him off, telling him to hurry up. When he realized who it was, the protagonist got up immediately, questioning why she was the one taking care of him. The girl explained that she had no choice. And when Itsuki tried to argue, the girl called him an idiot. It wasn't long before Aina arrived, apologizing for what happened earlier while the master grumbled about being all sore and hungry. The two made sure to feed him. He felt much better after his meal. After taking that strange potion, he was able to make a bunch of accessories, but he couldn't remember. According to Bella Reinrich, the total value of all the accessories was 40 million. With 5 days left until the deadline, he still needed 36 million. The materials he had were all used up, and he needed to think of a way to get the rest of the money. After all, he didn't have much time left. Our boy thought a bit about how to solve the situation, until something caught his attention, a certain project for apprentice alchemists. It mentioned that one day, the mother had some leftover ore in her hands, and when she saw the ore vibrate, she had a sudden revelation. It was Itsuki, the mere office worker who began his journey in a parallel world. However, it was extremely difficult. He created several items based solely on images he could remember in his mind. Some were discarded, and others didn't work the way he wanted. But the protagonist remained perseverant, using humanity's wisdom to create a tool that helped the girls play better on their own. And then, he finally finished making one of his best controllers. He just asked what exactly that was, and the boy even started his explanation, before realizing he couldn't explain that kind of thing to his subordinate. Even so, she insisted, questioning if it was a massage tool. And with that conclusion, she asked if Ina wanted to use it since she had mentioned having a lot of pain in her shoulders. And the girl said that if it wasn't a bother, she would like to. So the guy positioned himself behind her to give her a shoulder massage. He was using his mana and controlling everything from the device with a button. He opened the license stone and positioned it on the girl's tense muscles. She soon became flushed with that incredible sensation. The vibration felt really good to her, and she could hardly contain herself. In fact, she could feel her body becoming all numb from so much relaxation. She felt she could win that game quickly. And so she tried to concentrate, reminding herself it was just a massage, even though it felt really good. She asked if Sorte wanted to try, and the girl questioned if she could really use it that way. She was quite clever for Itsuki's taste. He decided to come clean with her, whispering in her ear what that idea was for on her shoulder, which made the girl even more flushed. Curiously, she just turned around, saying she understood, but soon grabbed her weapon, questioning her friend if she could take that idiot's life, which made Aina question what the master had said, and if there was something wrong with the tool. Only the girl didn't have the courage to say those things and asked if the protagonist could explain. But he said he needed to go outside for some fresh air so it would be possible, leaving Sorta there completely embarrassed. Outside, the boy sighed in relief, while he thinks he did that thing hastily and it wasn't right, but he could sell it in a nearby store and make a good profit. As he walked, he couldn't get Wendy out of his mind, hoping that the girl wouldn't forget him. After selling that item, maybe he could get the money. That's when he encountered 3 guys in the middle of the path. They didn't seem like good people at all, and one of them stuck his foot out for our girl to trip, causing her to fall to the ground. The one responsible for the fall pretended to be in pain, saying he would make him pay for his medicine, and he could forgive him if he gave him 2 million. But what Itsuki offers is just a healing potion, which annoys the idiot. It doesn't take long for Itsuki to consider that they had been hired by thugs. After all, there was no reason for this random pursuit. But the guys act like they don't understand. Even so, our girl doesn't back down and only prepares to run away, being followed by the guys. That's when she had a great idea, distracting them with a gold coin that fell from the sky, which they didn't believe at first. But upon seeing the shiny object, they stopped immediately. Luckily, she hadn't used her measuring skill that day, but the bullies wouldn't let him escape so easily, and they tried to strike him from behind, being stopped by the girl who blocks the sword that would hit her master. He is quite surprised by that, and the girl turns to comment that she succeeded. He is surprised to see Shiro there. It was the girl he met on the street on the day he arrived in that parallel world, while they were eating something. The girl had introduced herself to him some time ago, happy to be eating in general. Back to the present, the idiots were telling the girl to get out of the way and asking who she was, to which she responds that she was her master's shield, and if they tried to hurt him, she would make them pay to see. But they all didn't take her seriously, calling her a cursed brat, including the one responsible for Itsuki's trip, who told her not to cry to mommy after the beating they received there. But he was very slow, and the girl managed to dodge quickly. He was preparing to attack, when his master ordered him not to take the guy's life in front of him. But it was already too late, and the sword was already embedded in the bully's chest. Everyone there was surprised by that. The girl makes a point of subduing the other idiots, to make sure the matter was all settled. The protagonist thanks her for the help, and she explains that Yasa sent her to protect him. In that case, Itsuki would really like to get to his master's house at that moment. But the little one explains that her master was the guy in front of him and hadn't gone to his house yet. So he explains better what he meant by Yasa's house, which makes Shiro think he might be willing to buy. However, the boy is sincere and explains that he couldn't do that right now, despite disappointing her. Trying to put that aside, he asks for a favor. He wanted to thank her and talk a little with the little one in front of him, so she asks him to follow her. But Shiro was very fast, and Itsuki was tripping over his own feet trying to keep up with her. He asks to walk hand in hand, and she is reprimanded by the warrior who tells him to stop treating her like a child. But that wasn't the case. He just needed to do that so she would walk slower. And that's why she accepts the proposal. Already at Yasu's house, the seller asks if something happened because it was very late. But in reality, Itsuki was there to thank her for Shiro's protection. And the guy can't help but notice how friendly she was with the protagonist, suggesting that she really liked him. This reminds the boy that there was something there to show, explaining the functionalities of his new creation. And Yasus questions what he intended to do with that. And Itsuki reveals that he was planning to sell it, but wanted a second opinion. And when he asks how much he thought it was worth, our boy responds that about 40 million. But for the merchant, at most 100,000 would be the value of that thing. Not that he didn't expect that, but he was ready for a real sales presentation. So he states that he wouldn't try to sell the item, leaving his friend confused. That's why he explains that he wanted to sell the rights to it. In other words, he would like to give the manufacturing rights of that massager to his mustached friend in front of him. Of course, it was an attractive proposal, and Yasus had influence in the market, but he shouldn't get too eager right off the bat. He wanted more details about the contract. So Itsuki explains that he would sell the rights for 40 million and would take care of mass production, leaving the price in Yasus's hands, but would receive 50,000 for each piece sold. It seemed like a good proposal for both sides, but the problem was that there was no guarantee that he would recover the money spent. For Yasus, he couldn't pay 40 million for something uncertain. If there was a lot of demand for it, it would have potential. But if there was no proof that the guy could continue producing the product, the protagonist interrupted him, saying he would be able to restock regularly. Even Aina and Sorte could get the necessary materials. Yasus trusted the two girls to take care of that aspect. However, when Itsuki was a stranger, there would be no problem for him to leave the city suddenly, and he understood and even agreed with the merchant's opinion. It was impossible to trust the proposal of someone he had just met. But if that was the case, he would use his own body as collateral, becoming a slave. This caught the attention of both the merchant and the girl who was dozing in his lap, and Yasus made sure he was certain of what he was saying, and he found him to be quite a fun person, so he decided to accept the business proposal. When Itsuki mentioned the slavery contract, the merchant said it was fine. He just wanted the rights to the massager, so he didn't need to be a slave during the term of the contract. It was a good condition for the boy. But there was still one thing. Yasus made it clear that if he was betrayed, he would never forgive the boy, and he was aware of that. They were ready to start talking more about the money, but the boy needed to go, and he had a small thing to ask before leaving. When he stepped out, the sky was already bright. He was exhausted after making only 10 massagers, and Shiro, who was accompanying him, also seemed to be very sleepy. But they had finally arrived at the guild, and he decided to pick her up to give the little one a rest, explaining that he knew she didn't have to keep exhausting herself. But Shiro always promised to protect her master. Sometime later, someone threw a cup on the ground in anger, calling a group useless. It was Dadarol, indignant with the bullies who confronted the protagonist, telling them to go invent something else. But his butler interrupted, saying that such sabotage could benefit their rivals, and if they let Uri be unhappy, they would probably regret it in the future. But Dadarol didn't care because he wouldn't defeat Itsuki without using his dirty tricks, and he was willing to do anything to gain possession of Wendy. She was bathing, ready for a new day, while thinking of her master. The next day at the Alchemy Guild, Dadarol made a point to meet with Itsuki personally, even though he hadn't arrived by the payment deadline, to ask if he would declare his defeat anyway. The rich kid thought it was quite brave of Itsuki to keep calling him out like that, and so he suggested that he acknowledge the difference in power between the two to admit his defeat. But that would only happen in the dreams of that pig, and the protagonist said he could keep rolling in the mantle. The nickname made him even angrier, and the chubby boy assured that he would give Itsuki a taste of his rage. That's when Yasus appeared, saying that he hadn't arrived by the final deadline, but there was already a winner, and that wouldn't change. Displaying various bags full of money for the spoiled brat. Who thought that was impossible? But Itsuki didn't even flinch when he said he was the one who did all that and had managed to get the 80 million. In other words, the victory was entirely his. And Yasus commented that was why he asked to call him there. As he could see, his dear client reached the goal before the pig, and with that, the game had been concluded. Even within the rules, Datterel did not accept defeat, and accused Bella Reinrich of giving all that money to the apprentice, which made the lady uncomfortable. Then he showed a paper to the boy, who was astonished by its content. It was details of the payment for all the accessories that the boy had sold. And since the guild had bought them for 40 million, there was nothing to discuss. Datterel was kicking and screaming, saying that amount was absurd for jewelry. However, the lady reprimanded him, saying that estimate was not wrong and the boy would not underestimate alchemy. This left Itsuki emotional, while the chubby boy continued saying that there were still 40 million missing and they were pulling a fast one on him. That's when Yasus intervened, calling his assistant to better explain the account closing. The subordinate handed a small box to Datterel, who was shocked to see the royal symbol along with the new product invented by Itsuki. Even so, the rich kid did not yield, asserting that since he had been a producer approved by the king, he could have sold it for a fortune, and still decided to sell the rights to Yasus for only 40 million. Of course, Itsuki didn't even know about this part of the king's approval, but he just said he couldn't risk losing. Datterel complained that he would not admit defeat. Ms. Wendy jumps in, saying that the winner has already been decided and he should understand. Still defeated, Datterel tells her to stop playing around and come to him because he was her master. But the girl refuses, because her body and soul belonged only to her master, who is now the protagonist. They are surprised when the nobleman throws everything on the ground. Succ erased that, leaving Itsuki's slaves on alert. He couldn't stop cursing and complaining that everyone was making fun of him. That's when he called his men, ordering them to take care of all the people there without exception. Bella Reinrich was clearly irritated, saying that the boy was a bit rude for entering the room without permission. Meanwhile, Wendy was apprehensive about all of this, but her new master asks her not to worry because there were people there to protect her. He, Aina, and the dog, which in this case was Luck. Not only that, because Shiro arrives, claiming that he also had a cat by his side. The three girls are ready to defend their master. They didn't seem to be afraid of anything when the guys started to advance. One by one, they were massacring the idiots, while Itsuki hugged Wendy, comforting her. He asks if she was scared, because he said he would protect her, but also confesses to being a little scared. After all, he was weak and had no strength or skill to fight, so he wasn't a very reliable man. After all, he wasn't good at fighting or very strong. However, he could guarantee that he wouldn't let go of the little girl's hand, because he wanted to be with her. Ever since he met her, he was truly enchanted by the girl who was now crying. Datterel continues to watch the battle, indignant that the guys couldn't fight against women and children, telling them to finish them off soon. The slaves are offended by his words. It was as if a third person intervened, asking what the guys were doing there. Up front, Vermello enters a fight. Things must be serious. And Bella Reinrich explains that she also found that unnecessary and that it was his son who started questioning how he would pay for the trafficking. It was the supervisor of the West District, Darwin, entering the scene, observing his features. The protagonist was shocked that the supervisor of that area was an old man and wanted to know why he was with a little girl by his side, who was quite friendly, by the way. The old man says that for now he needed to get informed about the situation and calls his son, who trembles at his presence, leaving him uncomfortable for not calling him dad. But he couldn't even remember how his son referred to him, indicating that something was very wrong. He wasn't sure, but he was a threatening guy, unlike Bella Reinrich and Yasus. After getting informed, he realizes they were fighting for Wendy, and his son says that Itsuki used dirty tricks for that. However, his father becomes serious, saying that a victory was a victory, and as soon as he lost, it didn't matter what he did because it would be a defeat. And he had taught this very well to Datterel. Approaching Itsuki, the old man asks if he was the one who defeated his idiot son. But before he gets too close, he pulls out his blade, threatening that if he got any closer to her master, he would die. Darwin pretends to be scared, but comments that the boy had some good moves, leaving Itsuki nervous. Darwin asks if the boy could ask the little girl to put away the sword because there was no way to talk calmly like that. So Itsuki reprimands her, but Shiro warns that if he made any wrong move, he would be killed immediately. When they finally feel the atmosphere of those involved in the situation, it wasn't good at all. Rita asks if there was anything that could have come to help, but Bella Reinrich doesn't care, a general idea of the story, and understood that her son didn't accept defeat and was indignant. Even being in a terrible situation, the boy keeps insisting that his father listen to him. But Darwin was determined and knew that his excuses were irrational considering the circumstances. The chubby boy shouts that he was still his son, but the old man says he believed that the two had no blood relation. Because if he truly was his son, he wouldn't embarrass him like that, so he deserved to die. And his words scare the young man even more. Moreover, he remembers the words he always told the brat about going all out if he won, but if he lost, just to thank and accept. and he speaks to his adopted daughter, Mara, to confirm if he really said that all the time. He had made 2 mistakes in life. First, he accused Yasis of ending the dispute, and then fought against the Alchemist Guild, where there was a non-aggression policy that was very explicit for slave traders and guilds, so there had to be some punishment. That's why Darwin pressures Itsuki to know what to do. But the last thing the boy wanted was to be pressured at that moment. He looks at his friends trying to get some help, and Yasis says she would like financial compensation for the emotional problems caused by all that violence in the salon. Since she would be absent from work to recover physically and mentally, it would be good to receive some money. And he states that he would send the bill to Darwin after discussing it with his wife later. Itsuki didn't even know that the mustached man actually had a wife. Darwin's head was already hurting from that negotiation when he headed to Bella Reinrich, who, first of all, demands that they fix the wall they knocked down. And as punishment, she would take the supervisor's chair, which surprises him. But deep down, he already knew what she was going to ask. That's why he argues that the chair would be too much and asks for a break. He suggests that it could be a 2-person system as long as he had the authority to interfere with the credits. Or he would go to the church to report the turmoil and the suspicious dealings of the pharmaceutical guild. That was a mobile piece of information for Itsuki. And Mara explains that it was about the illegal trafficking that the pharmacist guild was involved in. In fact, it was surprising for the protagonist that Datterel was passing this kind of product. He caused a lot of unnecessary problems after dismantling the dirty business. He would make a point of punishing him, because the church would punish him so much that he would spend a month without sitting. The old man orders his son's henchmen to take the idiot home. And if he tried to escape or kill himself, he already knew what to do. It became increasingly clear that this old man was indeed the boss of everything. He was the protagonist, so Darwin punishes him. All our boy wanted was to get out of there, so he just said that was enough, being reprimanded by luck. Noticing the girl's face, Darwin comments that she had been emanating a murderous aura behind him for a long time. Itsuki had many good slaves, and the supervisor suggests that he would like to make all of them his slaves, besides Wendy, who was a very beautiful woman, calling her to his house. Before she could respond, Itsuki steps in front of her, saying that it wasn't a good way to take advantage of that situation, and it seemed that the old man's taste in women was as bad as his son's. Moreover, Wendy already belonged to him. The two got tangled up, full of tension, and he wouldn't let anyone take a peek at the girls. It might seem like a good thing, but boys like him didn't live very long in that city. But Itsuki retorts that he came there to find fun and enjoy himself, so he wouldn't die even if he were assassinated, which makes the old man realize that he was a traveler between worlds. Again, Itsuki refuses the offer to buy his slaves and reiterates that he didn't need anything else, but he wanted to make sure that Datterel would be punished. Bella Reinrich interjects, saying that this wasn't a matter of accepting or not, something more. She didn't know how things were done in Itsuki's original world, but there, the situation was different. It wasn't a true apology if the person asking didn't have the real intention. And that's why Darwin insisted that he could count on him if he had something to reward the girl. He even decided to offer his own daughter, arguing that she was a good woman. And the girl is bold, commenting that the protagonist seemed to be an interesting man and wouldn't mind that, but she didn't know if he could satisfy her. Nervously, he explains that he wasn't up to his daughter's needs and therefore didn't believe he could have a good relationship with her, and that he didn't want to go with the girl. Again, Bella Reinrich jumps into the conversation, telling the boy to make things easier and say what he wanted. Itsuki thinks for a moment, until he finds something he needed someone to do. Sometime later, outside, the boy was enjoying a cup of tea, thanking Rita for her kindness. It was nice, but he preferred coffee. Sitting across from him was Bella Reinrich, saying that after that accident, problems were piling up in Itsuki's life. But for him, everything had been resolved, and he questions whether Bella Reinrich wasn't happy with everything he received. But for her, it had only been compensation. After all, now there was a bank managed by 2 people, and Darwin was planning to rob the team members. The two are interrupted by Aina and Sorde. We explain that Darwin's messenger had arrived. Then the protagonist asks for permission from Bella Reinrich, who tells him to visit when he is free because she had a small job for the boy. Quickly, Sorte comments that the boy was very lucky even though he didn't believe it, and explains that normally he had to earn money to have things, which for Itsuki was just the responsibility of a man. This time, the little one had to acknowledge that he did the best he could. Aina was also eager for him to arrive at the location that the protagonist was trying to find on the map. They were surprised by the size of the boy's new house in that world. He couldn't believe it, and the girls commented on how beautiful the house was. That surprised Itsuki, who confirmed Aina's words that it was indeed so, and explaining that she was a bit nervous. After all, that was his own house. He was very happy when he started working and rented his own room, so he never thought he would have a house. Wendy and Itsuki questioned what she was doing there. It was his duty to prepare before the master.
Oh my god, piss off.
He wanted to make sure he was satisfied with the place, and the protagonist asks if he could really have all that, but the supervisor didn't back down, in other words, and made everything better around. There was an alchemy room and a bathtub on the floor, all the furniture they would need in high quality. That he would accept it indeed. That's why the two sealed the agreement, resolving all the confusion he had with Dataril. Saying goodbye, the old man warns that Yasis would visit him the next day. Now it was just Itsuki and his slaves, and Wendy asks if he would like some tea. Meanwhile, he releases Aina and gives her luck to use the rooms as she wishes, despite disturbing the little one by saying he would take care of her lodging. However, upon arriving in the room, she was greeted by a very soft bed. Definitely, the quality was better than that of the inn nearby, and Aina agrees. Darwin had done a great job. There is a bathtub in the house, and I really wanted to take a bath. So he initiated the attack, and the master would arrive soon in the room inside the new bathroom. Itsuki relaxed. He felt like he was in paradise, and he could finally stretch and clean himself properly. Being there reminded him of when he had to pay to go to a spa, a good moment in the midst of his bloody life, a refrigerator using alchemy, and it would probably be worth more than the massager. It was then that offering to help with the boy's back. But he gets nervous and asks what she was doing. Someone explained to me how that would help with his back, leaving him extremely red, turning away. However, at this point, his sword was ready to attack. He insists. He thanks her for the help. And today I start with some talks about him having made Sheol his, and he was very happy about it. He was about to get even closer to his master. However, Sorte and Aina enter the room, and the little one says it was their turn, surprising both and being reprimanded by Sorte. Itsuki tries to explain that it was just a misunderstanding, while the blonde told Aina to close her eyes so she wouldn't see that. But the girl turns her back to leave before she has to do that, which makes Sorte sad because now her friend probably hated her. Nervous, Itsuki explains that the Indian was just helping and they hadn't done anything yet, which meant they were going to do. Aina returns apologizing, saying that when her master took a bath, it was her duty as a slave to help him, and she also wanted to do that, even if it was just out of obligation. The Indian agrees with the girl, but Sorte says that Aina didn't need to worry about that, while kicking Itsuki out of his own bathroom. Even so, the redhead was willing to fulfill her duty, but she ended up slipping unintentionally, getting ready to throw. The other tries to adjust herself, but Sorte slaps the master's face, telling him not to look, ruining his peaceful bathing moment. Meanwhile, in the tree mansion, someone apologized for calling Mira's father to resolve the issues with Dataril since they didn't want to bother. But the girl called it a decision, and it was really stupid to forget everything her father did for all of them. Mira questions how long they would keep mentioning those things. Jill apologizes, including being more interested in the bum who orchestrated everything and bought the name of the Alchemist Guild, that is, Itsuki. Shiro was on top of a roof observing the city. Inside the palace, a banquet was being served for her master. When she enters, she strolls through the hallways, looking for Itsuki. When she finally finds him, he was still sleeping, and explains that he would reschedule his appointment for the end of the week and asks for a day off. Even so, the girl pokes him, giving him a gentle scratch on his head. It takes him a while to get up, shocked by the fact that it was already dawn. He is surprised by Shiro's presence sleeping beside him, but he can't think much about it since another person knocks on the door. It was Wendy informing him that breakfast was ready. She is also surprised by the little one's presence there, and her master explains that when he woke up, he found her lying down, which was understandable after all, she was just a child. Wendy suggests waking her up, but Itsuki asks to let the little one sleep a bit longer. They get too close to each other, leaving both nervous. After a while, when they go to the breakfast table, they are surprised by the amount of food there. Wendy takes the lead to serve everyone in the group. Softy asks if she made all the food that was there, and the girl confirms. This brought a sense of defeat to the blonde, who had failed in the snack service part. She was feeling very grateful for that meal, but there was something bothering her, and her comment makes Itsuki and Softy pause for a second, before they go back to eating like crazy. They are reprimanded for having no manners at the table. At the end of the meal, they thank Wendy for the food. She offers a bit of tea. Her master's compliments made her even happier for doing that kind of thing. And Itsuki even mentions the dinner from the previous day, which was as fantastic as the breakfast. The way he spoke makes Softy question if he was really full. And the guy comments that she didn't understand anything, before explaining that it wasn't an exaggeration to say that human well-being was determined by the quality of food, and the taste of food served not only to satisfy the palate, but also for one's health. After all, food that filled not just the stomach could give hope for the next day, and that's why he appreciated Wendy's efforts so much. Inside the kitchen, Shiro was helping to wash the dishes, as a form of gratitude for the meal. The woman notices that she was staring at her a lot and asks if something is wrong. Then the child comments that Wendy was different and that the food was much better when they were still at Yasis's house, which surprises the housekeeper a bit. Sometime later, Itsuki calls the girls for a talk in his room. There was something he wanted to give them, as a form of gratitude for everything they had done for him. Then he hands each of them a pair of accessories. He had made them with his own hands with the intention that they would know how grateful he was for their efforts. They didn't know why the guy was so tense. And a bit awkwardly, the protagonist explains that he felt a bit embarrassed to give gifts that way. Wendy and Aina thank him, saying they would cherish them, and even Softy drops her tough pose, making the guy melt. When Aina and Softy need to leave for the mission, our boy feels sad that they won't stay longer. But but the blonde wanted to quickly achieve her freedom to stop being a house pet, falling for one of the master's games when he asks for her paw. While the girl protests, he asks Aina to take care of herself, and then wishes them a good trip. Softy was determined to finally pay off her debt with this mission, which makes Aina laugh. But this wasn't a funny situation for the blonde, who argues that they had to be free before Honey returned, because if they found out they were slaves to a man, they wouldn't be happy. This makes the redhead question if her friend was worried about the new master's safety. In any case, she was willing to do her best, even though she didn't care much for Itsuki's well-being. Later that day, Wendy and Shiro held the contract ceremony in the presence of Yasis, sealing their paths with Itsuki's, with the same mark that the other two had. While drinking tea, Yasis explained that the protagonist should never make a slave of him before signing the contract, and he thanks him once again for buying Wendy and Shiro, despite him constantly apologizing for the inconvenience. But for the merchant, this was nothing, and he assures that the girls would protect their master at all costs. Moreover, their company would be available whenever needed. Sometime later, one of his subordinates went to fetch the master in the yard. It was Wendy, informing him that dinner was almost ready and asking what the master was doing there. And he explains that since he had a large garden, he wanted to create a sort of farm, confessing that he had thought about this since he arrived at that new house. The redhead asks if the boy usually worked in the fields or something, and he denies it, even though he always wanted to do that. The idea was to plant vegetables and legumes so the housekeeper could cook. Everything seemed very tempting, and Shiro felt that it could be a very happy future for them. The little one was quite pleased with her crazy master, who comments that she was very pretty. He was willing to be happy in that world, and that was his only wish at the moment. Sometime later, Wendy interrupts Itsuki's leisure, explaining that there were some clients there wanting to see him. Dharma, son of Dorothy Maiden, arrives unexpectedly at location. Itsuki is surprised by the presence of guests from the treehouse. Before meeting them, they ask Wendy what the topic of discussion might be, but she doesn't know. Dharma apologizes for the sudden visit before formally introducing himself. My sister, it will be an honor to meet the young master. He had a friendly smile, while the protagonist remained serious. He didn't understand why that handsome guy kept smiling cynically like that, and for some reason, it irritated him quite a bit. The housekeeper served tea for the two while they discussed matters, and the long-haired man introduced himself again, reaffirming that it was a pleasure to meet the young man in front of him. He explains that he was responsible for the construction work on his adoptive father's project, and Itsuki takes the opportunity to introduce himself, but the young man in front of him already knew him very well and seemed almost like a salesman talking. That's when he realized he hadn't exactly explained what he needed to make that visit. So he explains that he came to express gratitude and apologize to the young master, which leaves him even more confused. But Jerome explains that it was about the case of Dataro, which caused him many problems, and that's why he needed to apologize for the misunderstandings. But Itsuki had already let that go, and was now interested in knowing what happened to the chubby guy. And that surprises Dharma. The way the blonde responds makes the protagonist feel somewhat uncomfortable, and he decides to back off, saying he didn't want to hear about the end of his opponent after all. Observing the young man in front of him closely, the protagonist wondered what criteria Darwin used to choose his adopted children, since he and Datterel were very different. Dharma comments that the boy didn't need to worry about that guy, and instead had already dealt with the matter 100%. Itsuki comments that since they had already resolved the issue, there was no need for him to have come just to apologize and thank him. But the blonde insists that things couldn't be that way, and that he needed to have come personally as he really did. Itsuki was already feeling nervous being called the young master, and asked the boy to stop with that. Mary finally speaks up, asking him to be cautious, because her brother was very gay, which leaves the protagonist speechless. But Dharma quickly explains that this wasn't the case, and that he didn't like men, only people who were better than him. Moreover, he already had an ordinary man in his life, and that was his father. At the moment, the young master was the third, which didn't make things any less awkward. Mary reprimands him, saying that the young master was entirely hers, while Itsuki only thought that that guy being gay was a huge waste. Even so, Dharma remains in good spirits, saying he hoped that one day Itsuki would realize who he truly liked. In the garden, he asks what he thinks of the house, and he could speak if he had any complaints, but the boy protects himself, using a subordinate sticker, saying he had nothing to worry about. It was evident that he was completely apprehensive about the presence of the long-haired man. Changing the subject, Mary asks if the bathroom was also functioning properly. She herself had designed the space. It happened that she heard the opinions of the maids while working, so she did her best to make the young master satisfied. And that makes Itsuki happy, even though it wasn't a surprise. After all, the Japanese were very particular about their bathrooms. This makes Mary laugh sincerely. The girl asks him not to hesitate to call one of the brothers when he left the city, as they would guide him to a place where the maids could also enjoy. Observing the girl closely, he realized that she had been raised in a good place, but he wondered why she became the adopted daughter of a guy like Darwin. The two finally say their goodbyes, leaving Itsuki quite tired from so much interaction. But he couldn't think much about it because he was interrupted by the loud growl of Shiro's stomach, and the two walk to dinner, enjoying a delicious and much calmer meal. The young man rests in the next room, commenting that he ate too much and couldn't keep stuffing himself like that. Wendy interrupts him, asking if he would like to take a bath at that moment, as she had already prepared everything, guaranteeing that she would be there for whatever he needed. Shiro also volunteers to go to the bathroom, and it was funny how the young man acted like a father to the little girl. The two play beauty salon while the guy rinses Shiro's hair, who seemed to be having a blast there. After that, she heads to the huge bathtub, jumping in as if it were a swimming pool. The guy reprimands her for swimming in there, but she doesn't care. Wendy brings her closer, and the boy is so busy making sure the child won't get cold that he doesn't even notice. She was already getting ready when the boy noticed her presence. Even so, he avoids looking back so he won't get even more nervous. Wendy discreetly enters the pool, enjoying her moment, until Shiro announces her departure, leaving just the two of them there, and Wendy asks if she could go to the boys' room that night, which he allows. As night falls, the girl does exactly what she promised. Itsuki was lying down, unable to sleep, just waiting for this. When he heard the knocks on the door, he authorized the entrance of the housekeeper, who asked for permission upon finding her master. Even with the girl nervous, Itsuki decides to bring up the subject, commenting on a store he used to visit whenever his paycheck came in. He wanted to take Wendy there someday to try the pork chop with rice they made. Smiling, the girl comments that if the boy shared the recipe, she could try to make it, even if it didn't taste the same. And he promises to teach her next time. That's when he remembered another time, when he had his first date. But in the present, the awkward silence now reigned between the two, until Wendy called for her master, explaining that he didn't need to worry so much. After all, she was his slave. It was then that Itsuki revealed that he loved Wendy, and asked if she liked him too, which the little girl confirmed. She was nervous about revealing her feelings, but she stated that she loved him too. Until now, her master was much better than any other man she had met. And for her, it didn't matter that he was a hired slave, because if she was with him, she didn't need to worry. So she threw herself into the boy's arms, pleading to make her only his. Then the two began to play alone in the room, until they were interrupted by someone opening the door, which caught both of their attention. It was Shiro, who was confused that this room wasn't the bathroom. Seeing the scene of the two, she questioned what Wendy was doing with her master. Nervously, he explained that he was just taking care of her because she felt a bit feverish. The little girl confirmed that her friend was fine, while Itsuki pointedly took her to the bathroom, leaving the woman there in bed, disappointed. When day broke, our protagonist was exhausted. After all, he hadn't been able to sleep properly. But he didn't have much time to rest since Shiro found him to inform him that breakfast was ready, already seated at the table. Wendy offers another bowl of soup, which the boy accepts. The two were clearly blushing, and Shiro warns that she would be meeting Bella Reinrich for a while. Itsuki would also go and says goodbye to the housekeeper, who asked the boy to be careful. He was already leaving when he decided to say a few words to the girl. He wanted to make it clear that next time he would do everything right, which put a smile on Andy's face. She asked her master to go and come back safely, and so he went, arriving at the Alchemist's Guild. Bella Reinrich was analyzing one of her potions. He asked if it was okay for him to make a high-level potion. Noticing her distracted response, the old woman asked if he was tired of being surrounded by cute slaves, which was somewhat the case. Since they entered his life, everything had been set aside. Bella Reinrich questioned if he only returned to his own room after what happened with Wendy, which made the crown comment that he was the worst. After all, it was common for her. To her, the boy was a total disappointment. She asked him to follow her to explain something. It was time for the boy to receive some game tutorials, but first, she asked him to finish his drink first. Only the boy questioned if it was a problem to drink while it was still light outside, to which the woman replied that it could be a hassle if that was a concern. While they drank, he confessed to feeling insecure about whether Wendy really liked him. She only responded like a slave, which the woman thought was a pathetic concern. Even so, it was a moment to assure himself of his feelings. Wendy would be hurt. So after Shiro went to the room, he couldn't just go back. That's why he ran away. That was a terrible attitude. And Bella Reinrich asked him not to keep belittling himself and just look at the actions of others. Women were good liars, but when it was different, if she said that from her own experience, or the woman told him to shut up, or left him embarrassed, before changing the subject and saying they would get drunk that day to forget their problems. He ended up falling asleep at the table from how much he drank. And Rita said goodnight to the two. She covered the boy. While she lit her pipe, I observed attentively. The next morning, Itsuki arrived with the biggest pitying look. Wendy was already ready to receive him, wishing for a great return. She prepares tea for the boy, commenting on the large dark circles under his eyes, and hoping that the drink would improve the situation a bit. Shiro also approaches, asking if the boy had done something because Wendy seemed a bit stressed. He tries to remember, but it was probably just because of the words he said the day before, and the fact that he had disappeared afterward. The little girl changes the subject, asking if her master had worked that day, and he explains that he did not. He still had some time before the next potion was delivered, so there was nothing particular to do. This seems to cheer Shiro up, who asks if she can play with him for a while. Now he had to decide between helping Wendy or staying with the child. And the woman interjects, making it clear that she didn't need help even though she was alone, which was not a good sign for Itsuki. In fact, after saying that, the slave turned sulky, making the guy realize that he had really messed up, being calmed down by Shiro. The girl was indeed quite sad. After all, she had spent the night waiting for her master. Sometime later, he decided to lie down a bit in the garden. He thought about how he made Wendy angry and wondered what he should do. Some time ago, back in Japan, something similar had happened, but with his girlfriend. And the discomfort grew inside her until they both broke up. Flashes of that moment appeared in the protagonist's mind, who had even told the woman to stop throwing a tantrum like a child. And at the time, she had retorted, saying that if he was an adult, he should keep his promises. That wouldn't leave his mind. And Itsuki knew he needed to apologize properly. Even if he didn't forgive her, it was the right thing to do. But the girl was quicker and went to meet her master. She wanted to know if she could sit there with him. The atmosphere was quite strange, until both ended up trying to break the ice at the same time. Even awkwardly, Itsuki stood up, apologizing to her, and explaining that even though he had said he would do everything right, he didn't keep his word, and for that, he was very sorry, which left the slave speechless for a moment, before she burst into laughter. But the girl soon warned that she would only forgive him this time, because she had been waiting for him for a long time. She approached, asking Itsuki not to leave her alone if something happened next time, and he promised that it definitely wouldn't be the case. As the two hugged, the boy felt relieved because that meant the girl was on his side for now. But they were interrupted by Shiro, who questioned what they were doing, and the protagonist explained that they were just making up. But for her, that didn't matter since she was hungry. So they went inside to have lunch. And after that, he asked about the mission he had for her. He explained that he had always been protected since he arrived in that world and was asking if she couldn't protect herself. Then he thought of something really cool. Using a magic disc and a hammer, the guy performed a trick, which left Wendy amazed and made her ask if it was a unique skill. But he explained that it was spatial magic. When he arrived there, he thought it would be cool to have an item box. So he received that from the goddess and didn't get the chance to use it because he got a magic bag from a friend afterward. Now he could activate this spatial magic and do various different things, including putting himself inside an invisible box. Once inside, he asked Wendy to try to touch him, and the girl was surprised by an invisible wall between them. Itsuki was quite excited to show off his abilities, but he really wanted to know if that wall could protect him. So he asked Sanda to try to attack the barrier with a weapon using all her strength. And the girl went without hesitation, getting very close. It was good that the box managed to withstand that, but the guy didn't know how many hits it could take, so he asked the girl to do that a few more times, until the wall shattered into pieces, making the boy fall on his backside. It was understandable. After all, if he could use that wall indiscriminately, it would be a good cheat. But maybe he could learn something about magical attacks. Wendy decided to take the lead and revealed that she knew a bit about magic and could teach him if he wanted. That was surprising, but even so, Itsuki accepted. Then she prepared herself, throwing a water shot in the direction of the protagonist. It didn't take long for the wall that protected him to dissolve, as if it were wet paper, which meant it could withstand physical and magical attacks, but its durability against magic was a bit lower. In any case, if she used the wall, at least she could protect herself in case of an emergency. With the exterminated, Itsuki decides that the group would take a walk around the city that night. It would be a way to thank them for the help during the day, and thus the two could have some fun as well. Meanwhile, in the middle of the forest, Sorta and Aina were still hunting for materials, and Aina ends up with a goat they had found along the way, making it fall to the ground. They had finally hunted all the monsters around them, and now they could stop to have their meal. Definitely cooking was not their strong suit, but at least the soup was drinkable this time. And the blonde warns her friend that she didn't need to force herself to make anything too elaborate and could do what she usually did. But that wasn't the case. In fact, the redhead didn't think she could meet the master's demands as a woman, so she would at least like to be useful in other ways. That left her colleagues somewhat disappointed. She didn't know what her former master would think if she saw Aina now. Far from there, at the second wall, a girl insisted on being allowed to pass because she had important business to attend to. But one of the guards denied her, explaining that they had received a message from the border fort to not let her pass if she went that way. Regardless of who she was, it was out of the question. Even so, Rengi insisted that she had no money, so they would have to let her pass out of pure goodwill. Even so, the guys didn't give in, which made the girl appeal, telling the guy to look behind him because there was something dangerous, even though there was nothing, just to create an opening and attack. Quickly taking down one of the guards. Another even tries to reprimand her, but that doesn't work, so he uses his whistle to call for backup. But the girl wasn't going to give up because she needed to reach Aina and Sorte to help them. In the middle of the city, a kind of potato was walking through the crowd, catching the attention of our boy. He comments to Wendy, who quickly explains that it was a moi and wondered if it had escaped from someone's garden. It was a type of vegetable quite common there, and the fact that vegetables could walk in that world left Itsuki quite shocked. While Wendy was shocked that vegetables didn't walk in her world. According to our boy, there were only fish with fast legs there, which was a bit interesting, but much less cool. The poor moi couldn't walk very far since Shiro stuffed it in her mouth, complaining that she was hungry. He apologizes for not having fed the girl yet and asks what she would like to eat, and promises that they would eat meat until they were bursting at the seams. Itsuki asks Wendy if there was a good place around, and she asks him to leave it to her. The three walk together as if they were one big family, and the woman even takes the protagonist's hand, making him quite nervous. At the restaurant, everything is very pleasant, and Shiro has fun as always when around food. But meanwhile, the search for Renge doesn't stop. and she continues running to escape the guards, doing parkour worthy of a professional. The three were already leaving the restaurant, and Itsuki wondered how so much food could fit into such a small human. Anyway, it was time to go home. However, fate had other plans, and Renga ends up missing her aim and falling on top of the protagonist, causing a big commotion in the middle of the city. Shiro is already ready to protect her master when the city guards tell her to be quiet. But this time, Renga had a great victim, and threatens to hurt Itsuki if the guards got any closer. She discreetly apologizes to him, but takes the opportunity to explain that she would like a bit of cooperation. After all, she was trying to help her friends, and for that, she would need help. Wendy becomes very worried, and Shiro is already about to strike when her master shouts. He explains that he is fine and asks the woman to take the little one home. Despite the two disagreeing, the expression on the guy's face is confident. Meanwhile, the guards continue saying that the girl couldn't keep running away like that. He asks the stranger to take him to the alley that was there to the right, and so she does, despite the guards trying to follow them. The boy has a better plan, and uses his special level 3 magic to form a barrier in front of him, making the guys stop in their tracks with no choice. They were completely lost about what that was, and Itsuki even apologizes for what he had to do. But now, it was time to get out of there. From the top of one of the buildings, Shiro watched everything carefully, remembering Wendy's words. Who knew that her master had asked to be left alone but needed to make sure he would be okay? So she decided to follow the two. They ended up entering one of those bars with several very affectionate beetles. One of them apologizes for the delay and hands over the drinks for the duo, while another guides a group of guys. Meanwhile, the two strangers remain silent, staring there. And the girl takes the opportunity to ask if that wasn't a forbidden club. She was extremely embarrassed and argues that he couldn't bring her there, and if he thought about doing something with her, he should reconsider. But that wasn't what Itsuki wanted. It was just a place where the guards wouldn't arrive. And speaking of them, the protagonist wanted to know why the girl next to him was being chased. And she explains that she was without Graina, meaning she passed through the toll without paying. Finally, Renga introduces herself and explains that her friends were in trouble. Basically, she was a Veterera, and she was part of the Red Front composed of Aina and Sorte, her group friends. The girl explains that some time ago, she received a letter from Sorte saying that they had been made slaves by a pervert, and she even hands the paper to the guy. It described Itsuki as a true thug, as if he looked at the two with a disgusting gaze every day. Renge comments that it was exactly why she needed to save them, but Itsuki asks her to calm down and listen to him, before revealing that the person in the letter was him. And to his misfortune, at that moment, one of the workers at that place comments that he was the guy who was the talk of the town and made the girls from the Red Front slaves, which makes Renge lunge at the guy's neck. Julio was already filled with hatred, ready to go after the guy, who had turned his best friends into slaves. A few months ago at the Adventurers Guild, Aina and Sorta had received a nomination. Ferris explained that he had received regular requests from Hokaku, and it was a nomination for Renge, as usual. Sorte read the paper carefully, explaining that it was indeed that. Apparently, they were going to have to face an Earth Dragon, so they needed to hurry. And since Renge had already gotten used to doing this, she could complete the mission alone and come back. Sorte was a bit worried, but her friend explained that it was like taking candy from a baby. Anyway, the blonde asked her friend to stay alert and be careful, as she could be a bit careless sometimes. Then she set off on the mission. In the destination city, everything was very hot, and the girl arrived there with just her gear. The citizens were quite happy to see her, especially a group of children. The little wolf also celebrated the reunion. After all, it had been a while since she had seen them. After the greetings, the girl noticed that one of the children had an injury, and the boy explained that it was because of an Earth Dragon. He had been attacked on the way back home with his father. Daddy had hurt his leg, and his mother was having trouble working and breastfeeding at the same time. The warrior tells the little boy to lift his head while speaking, and there was something she would like him to give to his father. And then she gives a small bag of coins to the kid. She explains that she remembered she owed him and apologized for taking so long to pay, and sends a hug to the old man. Now it was time for a snack because her stomach was growling. The girl takes the opportunity to give something to the children as well, and they share some snacks. After that, the warrior went to the Adventurers Guild in the city, finding an old man. He apologizes because most people were out due to the dragon incident, so if it was a request, he wouldn't be able to help. It was then that he realized who it was and seemed very relieved by her presence there. He apologizes for having sent her so far away, and Renge also apologizes for bothering him right when she arrived. But she would like to ask him to look for equipment and any information that might be useful to her. Apparently there was information about a survivor from the first appearance of the Earth Dragon, or maybe it had hatched from an egg that was left behind. There was the whole group of local adventurers and watchers to defeat it, but the skin of that dragon was very tough. And normally, after it was done attacking people, it would hide in the sand to sleep and move to the next hunting location, which had been out of their control for a long time. According to the old man, there were probably 3 of them, and the last time they appeared was 5 days ago in an oasis in the south. On one hand, it was good that the girl had gone alone, and now she was observing her ambush, which, by the way, was in a terrible mood. It didn't take long for the Earth Dragon to emerge
Hey, how
from
are you
beneath the
doing?
sand, heading towards what it thought would be a human being. Renge had been observing these creatures for 3 days, and it was the first time she had seen one of them. Now it was time for action, and she was determined to turn that creature into a true prey.
I love alchemy,
was
bro!
calling for Luck to take a bath when the girl said she needed to finish something first. She was writing
Brothers
a letter,
existing, not if I can help it.
about everything that was happening with them at that moment.
Okay, yeah,
Inside,
alright,
the
buddy.
little one was also hoping her friend would do the same since they hadn't heard from her since she
down a little bit.
But her colleagues seemed to be handling the dragon very well. If it weren't
Yep,
much
good old fucking alchemy.
she almost fell to the ground when it attacked with its claw. She knew it was tough, but if that was the case, the next attack
Drone strike.
the girl
Drone
advanced
strike,
on
oh,
the
real.
creature's neck and did not hesitate to grab its skin, bringing it down to
What
the ground
is
and
my
defeating
alchemy
it, thinking
at
that
right
only 2
now?
more were left. 2 weeks later, she decided to cool off at the oasis nearby and
2284,
returned to the city
not
clean,
bad.
explaining that it took longer than she expected to do everything. Even so, the children thought it was amazing. They had defeated all the Earth Dragons alone, and everyone in the city was very grateful to her. Even the boy commented about his father, who, thanks to Renga, would be able to walk soon. Everything made her very happy. And at the Adventurers Guild, the old man apologized for not being able to give her the full reward now, but promised to send it later. While the warrior would leave the processing of the corpses to the guy because it wasn't an easy job. That's when she remembered.
Oh my god, bro.
According to the guy, it was from her hometown. When she realized it was from Luck,
Let me put this on hold for a second. What do we got? What do we got here? Let's see. What the fuck? Oh my god, bro. Bro, this shit is like Giga Streisand effect, bro. Yeah, the whole Charlie Kirk thing, bro, this shit is Giga Streisand effect.
So, I was just playing Borderlands, trying to mind my own business. As many of you have stated in the past, and I have specifically have read comments like, if it wasn't for Destiny content creators, Destiny would be in a much better state. Well, maybe. But you guys have been lighting me up over the past 24 hours about covering this damn article. So Bungie under fire again, as Destiny 2 concept art suggests new Iron Banner armor became paid Eververse sets. This is from Abdullah right here. This is the Destiny bulletin right here.
Bro, this is why I...
Okay, I'm going away now.
Oh, real? Nah, there's a reason, bro. I quit playing Destiny, dude. This shit is...
Goodbye, Pookie Wookie.
Yeah, this shit is just so ass. It's... Like... Bro, like, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
A newly surfaced concept art for Destiny 2's Gladius armor has fans convinced Bungie moved Iron Banner sets into Eververse, fueling backlash during Ashen Iron's rocky launch. Destiny 2's Ashen Iron update went live earlier this week. This free update adds a new exotic mission coming out on October the 7th, 2 new exotic weapons, and the long-awaited return to the Plaguelands. On paper, it sounded like a solid start to a new season. But in classic Destiny 2 fashion, things quickly took a turn. The update also broke several in-game systems and weapons. Bright dust price increased bug, leading to widespread player frustration. Power progression was also completely broken. Yesterday, Bungie pushed a hotfix that somewhat fixes the issue. Yeah, we will be playing probably Destiny on Monday, just to see how much better is power progression now. Speaking of which, like, how have you guys been playing it at all? Is power progression, has it been fixed? Not completely improved, but it's better. Okay, all right. Well, that's a start, I suppose. Let's keep going, though. I'm sure this article will get better. On top of that, Bungie's handling of Eververse this season has reignited the conversation around paid cosmetics. And now, new concept art surfaced that suggests Bungie may have originally designed the new Edge of Fate Eververse armor for Iron Banner before moving it into the paid store. So concept art shows Iron Banner symbol on paid Eververse set. Yesterday, concept artist Ben Lowe posted early concept art of the Gladius Titan set on ArtStation. At first glance, it looked like the same Roman-inspired armor was released as a paid Eververse set during the Edge of Fate expansion. However, fans immediately noticed something odd in the concept version. A large burning Iron Banner tree sigil clearly stamped onto the chest piece. Side-by-side comparisons show that everything else about the set, the helmets, The shoulder spikes and layered metal plating is pretty similar, apart from a couple of minor changes to what players can buy for silver. The only real change is that the Iron Banner emblem was removed for the final release. For many in the community, that's more than enough to suspect that what might have started as an earnable Iron Banner reward was then shifted over to Eververse as paid cosmetic. Check out the comparisons below. So final version is the top, concept art the bottom. Okay, so this is the final, and oh well, shit, that's the same. Yeah, no, there's no way around that. Yeah, but it's just the Iron Banner sigil there that got thrown out there. It's a non-issue. Dude, this community is on fucking fire. I can only be, look, I caved, all right? After countless comments, by the way, I'm getting called out for not covering this because supposedly I'm on Bungie's payroll when I'm just trying to play goddamn Borderlands. This theory lines up with Bungie's own messaging. In a recent post, the studio teased that Iron Banner's return would come with an incredibly cool new set of armor. Fans naturally expected something brand new. Instead, after the Ashen Iron update went live, fans spotted that the new Iron Banner armor is actually a reskin set from 2018's Warmind expansion, essentially a 7-year-old look with a new shader. This is it right here. This was posted.
That's so grimy. Holy fuck.
That is, this
wow.
is the armor set, which is an old armor set.
Yep.
Was it really that far back?
Yep.
2018?
Yep.
We've been playing this game way too long. Y'all know that? I mean, way too long. Good God. Sometimes you just have to like write it down, like write down the years to realize just how long it's been. You know what I mean?
Dude.
10 more years?
Just curious, besides streaming, what do you do for a living?
Man, we're going on, a whole new decade. Earlier this year, content creator Destin Bagari reported that Bungie leadership had previously commented internally that Trials of Osiris armor looked too attractive and might hurt Eververse sales. According to former employees, some armor designs were allegedly toned down or shifted away from earnable rewards as a result. This latest concept art discovery is now being seen by the community as more evidence of that claim. Well, yeah, the paid stuff always looks better, without a doubt. I'm trying to think of what free-to-play armor or what... And by the way, hold on. This is where I need to stop all of us. Because you see the word that just came out of my mouth? Free armor. Ain't none of this shit free. We pay for the expansion. Iron Banner may be free to access, but you paid for it. You paid for Edge of Fates. You paid for Renegades. You know what I'm coming from? You see where, like, you can almost, like, talk yourself out of this argument in a way, because you're like, but wait, logically speaking, if the content is free, they have to make money, and so there should be paid armor.
That is great to hear.
Armor, because it's free content. No, it's not free. And yes, even amongst the paid, not even paid armor set, but armor set that's included in paid content.
What inspired you to start streaming in the first place?
The Eververse stuff is always going to look the spiciest.
I don't know.
Without
I'm bored.
Every single time it's going to look the spiciest. I've easily got my $40 bucks back in play. Wow. Sure. I get where you're coming from, and I see some of the arguments you guys are making on that front. But this is what the problem is right now. This is an armor set that seemed to be teased as an earnable armor set, but now it's a switcheroo of it's only earnable.
Can't hear your voice.
I was bored. That's it. Ain't nothing crazy.
You see where I'm coming from? Now, maybe it's going to be Bright Dust. Do we know, is there a confirmation if it's going to be earnable via Bright Dust? I would hope so. Now, the reaction on Reddit has been harsh. One player wrote trying to milk every last cent out of the armor when they could just make the game enjoyable and rewarding. Maybe if they had done that, people might actually play. Other focus on leadership, with one fan saying, I don't think I've ever seen so many back-to-back fumbles made by a studio within such a short span of time. It's fair to say that the Ashen Iron update has pod problem.
What kind of vibe are you trying to create for your stream? Cozy, chaotic, competitive, chill?
I don't know. I just stream, bro. Don't tell me you're about to ask me the fucking you could message me on Discord to pay for some emotes, bro. No.
Failures to backlash over paid cosmetics and recycled gear. This isn't the fresh start players were hoping for. This whole concept art thing that hints at Iron Banner armor being moved to Eververse only makes matters worse. As of right now, Bungie hasn't commented on this. We will update the story if the studio releases a statement. All right. Well, yeah, I mean, even the sexy, like, for instance, the art that's coming with Festival. Arguably the best looking armor set I've ever seen made in the game. Like, I will take that over any Star Wars armor set all day long.
Yeah.
Should be also earnable via Bright Dust, right? So I don't have like as big of a problem in things when they're earned via Bright Dust, and I don't know why, but I don't know what changes.
Oh, what's up, gang? What's up, Oni?
made here recently. I just feel like I've been pretty. I'm
doing
but I get where people are
harmonies.
coming from. They would
Yeah,
rather be able to earn the armor
thrilling
sets
gameplay.
in the game itself rather than a currency, whether that be bright dust or even outright paying money for silver. You know, the other step that I would go further in is just like, for instance, the exotic, the seasonal exotic, new map pace. Very, very good exotic. But the exotic catalyst is substantially better. But you can't unlock the exotic catalyst until you rank up to level 90 in your battle pass, which is a hell of a lot of grind. But then in the past, what we have done is we have, or at least myself, I would save my seasonal challenges that I've completed because they're a lot of XP, and I would roll them. So for instance, last year, I would roll my seasonal challenge XP between the episodes, between the acts, so that I can level up my battle pass immediately. Well, they've done away with that. You can't do that anymore. You start fresh. None of those seasonal challenges, that XP that you would have gotten doesn't roll over. You have to redeem that. And so the only way to really level up your battle pass is A, do it manually. It takes a lot of time. B, you could say bounties, but I mean, yes, you could do that, but that would only probably chunk out maybe like 8. Or C, buy the levels.
Fuck you mean?
You can do that for 100 silver. You can buy a level in the season pass, and that is if you're trying to get to the exotic catalyst. Granted, I don't suggest it. I do suggest just playing the game naturally, and you'll eventually get to the point where you can unlock it. But yeah, there are some purposely monetization moves, because for instance, that exotic catalyst could be moved down. It could be a level 50 reward. You know what I mean? If you remember in the past, the way exotic catalyst would work is it would be like a level 20 something unlock, and then you would go pick up the quest from Banshee. And so they're purposely placing this catalyst.
Oh, I also
last season at level
7, I also YOLO tapped this, and I got a pen.
And so that is purposely
food collector.
being placed that high for a reason.
Oh, that's cool.
Especially if it's a very good exotic catalyst. And so the reason why the community is upset is that there is a tightening here of monetization, but also there seems to be more problems, more bugs, and more miscommunication than ever before. And so those two things going hand in hand is just a terrible combination. Be different if Ash and Iron rolled out, the power progression rolled out.
What you want to do with alchemy?
People were they were grinding,
I'm creating
having a good time.
harmony
in Ash and Iron.
drugs.
But what have you seen over the past week? You've seen comparisons between.
So as
I
you can
literally
see-
saw a comparison video on Twitter yesterday, which was comparing the Plague Lands now to Plague Lands damn near a decade
Almost
ago.
20 bill
And
of
It's very
materials.
obvious to tell, even though one was 30 FPS and one's currently 60. The 30 FPS Plague Lands look better than the current Plague Lands we have. You know, the reclaim activity, like I've had a pretty decent time with it, but the leveling though has just been miserable. You know, granted, I'm being told this got fixed in an update on Friday. We'll be testing out that update. But you understand, like, so you have this huge wave of discontent from players in regards to leveling, in regards to certain things just being outright bugs, patch notes, like not even actually being implemented despite it being in the patch notes. Then we have to keep in mind, there's supposed to be a wave of patch notes that are going to be reverted, right? There's supposed to be things that are going to get reverted based on what Bungie has said or what they said in the Renegade reveal. The problem is like,
I also need to
kinda
double
almost
check
like this
to
level
see
of
if this
distrust here between the
works
community and
yet
Bungie,
on
because
the-
it seems like what's being said in the TWAB is either not being communicated directly, or how can I put this? I wouldn't say lied to us. There's a miscommunication happening here. I feel like the community feels a big gaslit right now, and I don't really use that term. It's almost like Bungie comes out and says, "We're gonna do this," and the community goes, "Okay." And then the change goes through, and it's nothing like Bungie said it was going to be. And we're like, Bungie, what happened? And then Bungie's like, something happened. What happened? Well, Bungie, you said you were going to do this. When? Are you sure? When and how? Did
Brother.
You see where I'm coming from? And that's really the big problem right now. And like, I even am like,
hate this shit
I'm
so
like, man,
much,
am I just
bro.
like misinterpreting like what Bungie is saying?
I'm
in
waiting
these
for them to
blogs
finally
and
give
patch
us
notes? Am I just like
be able to
I'm
like
just
cron it.
not understanding what they're trying to say. I'm reading the words. Again, we'll test the leveling system and see what's going to happen. As far as this Ironbender set, and as far as like putting the better looking pieces of armor in Eververse, yeah, that is unfortunately.
Let's see. What? UFO got hit by a missile. or like, what's going on here? Fuck it, spooky shit.
Top 5 ghosts caught on camera. The haunting of Inglefield Hall. The allegedly haunted Inglefield Hall in England has had a long, strange history dating back 140 years. In 1880, the Inglefield Hall was first built as a coffee house. Since then, it has served as a hotel, and during World War II, it was used as an evacuation center, housing mostly women and children. After the war, the building was used as a school until it was abandoned in 1963. The property remained empty for 30 years until it was purchased and transformed into a social club. Ever since, workers and visitors frequently report witnessing paranormal activity in Inglefield Hall. People claim to have seen shadow figures roaming the building. They say they've heard unexplained voices, loud banging, and mysterious footsteps. Even creepier, some have claimed to see the apparition of a small child who wanders the building and even hides in the rooms. In a 2-part series, veteran paranormal investigator Jeff Young and team member Phil travel to Inglefield Hall to investigate the claims of supernatural activity. Jeff and Phil start in the main room, attempting to capture some EVPs on their voice recorder. They also begin to hear some very creepy sounds with their own ears.
Perhaps you're a child from the war that was brought here. Noises from the stage area, Phil. There was knocking.
Yeah, definitely.
Can you make another noise for us, please? An EVP of a child's voice is received saying, "Mummy." Here is the audio enhanced.
They catch an EVP that almost sounds like a child calling out for its mother. As Jeff and Phil continue to investigate, the paranormal activity in the building seems to intensify. One of their static cameras catches something very odd on the second floor.
Whilst Phil and I are on the ground floor, up on the first floor, our static cam is capturing the door to room 3 opening and closing as something decides to make itself known.
And back downstairs with Jeff and Phil, things are getting a bit more intense as well.
Hello?
Holy!
Whoa. Whoa.
The loud footsteps of something seem to charge towards Jeff in the dark, causing him to take a startled step back. Gathering their courage, the guys head upstairs to continue their investigation. What they don't know is that back downstairs, on the very spot where they heard the charging footsteps, one of their stationary cameras again picks up something downright chilling.
Oh, these are really good. So you get them from gathering Deloitte flowers. However, these are also what make your immortal pots. So these are like
a strange
really
shadow
good.
seems to
Now, you
quickly
get 'em
walk
randomly from
past an
alchemy.
open doorway. Still upstairs, Jeff and Phil have no idea what they just captured. The strange evidence was discovered later when the team reviewed their footage. But what do you think? Did Jeff and Phil capture audio and video evidence of the supernatural in Inglefield
Oh my god,
Hall?
finally almost fucking
You decide.
guru alchemy, dude.
Be sure to check out Jeff Young's full 2-part investigation, as well as over 100 other paranormal investigations, over on his YouTube channel, Jeff Young. Things you don't want to hear. This next video was sent in to me by a viewer named Gabriel Androkonis. He says that he and his girlfriend Tatiana recently moved into a new home in Edmonton, Canada. One day, when talking to their new neighbors, Gabriel and Tatiana were told that the previous tenants of their house claimed to hear the unexplained sound of a little girl running and crying throughout the home. At first, Gabriel and Tatiana simply dismissed the creepy stories as superstition, and they didn't give them a second thought. But then one night, when Tatiana is home alone, she begins to hear something absolutely terrifying.
It's okay, I'm just watching my stupid TV show. And I heard like some kind of sobbing, or like I can hear right now of crying. I thought it was the neighbors, but it's been going on for like about, I don't know, like 5-10 minutes. I can barely walk. It's coming from downstairs. Not gonna go.
What is that sound, bro? Oh my god. Some nice stairs. God damn.
It's like it's coming from our room, Gabe. I just think.
As Tatiana slowly walks down the stairs, she records the horrifying audio of what sounds like a man moaning and weeping right inside the couple's downstairs bedroom. Tatiana is terrified, and for obvious reasons, she doesn't dare check inside the room. She calls Gabriel in a panic and tells him that there might be someone in the house. Luckily, he's only 5 minutes away and hurries home to confront whoever it might be. When he arrives, he searches the entire home top to bottom, but no one there. The sobbing has now stopped, and he can't find anything in the house that could have caused the noise. Gabriel says that after this incident, they have heard other strange, unexplained noises in their home late at night. So, what do you think this could be? And what would you do if you heard the same sound in your home? Maybe coming from your bedroom. Let me know down in the comments. In another video sent in by Nuke's Top 5 viewer Raven Ellis, Raven and her sister Rocky celebrate their shared birthday with their friends. For fun, they decide to go on a drive to an allegedly haunted bridge near their hometown. The bridge was constructed in 1909 and has a very dark history. It is said that in 1930, a woman named Helen lost her infant daughter in a raging house fire. Heartbroken from the loss, she spiraled into a severe depression before ending her life at what's now called Haunted Helen's Bridge. Many people claim to have seen the ghost of Helen at the bridge and have heard her loud, mournful screams and sobbing in the middle of the night. Raven, her sister, and their friends drive to the bridge and record as they explore the site in the middle of the night. It did not go well.
Hey, so it's Raven and everybody. If we die, we're going to Helen's Bridge. So that that's if you find this footage, that's what's happening.
This is the stuff they find in documentaries.
I know. And so it's Adam, Kiki, Rocky, and Assyria, and Helen.
Helen.
I'm scared.
I am scared.
There it is. Oh, that was...
Yo, keep that flashlight on, please.
What?
The group hears a terrifying scream and runs back to the car. Now, of course, anyone's first thought would be that it could possibly be a prank or maybe even fake. But the girls sound legitimately terrified, and the bridge is in the middle of nowhere, far away from any people. To make things even stranger, as Raven gets back to the car, her phone seems to experience a strange glitch right before she stops recording. Before they leave, Raven convinces her sister Rocky and her friend to walk towards the bridge together one more time. And one more time, it did not go well.
Yeah. No.
You guys are good. You got each other's hands to hold.
Oh my god! No, come on, I'm not.
Get in the car, please.
Another scream terrifies the girls, and again, they run back to the car. This time, Raven's sister discovers a mysterious injury on her arm. So, what do you think? Was it the ghost of Helen screaming from the bridge? Was it a hoax? Was it just a strange person hanging out in the remote woods trying to prank them? Let me know what you think. If you see a video that you think would be perfect for the top 5, or if you have a ghost hunting channel and you caught something great, contact me at nukestop5@gmail.com. The Hunter Creek House. Over on the YouTube channel, The Haunted Side, ghost hunters Patrick and Jason investigate a 100-year-old farmhouse that local residents claim is extremely haunted. The house has come to be known as a hotbed of paranormal activity and has sat empty and decaying for over 50 years. Locals avoid the house entirely. Patrick and Jason are already a bit on edge as they head inside the house to begin exploring. Almost immediately, they encounter something very unexpected that definitely puts a fright into them, but it's not exactly paranormal.
And then added on to much later.
Is that, dude?
What?
Whoa. Whoa. Dude. Oh, man.
I think it's a bird. I think it's a bird.
Abort.
Oh, I don't like that.
It's just a bird, dude.
After the angry bird settles back into its roost, Patrick and Jason continue their investigation. They begin to hear strange, unexplained noises and keep seeing creepy shadows out of the corner of their eye.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Yes.
Like a sigh.
Yeah. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
But I'm like seeing things out of the corner of my eye.
That's exactly what I was about to say. It's like, it's something that's just kind of like, it's there just enough that you know that it's there, but it doesn't want you to know that it's there.
The Haunted Side guys then explore the second floor of the farmhouse. Meanwhile, back downstairs, things get truly bizarre.
Could have swore I saw something.
What did you see?
Like I thought someone was standing right there. I looked over and I swear I saw like a figure standing there.
You know what's really weird? I had that same feeling when I walked by this door just a
Really?
minute ago. Yeah.
So while we were seeing things move upstairs, our night vision camera captured something amazing downstairs. we appeared to catch what looks like somebody walking from left to right towards the stairs.
Did you see it? A creepy white translucent figure seems to pass right in front of one of their stationary cameras. Could this be a ghost? Or is it just a very, very strange mist? What do you think? You can check out this full video over on the Haunted Side's YouTube channel, where part 2 of this investigation of the Hunter Creek house is coming very soon. The Angry Poltergeist. Russian YouTuber Tim Morozov is investigating an abandoned house that one of his fans told him about. Supposedly, the house is violently haunted by the ghost of a young girl. Tim decides to stay overnight at the abandoned house. He sets up night vision cameras in multiple rooms in an attempt to capture everything that might happen. Then, he sits in the dark and repeatedly asks the spirit to communicate with him. Something seems to answer back.
Ты можешь со мной выйти на связь?
God damn.
Вот эта полка упала.
Tim inspects the small glass case, but is unable to find an explanation for why it fell. But that's just the beginning. He no longer believes that he's alone and continues asking the spirit to communicate with him. That's when he hears an odd noise from somewhere in the house.
Ты можешь со мной выйти на контакт, я знаю, что ты здесь. Мой микрофон может тебя записать.
One by one, forks get flung off the table. Again, Tim is unable to find an explanation for the strange activity. Then, he starts to hear another strange sound.
The Crow Merchants Guild's pride.
He realizes that the bizarre tapping sound is actually coming from underneath the floor. He finds a small entrance to the narrow crawl space underneath the house. And then things take a turn toward the horrific.
Тут есть? Тут паук? Что это? Да есть окошко. Блин. Камера моя. Блин.
Something he can't see hisses at Tim aggressively. But scariest of all, a knife is thrown directly at him, barely missing his face. That's when he decides to just get out of there. Now, crazily enough, Tim Morozov actually returns to the house only 2 weeks later. After doing some online research, he believes he'll be able to get the sinister entity to leave the house. But of course, it did not go well.
Какой-то шум появился. Конечно. Возможно, из-за машин. Возможно, из-за машин. Зачем ты это делаешь? Я просто с тобой хочу связаться, и все. Зачем ты это делаешь? Смысл? Мне не кажется, что это похоже на смех. Кошка? Ты прикидываешься кошкой? Кто ты? Почему ты не хочешь со мной говорить?
Again, a knife comes flying at Tim's face, this time from under a couch. Then a cupboard door slams open on its own. With that, Tim decides to make a run for it. But as he tries to make his escape, a bucket slides violently towards his feet, nearly making him fall flat on his face. It seems that whatever is in the house is dark, sinister, and intentionally trying to hurt him. But what do you think? Is it real, or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide. Check out Tim's full videos, which include even more creepy footage, over on his YouTube channel, Tim Morozov. Did you see her? Popular K-pop boy band 17 uploaded a 2-part challenge series to their YouTube channel that reached a wide audience of shocked fans. In the video, the 13 members of 17 play a game called, quote, the game of tag. The production team hired 3 scare actors, a man dressed as Pennywise the Clown, a man dressed as a scary old grandma holding a knife, and a masked man in a suit. The scare actor's job is to chase the boys through an abandoned factory while they have to look for a key to escape. Whoever finds the key and is able to escape through the exit of the factory wins the challenge. If the scare actors catch them and manage to physically force them out of the factory, then the team loses. To keep the game interesting, they go through the abandoned factory in teams. So the first team goes through, they get scared by the 3 scare actors who drag them out the entrance, and so they lose the game. But nothing else much happens. Then the next team goes through, and that's when one of the members, Won-woo, experiences something very odd.
살인마가 자꾸 돌아다녀. 찾을 수가 있어야지.
여기 한 명 더 있어, 살인마.
Did you see it? Well, if you didn't see anything, don't worry, because nothing appears on camera. That's what makes this video so creepy. Won-Woo sees what he believes to be one of the scare actors, a woman crouching on top of a cabinet. But there's nothing on the video. No woman to be seen. When Won-Woo asks about it afterwards, the production team explains that there was absolutely no one in that room. Even creepier, they tell him that all 3 scare actors are men. There are absolutely no women inside.
그 중간에 그 마네킹인가?
칼대고 쫓아오시는 분 말하는 거
말고 중간 방에.
진짜 귀신 본 거 아니야?
아니 우리 중간 방에.
아니 아까 그래서 네가 그렇게 얘기하다 진짜 귀신 본 거 아니야? 그렇게 얘기했어.
여자분 안 계시죠? 저희 다 남자분만 세팅했어요.
아 그래 진짜 귀신 봐. 얘가 처음에 보더니 여자분 여자.
정한 형은 못 봤어?
난 못 봤어.
오. 아 진짜 그 미스테리 풀고 싶어 지금.
Now it's important to mention here that the teams that still have to go through the abandoned factory have no interaction with the teams that have already went through. So when the next team enters, they have no idea what Won-Woo claimed he saw. One of them, named Hoshi, gets separated trying to find the key to escape. Hoshi stumbles upon the same room where Won-Woo saw the mysterious woman earlier. And that's when things get truly bizarre. Just like Won-Woo, Hoshi seems to see something in the darkly lit corner of the room. He even bows politely. He too later explains to the group that he saw a woman in the corner.
아니 어떤 여성분이 계시는데. 봤어?
진짜로?
여장한 사람 말고 리얼 여자.
잠깐만 이 얼굴을 봤어?
아이 컨택 했대.
아 이 마네킹 아니었어? 날 봤는데?
누나 진짜 귀신인 거 같은데요? 야 우리 이번에 컨텐츠 잘 되나 봐.
Hoshi claims that the woman actually looked at him, staring him right in the eyes. The other 17 members just don't know what to think about these strange claims. And then it happens a third time.
여기도 사람이 있다. 저건 누구야? 어쨌든.
Now that yet another 17 member sees the mysterious figure of a woman in the room, the rest of the group believes they are being pranked. They accuse the production team of setting them up.
얘나 힘들었어?
그냥 힘들었어.
수고했어.
이상 혹시 너 여자 귀신 봤어?
봤어.
여자?
아이 그냥 있는 거네 사람.
제대로 못 봤어.
섭외네. 아 이쯤 돼서는 그냥 인정하는 게 빠르지도.
그래 오케이 섭외 안 했다. 섭외 안 했어. 오케이 섭외 안 한 걸로. 꼬잉 우리 가지고 놀래 그.
저 형 누나들 정말.
After they are done filming the challenge, Won-Woo and Hoshi are still a bit spooked. They again question the production crew, asking if they were just pulling a prank on them. The crew insist that they did not pull a prank of any kind. They even turn the lights on and let the guys check out the room.
저기 앉아 있을 거예요. 딱 여기 걸터 앉아서 카메라 이렇게 내려봐. 지금 돌고 있을 텐데 지금도?
그거요?
돌고 있는데 뭐 슬래치 쳐야 돼. 모아가지고. 모아서 핀들을.
진짜 궁금하다.
있어도 문제고 없어도 문제 아니야?
그치.
그래서 너무 궁금한 거야.
So, could it be that the guy saw a real ghost in the creepy old abandoned factory? Or is it a very, very elaborate hoax? You decide. You can check out the full 2-part series with English subtitles over on the YouTube channel 17. For updates on the channel, including upcoming Nuke's Top 5 merch. Yes, I'm finally gonna have merch. Follow me on Twitter at Nukes.
Alright, I'm gonna keep AFK doing this, but I'm gonna make some